Angela by William Schwenk Gilbert. Read for Love Stories Volume 4 by Caveat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Angela, an Inverted Love Story by William Schwenk Gilbert. The Century Magazine, September 1890. I am a poor paralyzed fellow who, for many years, has been confined to a bed or a sofa. For the last 6 years I have occupied a small room, giving on to one of the side canals of Venice, and having no one about me but a deaf old woman who makes my bed and attends to my food, and there I eke out a poor income of about £30 a year by making watercolour drawings of flowers and fruit. They are the cheapest models in Venice, and these I send to a friend in London who sells them to a dealer for small sums. But, on the whole, I am happy and content. It is necessary that I should describe the position of my room rather minutely. Its only window is about 5 feet above the water of the canal, and above it the house projects some 6 feet, and overhangs the water, the projecting portion being supported by stout piles driven into the bed of the canal. This arrangement has the disadvantage, among others, of so limiting my upward view that I am unable to see more than about 10 feet of the height of the house immediately opposite to me, although by reaching as far to the window as my infirmity will permit, I can see for a considerable distance up and down the canal, which does not exceed 15 feet in width. But although I can see but little of the material house opposite, I can see its reflection upside down in the canal, and I take a good deal of inverted interest in such of its inhabitants as show themselves from time to time, always upside down, on its balconies and at its windows. When I first occupied my room about 6 years ago, my attention was directed to the reflection of a little girl of 13 or so, as nearly as I could judge, who passed every day on a balcony just above the upward range of my limited field of view. She had a glass of flowers and a crucifix on a little table by her side, and as she sat there, in fine weather, from early morning until dark, working assiduously all the time, I concluded that she earned her living by needlework. She was certainly an industrious little girl, and as far as I could judge by her upside-down reflection, neat in her dress and pretty. She had an old mother, an invalid, who on warm days would sit on the balconies with her, and it interested me to see the little maid wrap the old lady in shawls, and bring her pillows for her chair, a stool for her feet, and every now and again lay down her work and kiss and fondle the old lady for half a minute, and then take up her work again. Time went by, and as the little maid grew up, her reflection grew down, and at last she was quite a little woman of, I suppose, 16 or 17. I can only work for a couple of hours or so in the brightest part of my day, so I had plenty of time on my hands in which to watch her movements, and sufficient imagination to weave a little romance about her, and to endow her with a beauty which, to a great extent, I had to take for granted. I saw, or fancied that I could see, that she began to take an interest in my reflection, which of course she could see as I could see hers, and one day, when it appeared to me that she was looking right at it, that is to say, when her reflection appeared to be looking right at me, I tried the desperate experiment of nodding to her, and to my intense delight her reflection nodded in reply, and so our two reflections became known to one another. It did not take me very long to fall in love with her, but a long time passed before I could make up my mind to do more than nod to her every morning, when the old woman moved me from my bed to the sofa at the window, and again in the evening when the little maid left the balcony for that day. One day, however, when I saw her reflection looking at mine, I nodded to her and threw a flower into the canal. She nodded several times in return, and I saw her direct her mother's attention to the incident. Then every morning I threw a flower in the water for good morning, and another in the evening for good night. And I soon discovered that I had not altogether thrown them in vain, for one day she threw a flower to join mine, and she laughed and clapped her hands when she saw the two flowers join forces and float away together. And then every morning and every evening she threw a flower, and when I threw mine, and when the two flowers met she clapped her hands, and so did I, but when they were separated, as sometimes they were, owing to one of them having met an obstruction which did not catch the other, she threw up her hands in a pretty affectation of despair, which I tried to imitate, but in an English and rather unsuccessful fashion, and when they were rudely run down by a passing gondola, which happened not infrequently, she pretended to cry, and I did the same, Then in pretty pantomime she would point downwards to the sky to tell me it was destiny that had caused the shipwreck of our flowers, and I, in pantomime not nearly so pretty, would try to convey to her that destiny would be kinder next time, and that perhaps tomorrow our flowers would be more fortunate. And so the innocent courtship went on. One day she showed me her crucifix and kissed it, and thereupon I took a little silver crucifix that always stood by me and kissed that, and so she knew that we were one in religion. One day the little maid did not appear on her balcony, and for several days I saw nothing of her. Although I threw my flowers as usual, no flower came to keep it company. However, after a time she reappeared, dressed in black, and crying often, and then I knew that the poor child's mother was dead, and as far as I knew, she was alone in the world. The flowers came no more for many days, nor did she show any sign of recognition, but kept her eyes on her work, except when she placed her handkerchief to them. And opposite to her was the old lady's chair, and I could see that from time to time she would lay down her work and gaze at it, and then a flood of tears would come to her relief. But at last, one day, she roused herself to nod to me, and then her flower came, day by day, and my flower went forth to join it, and with varying fortunes the two flowers sailed away as of yore. But the darkest day of all to me was when a good-looking young gondolier, standing right end uppermost in his gondola, for I could see him in the flesh, worked his craft alongside the house and stood talking to her as she sat on the balcony. They seemed to speak as old friends. Indeed, as well as I could make out, he held her hand during the whole of their interview, which lasted quite half an hour. Eventually he pushed off and left my heart heavy within me, but I soon took heart of grace, for as soon as he was out of sight, the little maid threw two flowers growing on the same stem, an allegory of which I could make nothing, until it broke upon me that she meant to convey to me that he and she were brother and sister, and that I had no cause to be sad, and thereupon I nodded to her cheerily, and she nodded to me, and laughed out loud, and I laughed in return, and all went on again as before. Then came a dark and dreary time, for it became necessary that I should undergo treatment that confined me absolutely to my bed for many days, and I worried and fretted to think that the little maid and I should see each other no longer, and worse still, that she would think that I had gone away without even hinting to her that I was going. And I lay awake at night wondering how I could let her know the truth, and 50 plans flitted through my brain, all appearing to be feasible enough at night, but absolutely wild and impractical in the morning. One day, and it was a bright day for me indeed, the old woman who tended me told me that a gondolier had inquired whether the English signor had gone away or had died, and so I learned that the little maid had been anxious about me, and that she had sent her brother to inquire, and the brother had no doubt taken to her the reason of my protracted absence from the window. From that day and ever after, during my 3 weeks of bed-keeping, a flower was found every morning on the ledge of my window, which was within easy reach of anyone in a boat, and when at last a day came when I could be moved, I took my accustomed place on my sofa at the window, and the little maid saw me and stood on her head, so to speak, and clapped her hands upside down with a delight that was as eloquent as my right end up delight could be. And so the first time the gondolier passed my window, I beckoned to him, and he pushed alongside and told me with many bright smiles that he was glad indeed to see me well again. Then I thanked him and his sister for their many kind thoughts about me during my retreat, and then I learned from him that her name was Angela, and that she was the best and purest maiden in all Venice, that anyone might think himself happy indeed who could call her sister, but that he was happier even than her brother, for he was to be married to her, and indeed they were to be married the next day. Thereupon my heart seemed to swell to bursting, and the blood rushed through my veins so I could hear it and nothing else for a while. I managed at last to stammer forth some words of awkward congratulation, and he left me, singing merrily, after asking permission to bring his bride to see me on the morrow as they returned from church. "For," said he, "my Angela has known you very long, ever since she was a child, and she has often spoken to me of the poor Englishman who was a good Catholic, and who lay all day long for years and years on a sofa at a window, and she had said over and over again how dearly she wished she could speak to him and comfort him. And one day when you threw a flower into the canal, she asked me whether she might throw another, and I told her yes, for he would understand that it meant sympathy for one sorely afflicted. And so I learned that it was pity, and not love, except indeed such love as is akin to pity, that prompted her to interest herself in my welfare, and there was an end of all of it. For the two flowers that I thought were on one stem were two flowers tied together, but I could not tell that. and they were meant to indicate that she and the gondolier were affianced lovers, and my expressed pleasure at this symbol delighted her, for she took it to mean that I rejoiced in her happiness. And the next day the gondolier came with a train of other gondoliers, all decked in their holiday garb, and on his gondola sat Angela, happy and blushing at her happiness. Then he and she entered the house in which I dwelt, and came into my room, and it was strange indeed, after so many years of inversion, to see her with her head above her feet. And then she wished me happiness and a speedy restoration to good health, which could never be. And I, in broken words and tears in my eyes, gave her the little silver crucifix that stood by my bed or my table for so many years. And Angela took it reverently and crossed herself and kissed it, and so departed with her delighted husband. And as I heard the song of the gondoliers as they went their way, the song dying away in the distance as the shadows of the sundown closed around me, I felt they were singing the requiem of the only love that had ever entered my heart. End of Angela by William Schwenk Gilbert.
Benediction by F. Scott Fitzgerald. Recorded for Love Stories, Volume 4 by Emily Maynard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Benediction by F. Scott Fitzgerald. The Baltimore station was hot and crowded, so Lois was forced to stand by the telegraph desk for interminable, sticky seconds, while a clerk with big front teeth counted and recounted a large lady's day message to determine whether it contained the innocuous 49 words or the fatal 51. Lois, waiting, decided she wasn't quite sure of the address, so she took the letter out of her bag and ran over it again. "Darling," it began, "I understand, and I'm happier than life ever meant me to be. If I could give you the things you've always been in tune with, but I can't, Lois. We can't marry, and we can't lose each other and let all this glorious love end in nothing. Until your letter came, dear, I'd been sitting here in the half-dark and thinking where I could go and ever forget you. Abroad, perhaps, to drift through Italy or Spain and dream away the pain of having lost you where the crumbling ruins of older, mellower civilizations would mirror only the desolation of my heart. And then your letter came. Sweetest, bravest girl, if you'll wire me, I'll meet you in Wilmington. Till then, I'll be here just waiting and hoping for every long dream of you to come true. Howard." She had read the letter so many times that she knew it word by word, yet it still startled her. In it she found many reflections of the man who wrote it, the mingled sweetness and sadness in his dark eyes, the furtive, restless excitement she felt sometimes when he talked to her, his dreamy sensuousness that lulled her mind to sleep. Lois was 19 and very romantic, and curious, and courageous. The large lady and the clerk having compromised on 50 words, Lois took a blank and wrote her telegram, and there were no overtones to the finality of her decision. It's just destiny, she thought. It's just the way things work out in this damn world. If cowardice is all that's been holding me back, there won't be any more holding back, so we'll just let things take their course and never be sorry. The clerk scanned her telegram. "Arrived Baltimore today. Spend day with my brother. Meet me in Wilmington 3 p.m. Wednesday. Love, Lois." 54 cents, said the clerk admiringly. And never be sorry, thought Lois, and never be sorry. Chapter 2. Trees filtering light onto dapple grass. Trees like tall, languid ladies with feather fans coquetting airily with the ugly roof of the monastery. Trees like butlers bending courteously over placid walks and paths. Trees over the hills on either side, and scattering out in clumps and lines and woods all through eastern Maryland. Delicate lace on the hems of many yellow fields, dark, opaque backgrounds for flowered bushes or wild climbing gardens. Some of the trees were very gay and young, but the monastery trees were older than the monastery, which by true monastic standards wasn't very old at all. And as a matter of fact, it wasn't technically called a monastery, but only a seminary. Nevertheless, it shall be a monastery here, despite its Victorian architecture, or its Edward VII editions, or even its Woodrow Wilsonian patented last-a-century roofing. Out behind was the farm, where half a dozen lay brothers were sweating lustily as they moved with deadly efficiency around the vegetable gardens. To the left, behind a row of elms, was an informal baseball diamond where 3 novices were being batted out by a 4th amid great chasings and puffings and blowings. And in front, as a great mellow bell boomed the half-hour, a swarm of black human leaves were blown over the checkerboard of paths under the courteous trees. Some of these black leaves were very old, with cheeks furrowed like the first ripples of a splashed pool. Then there was a scattering of middle-aged leaves, whose forms, when viewed in profile in their revealing gowns, were beginning to be faintly unsymmetrical. These carried thick volumes of Thomas Aquinas and Henry James and Cardinal Mercier and Immanuel Kant, and many bulging notebooks filled with lecture data. But most numerous were the young leaves, blond boys of 19 with very stern, conscientious expressions, men in the late 20s with a keen self-assurance from having taught out in the world for 5 years, several hundreds of them from city and town and country in Maryland and Pennsylvania and Virginia and West Virginia and Delaware. There were many Americans and some Irish and some tough Irish and a few French and several Italians and Poles, and they walked informally, arm in arm, with each other in 2s and 3s or in long rows, almost universally distinguished by the straight mouth and the considerable chin. For this was the Society of Jesus, founded in Spain 500 years before by a tough-minded soldier who trained men to hold a breach or a salon, preach a sermon or write a treaty, and do it and not argue. Lois got out of a bus into the sunshine down by the outer gate. She was 19, with yellow hair and eyes that people were tactful enough not to call green. When men of talent saw her in a streetcar, they often furtively produced little stub pencils and backs of envelopes and tried to sum up that profile, or the thing that the eyebrows did to her eyes. Later they looked at their results and usually tore them up with wondering sighs. Though Lois was very jauntily attired in an expensively appropriate traveling affair, she did not linger to pat out the dust which covered her clothes, but started up the central walk with curious glances at either side. Her face was very eager and expectant, yet she hadn't at all that glorified expression that girls wear when they arrive for a senior prom at Princeton or New Haven. Still, as there were no senior proms here, perhaps it didn't matter. She was wondering what he would look like, whether she'd possibly know him from his picture. In the picture, which hung over her mother's bureau at home, he seemed very young and hollow-cheeked and rather pitiful, with only a well-developed mouth and an ill-fitting probationer's gown to show that he had already made a momentous decision about his life. Of course he had been only 19 then, and now he was 36. Didn't look like that at all. In recent snapshots he was much broader and his hair had grown a little thin, but the impression of her brother she had always retained was that of the big picture, and so she had always been a little sorry for him. What a life for a man! 17 years of preparation, and he wasn't even a priest yet. Wouldn't be for another year. Lois had an idea that this was all going to be rather solemn if she let it be, but she was going to give her very best imitation of undiluted sunshine, the imitation she could give even when her head was splitting, or when her mother had a nervous breakdown, or when she was particularly romantic and curious and courageous. This brother of hers undoubtedly needed cheering up, and he was going to be cheered up whether he liked it or not. As she drew near the great, homely front door, she saw a man break suddenly away from a group and, pulling up the skirts of his gown, run toward her. He was smiling, she noticed, and he looked very big and reliable. She stopped and waited, knew that her heart was beating unusually fast. "Lois!" he cried, and in a second she was in his arms. She was suddenly trembling. "Lois!" he cried again. "Why, this is wonderful! I can't tell you, Lois, how much I've looked forward to this. Why, Lois, you're beautiful!" Lois gasped. His voice, though restrained, was vibrant with energy, and that odd sort of enveloping personality she had thought that she only of the family possessed. I'm mighty glad too, Keith. She flushed, but not unhappily, at this first use of his name. Lois, 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 he repeated in wonder. Child, we'll go in here a minute because I want you to meet the rector, and then we'll walk around. I have 1,000 things to talk to you about. His voice became graver. How's Mother? She looked at him for a moment, and then said something that she had not intended to say at all, the very sort of thing she had resolved to avoid. Oh, Keith, she's getting worse all the time, every way. He nodded slowly, as if he understood. Nervous. Well, you can tell me about that later. Now, she was in a small study with a large desk, saying something to a little jovial, white-haired priest who retained her hand for some seconds. So this is Lois. He said it as if he had heard of her for years. He entreated her to sit down. 2 other priests arrived enthusiastically and shook hands with her, and addressed her as Keith's little sister, which he found she didn't mind a bit. How assured they seemed. She had expected a certain shyness, reserve at least. There were several jokes unintelligible to her, which seemed to delight everyone, and the little Father Rector referred to the trio of them as, quote, dim old monks, which she appreciated because, of course, they weren't monks at all. She had a lightning impression that they were especially fond of Keith. The Father Rector had called him Keith, and one of the others had kept a hand on his shoulder all through the conversation. Then she was shaking hands again, and promising to come back a little later for some ice cream, and smiling and being rather absurdly happy. She told herself that it was because Keith was so delighted in showing her off. Then she and Keith were strolling along a path, arm in arm, and he was informing her what an absolute jewel the Father Rector was. Lois, he broke off suddenly, I want to tell you before we go any farther how much it means to me to have you come up here. I think it was mighty sweet of you. I know what a gay time you've been having. Lois gasped. She was not prepared for this. At first, when she had conceived the plan of taking the hot journey down to Baltimore, staying the night with a friend, and then coming out to see her brother, she had felt rather consciously virtuous, hoped he wouldn't be priggish or resentful about her not having come before, but walking here with him under the trees seemed such a little thing, and surprisingly a happy thing. Why, Keith, she said quickly, you know I couldn't have waited a day longer. I saw you when I was 5, but of course I didn't remember. And how could I have gone on without practically ever having seen my only brother? It was mighty sweet of you, Lois, he repeated. Lois blushed. He did have personality. I want you to tell me all about yourself, he said after a pause. Of course I have a general idea what you and Mother did in Europe those 14 years. And then we were all so worried, Lois, when you had pneumonia and couldn't come down with Mother. Let's see, that was 2 years ago. And then, well, I've seen your name in the papers, but it's all been so unsatisfactory. I haven't known you, Lois. She found herself analyzing his personality as she analyzed the personality of every man she met. She wondered if the effect of intimacy that he gave was bred by his constant repetition of her name. He said it as if he loved the word, as if it had an inherent meaning to him. Then you were at school, he continued. Yes, at Farmington. Mother wanted me to go to a convent, but I didn't want to. She cast a side glance at him to see if he would resent this, but he only nodded slowly. Had enough convents abroad, eh? Yes, and Keith, convents are different there anyway. Here, even in the nicest ones, there are so many common girls. He nodded again. Yes, he agreed, I suppose there are, and I know how you feel about it. It grated on me here at first, Lois, though I wouldn't say that to anyone but you. We're rather sensitive, you and I, to things like this. You mean the men here? Yes, some of them, of course, were fine, the sort of men I'd always been thrown with, but there were others. A man named Regan, for instance. I hated the fellow, and now he's about the best friend I have. A wonderful character, Lois. You'll meet him later. Sort of man you'd like to have with you in a fight. Lois was thinking that Keith was the sort of man she'd like to have with her in a fight. How did you first happen to do it? She asked, rather shyly. To come here, I mean. Of course, Mother told me the story about the Pullman car. Oh, that. He looked rather annoyed. Tell me that. I'd like to hear you tell it." "Oh, it's nothing except what you probably know. It was evening, and I'd been riding all day and thinking about 100 things, Lois, and then suddenly I had a sense that someone was sitting across from me, felt that he'd been there for some time, and had a vague idea that he was another traveler. All at once he leaned over toward me, and I heard a voice say, 'I want you to be a priest. That's what I want.' Well, I jumped up and cried out, 'Oh, my God, not that!' Made an idiot of myself before about 20 people. You see, there wasn't anyone sitting there at all. A week after that, I went to the Jesuit college in Philadelphia and crawled up the last flight of stairs to the rector's office on my hands and knees." There was another silence, and Lois saw that her brother's eyes wore a faraway look, that he was staring unseeingly out over the sunny fields. She was stirred by the modulations of his voice and the sudden silence that seemed to flow about him when he finished speaking. She noticed now that his eyes were of the same fiber as hers, with the green left out, and that his mouth was much gentler, really, than in the picture. Or was it that the face had grown up to it lately? He was getting a little bald just on the top of his head. She wondered if that was from wearing a hat so much. It seemed awful for a man to grow bald and no one to care about it. "Were you pious when you were young, Keith?" she asked. "You know what I mean. Were you religious? If you don't mind these personal questions." "Yes," he said, with his eyes still far away, and she felt that his intense abstraction was as much a part of his personality as his attention. "Yes, I suppose I was, when I was sober." Lois thrilled slightly. "Did you drink?" He nodded. "I was on the way to making a bad hash of things." He smiled, and turning his gray eyes on her, changed the subject. "Child, tell me about Mother. I know it's been awfully hard for you there lately. I know you've had to sacrifice a lot and put up with a great deal, and I want you to know how fine of you I think it is. I feel, Lois, that you're sort of taking the place of both of us there." Lois thought quickly how little she had sacrificed, how lately she had constantly avoided her nervous, half-invalid mother. "Youth shouldn't be sacrificed to age, Keith," she said steadily. "I know," he sighed, "and you oughtn't to have the weight on your shoulders, child. I wish I were there to help you." She saw how quickly he had turned her remark, and instantly she knew what this quality was that he gave off. He was sweet. Her thoughts went off on a sidetrack, and then she broke the silence with an odd remark. "Sweetness is hard," she said suddenly. "What?" "Nothing," she denied in confusion. "I didn't mean to speak aloud. I was thinking of a conversation with a man named Freddie Keble." "Maury Keble's brother?" "Yes," she said, rather surprised to think of him having known Maury Keble. Still, there was nothing strange about it. "Well, he and I were talking about sweetness a few weeks ago. Oh, I don't know. I said that a man named Howard, that a man I knew, was sweet, and he didn't agree with me, and we began talking about what sweetness in a man was. He kept telling me I meant a sort of soppy softness, but I knew I didn't. Yet I didn't know exactly how to put it. I see now. I meant just the opposite. I suppose real sweetness is a sort of hardness and strength." Keith nodded. "I see what you mean. I've known old priests who had it." "I'm talking about young men," she said rather defiantly. They had reached now the deserted baseball diamond, and, pointing her to a wooden bench, he sprawled full length on the grass. "Are these young men happy here, Keith?" "Don't they look happy, Lois?" "I suppose so, but those young ones, those two we just passed, are they... "Are they signed up?" he laughed. "No, but they will be next month." "Permanently?" "Yes, unless they break down mentally or physically. Of course, in a discipline like ours, a lot drop out." "But those boys, are they giving up fine chances outside, like you did?" He nodded. "Some of them." "But, Keith, they don't know what they're doing. They haven't had any experience of what they're missing." "No, I suppose not." "It doesn't seem fair. Life has just sort of scared them at first. Do they all come in so young?" No, some of them have knocked around, led pretty wild lives. Regan, for instance. I should think that sort would be better, she said meditatively. Men that had seen life. No, said Keith earnestly. I'm not sure that knocking about gives a man the sort of experience he can communicate to others. Some of the broadest men I've known have been absolutely rigid about themselves, and reformed libertines are a notoriously intolerant class. Don't you think so, Lois? She nodded, still meditative, and he continued. It seems to me that when one weak person goes to another, it isn't help they want. It's a sort of companionship in guilt, Lois. After you were born, when Mother began to get nervous, she used to go and weep with a certain Mrs. Comstock. Lord, it used to make me shiver. She said it comforted her, poor old Mother. No, I don't think that to help others you've got to show yourself at all. Real help comes from a stronger person whom you respect, and their sympathy is all the bigger because it's impersonal. But people want human sympathy, objected Lois. They want to feel the other person's been tempted. Lois, in their hearts they want to feel that the other person's been weak. That's what they mean by human. Here in this old monkery, Lois, he continued with a smile, they try to get all that self-pity and pride in our own wills out of us right at the first. They put us to scrubbing floors and other things. It's like that idea of saving your life by losing it. You see, we sort of feel that the less human a man is, in your sense of human, the better servant he can be to humanity. We carry it out to the end, too. When one of us dies, his family can't even have him then. He's buried here under a plain wooden cross with 1,000 others. His tone changed suddenly, and he looked at her with a great brightness in his gray eyes. But way back in a man's heart, there are some things that he can't get rid of. And one of them is that I'm awfully in love with my little sister. With a sudden impulse, she knelt beside him in the grass, and leaning over, kissed his forehead. You're hard, Keith, she said, and I love you for it. And you're sweet. Chapter 3. Back in the reception room, Lois met a half-dozen more of Keith's particular friends. There was a young man named Jarvis, rather pale and delicate-looking, who, she knew, must be a grandson of old Mrs. Jarvis at home, and she mentally compared this ascetic with a brace of his riotous uncles. And there was Regan, with a scarred face and piercing, intent eyes that followed her about the room and often rested on Keith with something very like worship. She knew then what Keith had meant about a good man to have with you in a fight. He's the missionary type, she thought vaguely. China or something. I want Keith's sister to show us what the shimmy is, demanded one young man with a broad grin. Lois laughed. I'm afraid the Father Rector would send me shimmying out the gate. Besides, I'm not an expert. I'm sure it wouldn't be the best for Jimmy's soul anyway, said Keith solemnly. He's inclined to brood about things like shimmies. They were just starting to do the mashish, wasn't it, Jimmy? When he became a monk, and it haunted him his whole first year. You'd see him when he was peeling potatoes, putting his arm around the bucket and making irreligious motions with his feet. There was a general laugh in which Lois joined. An old lady who comes here to Mass sent Keith this ice cream, whispered Jarvis under a cover of the laugh, because she heard you were coming. It's pretty good, isn't it? There were tears trembling in Lois's eyes. Chapter 4. Then half an hour later, over in the chapel, things suddenly went all wrong. It was several years since Lois had been at Benediction, and at first she was thrilled by the gleaming monstrance with its central spot of white, the air rich and heavy with incense, and the sun shining through the stained glass window of St. Francis Xavier overhead and falling in warm red tracery on the cassock of the man in front of her. But at the first notes of the O Salutaris Hostia, a heavy weight seemed to descend upon her soul. Keith was on her right and young Jarvis on her left, and she stole uneasy glances at both of them. What's the matter with me? She thought impatiently. She looked again. Was there a certain coldness in both their profiles that she had not noticed before, a pallor about the mouth, and a curious set expression in their eyes? She shivered slightly. They were like dead men. She felt her soul recede suddenly from Keith's. This was her brother. This unnatural person. She caught herself in the act of a little laugh. What is the matter with me? She passed her hand over her eyes, and the weight increased. The incense sickened her, and a stray, ragged note from one of the tenors in the choir grated on her ear like the shriek of a slate pencil. She fidgeted, and raising her hand to her hair, touched her forehead, found moisture on it. It's hot in here, hot as the deuce. Again she repressed a faint laugh, and then in an instant the weight on her heart suddenly diffused into cold fear. It was that candle on the altar. It was all wrong. Wrong. Why didn't somebody see it? There was something in it. There was something coming out of it, taking form and shape above it. She tried to fight down her rising panic, told herself it was the wick. If the wick wasn't straight, candles did something, but they didn't do this. With incalculable rapidity, a force was gathering within her, a tremendous assimilative force, drawing from every sense, every corner of her brain, and as it surged up inside her, she felt an enormous, terrified repulsion. She drew her arms in close to her side, away from Keith and Jarvis. Something in that candle. She was leaning forward. In another moment she felt she would go forward toward it. Didn't anyone see it? Anyone? Ah! She felt a space beside her, and something told her that Jarvis had gasped and sat down very suddenly. Then she was kneeling, and as the flaming monstrance slowly left the altar in the hands of the priest, she heard a great rushing noise in her ears. The crash of the bells was like hammer blows. And then, in a moment that seemed eternal, a great torrent rolled over her heart. There was a shouting there, and a lashing as of waves. She was calling, felt herself calling for Keith, her lips mouthing the words that would not come. Keith! Oh, my God, Keith! Suddenly she became aware of a new presence, something external, in front of her, consummated and expressed in warm red tracery. Then she knew. It was the window of St. Francis Xavier. Her mind gripped at it, clung to it finally, and she felt herself calling again, endlessly, impotently. Keith! Keith! Then out of a great stillness came a voice. Blessed be God! With a gradual rumble sounded the response, rolling heavily through the chapel. Blessed be God! The words sang instantly in her heart. The incense lay mystically and sweetly peaceful upon the air, and the candle on the altar went out. Blessed be his holy name! Blessed be his holy name! Everything blurred into a swinging mist. With a sound half-gasp, half-cry, she rocked on her feet and reeled backward into Keith's suddenly outstretched arms. Chapter 5. Lie still, child. She closed her eyes again. She was on the grass outside, pillowed on Keith's arms, and Regan was dabbing her head with a cold towel. I'm all right, she said quietly. I know, but just lie still a minute longer. It was too hot in there. Jarvis felt it too. She laughed as Regan again touched her gingerly with a towel. I'm all right, she repeated. But though a warm peace was filling her mind and heart, she felt oddly broken and chastened, as if someone had held her stripped soul up and laughed. Chapter 6. Half an hour later she walked leaning on Keith's arm down the long central path toward the gate. It's been such a short afternoon, he sighed, and I'm so sorry you were sick, Lois. Keith, I'm feeling fine now, really. I wish you wouldn't worry. Poor old child, I didn't realize that Benediction'd be a long service for you after your hot trip out here and all. She laughed cheerfully. I guess the truth is I'm not much used to Benediction. Mass is the limit of my religious exertions. She paused and then continued quickly. I don't want to shock you, Keith, but I can't tell you how inconvenient being a Catholic is. It really doesn't seem to apply anymore. As far as morals go, some of the wildest boys I know are Catholics, and the brightest boys, I mean the ones who think and read a lot, don't seem to believe in much of anything anymore. Tell me about it. The bus won't be here for another half hour. They sat down on a bench by the path. For instance, Gerald Carter. He's published a novel. He absolutely roars when people mention immortality. And then another man I've known well lately, who was Phi Beta Kappa at Harvard, says that no intelligent person can believe in supernatural Christianity. He says Christ was a great socialist, though. Am I shocking you?" She broke off suddenly. Keith smiled. "You can't shock a monk. He's a professional shock absorber." "Well," she continued, "that's about all. It seems so narrow. Church schools, for instance. There's more freedom about things that Catholic people can't see, like birth control." Keith winced almost imperceptibly, but Lois saw it. "Oh," she said quickly, "everybody talks about everything now. It's probably better that way." "Oh, yes, much better. Well, that's all, Keith. I just wanted to tell you why I'm a little lukewarm at present." "I'm not shocked, Lois. I understand better than you think. We all go through those times. But I know it'll come out all right, child. There's that gift of faith that we have, you and I, that'll carry us past the bad spots." He rose as he spoke, and they started again down the path. "I want you to pray for me sometimes, Lois. I think your prayers would be about what I need, because we've come very close in these few hours, I think." Her eyes were suddenly shining. "Oh, we have," she cried. "I feel closer to you now than to anyone in the world." He stopped suddenly and indicated the side of the path. "We might... just a minute." It was a Pietà, a life-size statue of the Blessed Virgin set within a semicircle of rocks. Feeling a little self-conscious, she dropped on her knees beside him and made an unsuccessful attempt at prayer. She was only half through when he rose. He took her arm again. "I wanted to thank her for letting us have this day together," he said simply. Lois felt a sudden lump in her throat, and she wanted to say something that would tell him how much it had meant to her too, but she found no words. "I'll always remember this," he continued, his voice trembling a little. "This summer day with you. It's been just what I expected. You're just what I expected, Lois." "I'm awfully glad, Keith. You see, when you were little, they kept sending me snapshots of you, first as a baby and then as a child in socks playing on the beach with a pail and shovel, and then suddenly as a wistful little girl with wondering, pure eyes, and I used to build dreams about you. A man has to have something living to cling to. I think, Lois, it was your little white soul I tried to keep near me, even when life was at its loudest and every intellectual idea of God seemed the sheerest mockery. And desire and love and a million things came up to me and said, 'Look here at me. See? I'm life. You're turning your back on it.' All the way through that shadow, Lois, I could always see your baby soul flitting on ahead of me, very frail and clear and wonderful." Lois was crying softly. They had reached the gate, and she rested her elbow on it and dabbed furiously at her eyes. "And then later, child, when you were sick, I knelt all one night and asked God to spare you for me, for I knew then that I wanted more. He had taught me to want more. I wanted to know you moved and breathed in the same world with me. I saw you growing up, that white innocence of yours, changing to a flame and burning to give light to other weaker souls. And then I wanted some day to take your children on my knee and hear them call the crabbed old monk Uncle Keith." He seemed to be laughing now as he talked. "Oh, Lois, I was asking God for more then. I wanted the letters you'd write me and the place I'd have at your table. I wanted an awful lot, Lois dear." "You've got me, Keith," she sobbed. "You know it. Say you know it. Oh, I'm acting like a baby, but I didn't think you'd be this way. And oh, Keith, Keith." He took her hand and patted it softly. "Here's the bus. You'll come again, won't you?" She put her hands on his cheeks, and drawing his head down, pressed her tear-wet face against his. "Oh, Keith, brother, some day I'll tell you something." He helped her in, saw her take down her handkerchief and smile bravely at him as the driver kicked his whip and the bus rolled off. Then a thick cloud of dust rose around it, and she was gone. For a few minutes he stood there on the road, his hand on the gatepost, his lips half parted in a smile. "Lois," he said aloud in a sort of wonder. "Lois, Lois." Later, some probationers passing noticed him kneeling before the Pietà, and coming back after a time found him still there. And he was there until twilight came down, and the courteous trees grew garrulous overhead, and the crickets took up their burden of song in the dusky grass. Chapter 7. The first clerk in the telegraph booth in the Baltimore station whistled through his buck teeth at the second clerk. "Smatter. See that girl? No, the pretty one with the big black dots on her veil." "Too late. She's gone." "You missed something." "What about her?" "Nothing, except she's damn good looking. Came in here yesterday and sent a wire to some guy to meet her somewhere. Then a minute ago she came in with a telegram all written out and was standing there going to give it to me when she changed her mind or something and all of a sudden tore it up." The first clerk came around the counter and, picking up the 2 pieces of paper from the floor, put them together idly. The second clerk read them over his shoulder and subconsciously counted the words as he read. There were just 13. "This is in the way of a permanent goodbye. I should suggest Italy. Lois." "Tore it up, eh?" said the second clerk. End of Benediction by F. Scott Fitzgerald.
The Burial of Romeo and Juliet by Richard Le Gallienne. Read for Love Stories Volume 4 by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in August 2021. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. One morning of all mornings, the citizens of Verona were startled by strange news. Tragic forces to which they had been accustomed to pay little heed had been at work in their city during the dark hours, and young Romeo of the Montagues, handsome, devil-may-care lad as they had known him, and little Juliet of the Capulets, that madcap, merry, gentle young mistress, lay dead, side by side, in the church of Santa Maria. Death? Surely they were used to death, and love, flower of the clove, they were used to love. But here were love and death, that somehow they could not understand. So they hurried in wondering groups to Santa Maria, that they might gaze at the dead lovers, and thus perhaps come to understand. Romeo and Juliet lay receiving their guests in the vault of the Capulets with a strange smile of welcome for all who came. And their presence chamber was bright with candles and flowers, and sweet with the sweet smell of death. The air that had drunk in their wild words and their last long looks of heavenly love still hung about the dark corners, as the air where a rose has been holds a little while the memory of its breath. Yes, that morning, in that dank but shining tomb, you might draw into you the very breath of love. The air you breathed had passed through the sweet lungs of Juliet. It had been etherealized with her holy passion and washed clean with her lovely words. And now, for a little while yet, it feasted on the fair peace of their glad young faces. Tomorrow, or the next day, or the next, they would belong to the unvisited treasure house of the past. But now, this morning of all mornings, this day that could never come again, they still belonged to the real and radiant present. Flowers there are that bloom but once in 100 years, but here in this tomb had blossomed one of those marvelous flowers that bloom but once throughout eternity. Poets and kings in after times, O men of Verona, will yearn to have seen what you look upon today. For you thick and greasy citizens, are chosen out of all time to behold this beauty. There were once in the world thousands of men and women who had heard the very words of Christ as they fell from his lips, words that we may only read. There have been men, actual, living, foolish men, who have looked on at the valor of Horatius, men who from the crowded banks of the Nile have watched the living body of Cleopatra step into her gilded barge. Men who, standing idle in the streets of Florence, have seen the love-light start in the great Dante's eyes, seen his hand move to his laden heart as the little Beatrice passed him by among her maidens. Base men of the past, by the indulgent accident of time, have been granted to behold these wonders, and now for you, O men of Verona, a like wonder has been born. Romeo and Juliet lay receiving their guests in the vault of the Capulets with a strange smile of welcome for all who came. It had been an innocent little desire, yet had all the world come against it. It had been a simple little desire, yet too strong for all the world to break. Strange this enmity of the world to love, as though men should take arms against the song of a bird or plot against the opening of a flower. But now, what was this strange homage to a love that a few hours ago had no friend in all the daylight, a fearful bliss beneath the secret moon? But yesterday a stupid old nurse, a herb-gathering friar, a rascally apothecary had been their only friends, and now was all the world come here to do their bidding. No need to steal again beneath the shade of orchard walls, no need again to heed if lark or nightingale sang in the reddening east, for the world had grown all warm to love, warm and kind as June to a rose. 3 days lay Romeo and Juliet, receiving their guests in the vault of the Capulets, with that strange smile of welcome for all who came. 3 days the world worshipped the love it could not understand, but still came dense and denser throngs to worship. For the news of the wonderful flower that had blossomed in Verona had gone far and wide, and travelers from distant cities kept pouring in to look at those strange young lovers who had deemed the world well lost, so that they might leave it together. Then the governor of the city decreed, as the time drew near when the two lovers must be left to their peace, and it was ill that any should lose the sight of this marvel, that on the 4th day they should be carried through the streets in the eyes of all the people, and then be buried together in the vault of the Capulets. For by this burial in the same tomb, says the old chronicler who was first honored with the telling of their sweet story, the governor hoped to bring about a peace between the Montagues and the Capulets, at least for a little while. Meanwhile, though Veronica was a city of many trades and professions, and love and death were idle things, yet was there little said of business all these days, and little else done but talk of the two lovers, of whom indeed it was true, as it has seldom been true out of Holy Writ, that death was swallowed up in victory. During these days also there stole a strange sweetness over the city, as though the very spirit of love had nested there, and was filling the air with its soft breathing, as when in the first days of spring the birds sing so sweetly that broken hearts must hide away, and hard hearts grow a little kind. Men once more spoke kindly to their wives, and even coarse faces wore a gentle light, just as sometimes at evening the setting sun will turn to tenderness even black rocks and frowning towers. There were many wild stories afloat about the end of the lovers. Some said one way and some another. By some the story went that Romeo was already dead before Juliet had awakened from her swoon. But others declared that the poison had not worked upon him until Juliet's awakening had made him a while forget that he was to die. There were those who professed to know the very words of their wild farewell, and in fact there had been several witnesses of Juliet's agony over the body of her lord. These had told how first she raved and clung to him, and called him Romeo, sweet Sir Romeo, husband, and many flower-like names, and had petted him and wooed him to come back. Then on a sudden she had cried, God a mercy, how cold thou art, and looked at him long and strangely. Then had she grown stern, and anon soft. Canst thou not come back, my love? Then must I follow thee. Not so far art thou on the way of death, but that I shall overtake thee, and together we shall go to Pluto's realm and seek a kinder world. Thereat she had plunged Romeo's dagger into her side, though some had said she had stopped her heart's beating by the strong will of her great love. Yea, such were the distracted rumors. Some averred that at the last she had cursed Christ and his saints and called upon Venus, who, it was rumored in awestruck whispers, was being worshipped once more in the secret corners of the world. It was strong noon when, on the fourth day, Romeo and Juliet were carried through the bright and solemn streets, that the world might be saved as ever by the spectacle and the worship of a mysterious nobility, an uncomprehended greatness, a beauty which haunts not its daily dreams, lifted up by the humble gaze of devout eyes into the empyrean of greater souls, stirred to an unfamiliar passion, and fired with glimpses of a strange, unworldly truth. In the light of the sun, the faces of the two lovers, as they lay amid their flowers, seemed to have grown a little weary, but they still wore their sweet and royal smile, and their laurelled brows were very white and proud. And in the faces that looked upon them as they moved slowly by, with sweet death music and the hushed marching of feet and the wafted odor of lilies, there was to be seen, strangely blent, a great pity for their tragedy and a heavenly tenderness for their love. It was like a dream passing down the streets of a dream. So deep and tender was the silence, for only the hearts of men were speaking, though here and there a girl sobbed, or a young man buried his face in his sleeve, and the sternest eyes were dashed with the holy water of tears. And with the pity and tenderness, who shall say but that in all the silent heart speech there was no little envy of the two who had loved so truly and died in the springtide of their love, before the ways of love had grown dusty with its summer or dreary with its autumn, before the dreams had petrified into duties and its passion deadened into use. Would it were thou and I, said many wedded eyes one to the other, delusively warm and soft for a moment, but all cold and hard again on the morrow. And maybe some poet would say in his heart, if you loved her living, my Romeo, what were your love could you but see her dead? For indeed life has no beauty so wonderful as the beauty of death. And as in all places and times, there was a base remnant that gaped and worshipped not, and in their hearts resented all this distinction paid to a nobility they could not recognize, as the like had grumbled when Cimabue's Madonna had been carried through the streets in glory. But of these there is no need that we should take account, any more than of the beasts that moved head down amid the pastures outside the town, knowing not of the wonder that was passing within. For the ass will munch his thistles, though the Son of Man be his rider, nor will the sheep look aside from his grazing, though Apollo be the herdsman. At length the sacred pageant was ended, gone like the passing of an aerial music, and the people went to their homes silent, with haunted eyes, while the earth, which had given this beauty, took it back to herself, and one more Persephone of human loveliness was shut within the gates of the forgetful grave. End of The Burial of Romeo and Juliet by Richard Le Gallienne.
The Comic Lovers by Jerome K. Jerome. Recorded for Love Stories, Volume 4 by William Jones. The Comic Lovers. Oh, they are funny. The comic lover's mission in life is to serve as a sort of relief to the misery caused the audience by the other characters in the play. And all that is wanted now is something that'll be a relief to the comic lovers. They have nothing to do with the play, but they come on immediately after anything very sad has happened and make love. This is why we watch sad scenes on the stage with such patience. We are not eager for them to be got over. Maybe they are very uninteresting scenes as well as sad ones, and they make us yawn. but we have no desire to see them hurried through. The longer they take, the better pleased we are. We know that when they are finished, the comic lovers will come on. They are always very rude to each other, the comic lovers. Everybody is more or less rude and insulting to everybody else on the stage. They call it repartee there. We tried the effect of a little stage repartee once upon some people in real life, and we wished we hadn't afterward. It was too subtle for them. They summoned us before a magistrate for using language calculated to cause a breach of the peace. We were fined £2 and costs. They are more lenient to wit and humor on the stage, and know how to encourage the art of vituperation. But the comic lovers carry the practice almost to excess. They are more than rude, they are abusive. They insult each other from morning to night. What their married life will be like, we shudder to think. In the various slanging matches and bully-ragging competitions which form their courtship, it is always the maiden that is most successful. Against her merry flow of invective and her girlish wealth of offensive personalities, the insolence and abuse of her boyish adorer cannot stand for one moment. To give an idea of how the comic lovers woo, we perhaps cannot do better than subjoin the following brief example. The scene: main thoroughfare in a populous district of London. Time: noon. Not a soul to be seen anywhere. Enter comic loveress R, walking in the middle of the road. Enter comic lover L, also walking in the middle of the road. They neither see the other until they bump into each other in the center. He: why, Jane, who'd have thought of meeting you here? She: you evidently didn't, stupid. Hello? Got out of the bed the wrong side again? I say, Jane, if you go on like that, you'll never get a man to marry you. So I thought when I engaged myself to you. Oh, come, Jane, don't be hard. Well, one of us must be hard. You're soft enough. Yes, I shouldn't want to marry you if I weren't. Ha, ha, ha. Oh, you gibbering idiot. He: so glad I am. We shall make a capital match. Attempts to kiss her. She, slipping away: yes, and you'll find I'm a match that can strike. Fetches him a violent blow over the side of the head. He, holding his jaw, in a literal sense, we mean. I can't help feeling smitten by her. Yes, I'm a bit of a spanker, ain't I? Spanker? I call you a regular stunner. You've nearly made me silly. She, laughing playfully: no, nature did that for you, Joe, long ago. Oh, well, you've made me smart enough now, you boss-eyed old cow, you. Cow, am I? I suppose that's what makes me so fond of a calf, you German sausage on legs. You... oh, go along. Your mother brought you up on sour milk. Yeah, they weaned you on thistles, didn't they? And so on, with such the like badinage do they hang about in the middle of the road, showering derision and contumely upon each other for full 10 minutes, when, with one culminating burst of mutual abuse, they go off together, fighting, and the street is left once more deserted. It is very curious, by the by, how deserted all public places become whenever a stage character is about. it would seem as though ordinary citizens sought to avoid them. We have known a couple of stage villains to have Waterloo Bridge, Lancaster Place, and a bit of the Strand entirely to themselves for nearly quarter of an hour on a summer's afternoon, while they plotted a most diabolical outrage. As for Trafalgar Square, the hero always chooses that spot when he wants to get away from the busy crowd and commune in solitude with his own bitter thoughts. And the good old lawyer leaves his office and goes there to discuss any delicate business over which he particularly does not wish to be disturbed. And they all make speeches there to an extent sufficient to have turned the hair of the late lamented Charles Warren white with horror. But it is all right, because there is nobody near to hear them. As far as the eye can reach, not a living soul is to be seen. Northumberland Avenue, the Strand, and St. Martin's Lane are simply wilderness. The only sign of life about is a bus at the top of Whitehall, and it appears to be blocked. How it has managed to get blocked, we cannot say. It has the whole road to itself, and is, in fact, itself the only traffic for miles around. Yet there it sticks for hours. The police make no attempt to move it on, and the passengers seem quite contented. The Thames Embankment is an even still more lonesome and desolate part. Wounded stage spirits fly from the haunts of men, and leaving the hard, cold world far, far behind them, go and die in peace on the Thames Embankment. And other wanderers, finding their skeletons afterward, bury them there and put up rude crosses over the graves to mark the spot. The comic lovers are often very young, and when people on the stage are young, they are young. He is supposed to be about 16, and she is 15, but they both talk as if they were not more than 7. In real life, boys of 16 know a thing or two, we have generally found. The average boy of 16 nowadays usually smokes Cavendish and does a little on the stock exchange or makes a book. And as for love, he has quite got over it by that age. On the stage, however, the newborn babe is not in it for innocence with the boy lover of 16. So too with the maiden. Most girls of 15 off the stage, so our experience goes, know as much as there is any actual necessity for them to know, Mr. Gilbert notwithstanding. But when we see a young lady of 15 on the stage, we wonder where her cradle is. The comic lovers do not have the facilities for love-making that the hero and heroine do. The hero and heroine have big rooms to make love in, with a fire and plenty of easy chairs, so that they can sit about in picturesque attitudes and do it comfortably. Or, if they want to do it out of doors, they have a ruined abbey with a big stone seat in the center and moonlight. The comic lovers, on the other hand, have to do it standing up all the time in busy streets or in cheerless-looking, curiously narrow rooms in which there is no furniture whatever and no fire. And there is always a tremendous row going on in the house when the comic lovers are making love. Somebody always seems to be putting up pictures in the next room, and putting them up boisterously, too, so that the comic lovers have to shout at each other. End of the Comic Lovers by Jerome K. Jerome. Read by William Jones. Cordelia's Night of Romance by Julian Ralph. Recorded for Love Stories Volume 4 by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cordelia's Night of Romance by Julian Ralph. Cordelia Angeline Mahoney was dressing, as she would say, to keep a date with a beau who would soon be waiting on the corner nearest her home in the big barracks tenement house. She smiled as she heard the shrill catcall of a lad in Forsyth Street. She knew it was Dutch Johnny's signal to Chrissy Bergen to come down and meet him in the street doorway. Presently she heard another call, a bird-like whistle, and she knew which boy's note it was, and which girl it called out of her home for a sidewalk stroll. She smiled, a trifle sadly, and yet triumphantly. She had enjoyed herself when she was no wiser, and looked no higher than the younger barracks girls who took up the boys of the neighborhood as if there were no others. She was in her own little dark inner room, which she shared with only two others of the family, arranging a careful toilet by kerosene light. The photograph of herself in trunks and tights, of which we heard in the story of Elsa Muller's helpless love, was before her, among several portraits of actresses and salaried beauties. She had taken them out from under the paper in the top drawer of the bureau. She always kept them there, and always took them out and spread them in the lamplight when she was alone in her room. She glanced approvingly at the portrait of herself, as a picture of which she had said to more than one girlish confidante that it showed as neat a figure and as perfectly shaped limbs as any actress's she had ever seen. But the suggestion of a frown flitted across her brow as she thought how silly she was to have once been stage-struck, how foolish to have thought that mere beauty could quickly raise a poor girl to a high place on the stage. Julia Fogarty's case proved that. Julia and she were stage-struck together, and where was Julia, or Corinne Belvedere, as she now called herself? She started well as a figurante in a comic opera company uptown, but from that she dropped to a female minstrel troupe in the Bowery, and now Louis Touche told Cordelia she was doing her skirt dance in her picnic park for the sick baby fund and passing her hat round afterwards. And evil was being whispered of her. A pretty high price to pay for such small success, and it must be true, because she sometimes came home late at night in cabs, which are devilish, except where used at funerals. It was Cordelia who attracted Elsa Muller's sweetheart, Yank Hurst, to her side, and left Elsa to die yearning for his return. And it was Cordelia who threw Hurst aside when he took to drink, and stabbed the young man who, during a mere walk from church, took his place beside Cordelia, and yet Cordelia was only ambitious, not wicked. Few men live who could not look twice at her. She was not of the stunted tenement type like her friends Rosie Mulvey and Minnie Beckman and Julie Moriarty. She was tall and large and stately, and yet plump in every outline. Moreover, she had the style of an American girl, and looked as well in $5 worth of clothes, all homemade except her shoes and stockings, as almost any girl in richer circles. It was too bad that she was called a flirt by the young men and stuck-up thing by the girls, when in fact she was merely more shrewd and calculating than the others, who were content to drift out of the primary schools into the shops, and out of the shops into haphazard matrimony. Cordelia was not lovable, but not all of us who are may be better than she. She was monopolized by the hope of getting a man, but a mere alliance with trousers was not the sum of her hope. They must jingle with coin. It was strange, then, that she should be dressing to meet Jerry Donahue, who was no better than Gilly to the Commissioner of Public Works, drawing a small salary from a clerkship he never filled, while he served the Commissioner as a second left hand. But if we could see into Cordelia's mind, we would be surprised to discover that she did not regard herself as flesh and blood Mahoney, but as a romantic Clarice Delamour, and she only thought of Jerry as James the butler. The voracious reader of the novels of today will recall the story of Clarice, or Only a Lady's Maid, which many consider the best of several absorbing tales that Lulu Jane Tilley has written. Cordelia had read it 20 times and almost knew it by heart. Her constant dream was that she could be another Clarice and shape her life like hers. The plot of the novel needs to be briefly told, since it guided Cordelia's course. Clarice was maid to a wealthy society dowager. James the butler fell in love with Clarice when she first entered the household, and she, hearing the servants' gossip about James' savings and salary, had encouraged his attentions. He pressed her to marry him, but young Nicholas Stuyvesant came home from abroad to find his mother ill and Clarice nursing her. Every day he noticed the modest, rosy maid moving noiselessly about like a sunbeam. Her physical perfection profoundly impressed him. In her presence he constantly talked to his mother about his admiration for healthy women. Each evening Clarice reported to him the condition of the mother, and on one occasion mentioned that she had never known ache, pain, or malady in her life. The young man often chatted with her in the drawing-room, and James the butler got his congé. Mr. Stuyvesant induced his mother to make Clarice her companion, and then he met her at picture exhibitions and in Central Park by chance, and next everyone will recall the exciting scene he paid passionate court to her in the pink sewing-room, where she had reclined on soft silken sofa pillows, with her tiny slippers upon the head of a lion whose skin formed a rug before her. Clarice thought him unprincipled and repulsed him. When the widow recovered her health and went to Newport, the former maid met all society there. A gifted lawyer fell a victim to Clarice's charms, and on a moonlit porch overlooking the sea warned her against young Stuyvesant. On learning that the roué had already attempted to weaken the girl's high principles, to rescue her he made her his wife. He was soon after elected mayor of New York, but remained a suitor for his beautiful wife's approbation, waiting upon her in gilded halls with the fidelity of a knight of old. Cordelia adored Clarice, and fancied herself just like her, beautiful, ambitious, poor, with a future of her own carving. Of course, such a case is phenomenal. No other young woman was ever so ridiculous. "You have on your best dress, Cordelia," said her mother. "It'll soon be worn out, and you'll get no other with your father idle, and no one earning a penny but you and Johnny and Sarah Rosabelle. Where are you going?" "I won't be gone long," said Cordelia, half out of the hall door. "Cordelia Angeline, darling," said her mother, "mind now, don't let them be talking about you wherever you go, shaking your skirts and rolling your eyes. It don't look well for a girl to be making herself attractive." "Oh, mother, I'm not attractive, and you know it." With her head full of meeting Jerry Donahue, Cordelia tripped down the 4 flights of stairs to the street door. As Clarice, she thought of Jerry as James the butler. In fact, all the beaux she had ever had of late were so many repetitions of the unfortunate James in her mind. All the other characters in her acquaintance were made to fit more or less loosely into her romance life, and she thought of everything she did as if it all happened in Lulu Jane Tilley's beautiful novel. Let the reader fancy, if possible, what a feat that must have been for a tenement girl, who had never known what it is to have a parlor, in our sense of the word, who had never known courtship to be carried on indoors, except in a tenement hallway, and who had to imagine that the sidewalk flirtations of actual life were meetings in private parks, that the wharves and public squares and tenement roofs where she had seen all the young men and women making love were heavily carpeted drawing rooms, broad manor house verandas, and the fragrant conservatories of luxurious mansions. But Cordelia managed all of this mental necromancy easily to her own satisfaction, and now she was tripping down the bare wooden stairs beside a dark, greasy wall and thinking of her future husband, the rich mayor, who must be either the bachelor police captain of the precinct or George Fletcher, the wealthy and unmarried factory owner nearby, or perhaps Senator Eisenstone, the district leader, who, she was forced to reflect, was an unlikely hero for a Catholic girl, since he was a Hebrew. But just as she reached the street door and decided that Jerry would do well enough as a mere temporary James the butler, and while Jerry was waiting for her on the corner, she stepped from the stoop directly in front of George Fletcher. "Good evening," said the wealthy young employer. "Good evening, Mr. Fletcher." "It's very embarrassing," said Mr. Fletcher. "I know your given name, Cordelia, isn't it? But your last name—" "Oh, thank you, Miss Mahoney. Of course. You know we met at that very queer wedding in the home of my little apprentice Joe, the lineman's wedding, you know." "Hee!" Cordelia giggled. "Wasn't that a terrible, strange wedding? I think it was just terrible." "Were you going somewhere?" "Oh, not at all, Mr. Fletcher," with another nervous giggle or two. "I have no plans on me mind, only to get out of doors. It's terrible hot, ain't it?" "May I take a walk with you, Miss Mahoney?" It seemed to her that if he had called her Clarice, the whole novel would have come true then and there. "I can't be out very late, Mr. Fletcher," said she, with a giggle of delight. "Are you sure I am not disarranging your plans? Had you no engagements?" "Oh, no," said she. "I was only going to go out with me lonely." "Let us take just a short walk, then," said Fletcher. "Only you must be the man and take me in charge, Miss Mahoney, for I never walked with a young lady in my life." "Oh, certainly not. You never did?" "I don't think." "Upon my honor, Miss Mahoney, I know only one woman in this city, Miss Whitfield, the doctor's daughter, who lives in the same house with you, and only one other in the world, my aunt, who brought me up in Vermont." Well, indeed, did Cordelia know this. All the neighborhood knew it, and most of the other girls were conscious of a little flutter in their breasts when his eyes fell upon them in the streets, for it was the gossip of all who knew his workmen that the prosperous ladder builder lived in his factory, where he had spent the life of a monk, without any society except of his canaries, his books, and his workmen. "Well, I declare," sighed Cordelia, "how terrible cunning you men are to get up such a story to make all the girls think you're romantic." But oh, how happy Cordelia was! At last she had met her prince, the future mayor, her sultan of the gilded halls. In that humid, sticky midsummer heat among the tenements, every other woman dragged along as if she weighed 1,000 pounds, but Cordelia felt like a feather floating among clouds. The Babel. Did the reader ever walk up Forsyth Street on a hot night into Second Avenue and across Avenue A and up to Tompkins Park? The noise of the tens of thousands of the pavements makes a babel that drowns the racket of the carts and cars. The talking of so many persons, the squalling of so many babies, the mothers scolding and slapping every third child, the yelling of the children at play, the shouts and loud repartee of the men and women, all these noises rolled together in the air makes a steady hum and roar that not even the breakers on a hard sea beach can equal. You might say the tenements were empty as only the very sick who could not move were in them. For miles and miles they were bare of humanity, each flat, unguarded, and unlocked, with the women on the sidewalk, with the youngest children in arms or in perambulators, while those of the next sizes romped in the streets, with the girls and boys of 14 giggling in groups in the doorways, the age and places where sex first asserts itself, and only the young men and women missing, for they were in the parks, on the wharves, and on the roofs, all frolicking and love-making. And every house front was like a Russian stove, expending the heat it had sucked from the all-day sun, and every door and window breathed bad air, air without oxygen, rich and rank and stifling. But Cordelia was Clarice, the future mayoress. She did not know she was picking a tiresome way around the boys at leapfrog, and the mothers and the babies and baby carriages. She did not notice the smells or feel the bumps she got from those who ran against her. She thought she was in the blue drawing-room at Newport, where a famous Hungarian count was trilling the soft prelude to a czardas on the piano. And Mr. Stuyvesant had just introduced her to the future mayor, who was spellbound by her charms and was by her side a captive. She reached out her hand, and it touched Mr. Fletcher's arm, just as a ragamuffin propelled himself head first against her. And Mr. Fletcher bent his elbow, and her wrist rested in the crook of his arm. Oh, her dream was true! Her dream was true! Mr. Fletcher, on the other hand, was hardly in a more natural relation. He was trying to think how the men talked to women in all the literature he had read. The myriad jokes about the fondness of girls for ice cream recurred to him, and he risked everything on their fidelity to fact. "Are you fond of ice cream?" he inquired. "Oh, no, I don't think," said Cordelia. "What'll you ask next? What girl ain't crushed on ice cream, I'd like to know?" "Do you know of a nice place to get some?" "Do I? The Dutchman's on the avenue, another block up, is the finest in the city. You get more, that is, you get everything way up in G there, with cakes on the side, and it don't cost no more than anywhere else." So to the German's they went, and Clarice fancied herself at the casino in Newport. All the girls around her, who seemed to be trying to swallow the spoons, took on the guise of blue-blooded belles, while the noisy boys and young men calling out, "Hey, gee, fellers, look at Nifty getting out their window without paying," and "Say, Tilly, what kind of cream is that you're feeding your face with?" seemed to her so many millionaires and the exquisite sons thereof. To Mr. Fletcher, the German's backyard saloon, with its green lattice walls and its rusty dead Christmas trees in painted butter kegs, appeared uncommonly brilliant and fine. The fact that whenever he took a swallow of water, the ice cream turned to cold candle grease in his mouth made no difference. He was happy, and Cordelia was in an ecstasy by the time he had paid a shock-headed, bare-armed German waiter, and they were again on the avenue side by side. She put out her hand and rested it on his arm again, to make sure that she was Clarice. One would like to know whether, in the breasts of such as these, familiar environment exerts any remarkable influence. If so, it could have been in but one direction, for that part of town was one vast nursery. Everywhere, on every side, were the swarming babies, a baby for every flagstone in the pavements, babies and little besides babies, except larger children and the mothers, perambulators with 2, even 3 baby passengers, mothers with as many as 5 children trailing after them, babies in broad baggy laps, babies at the breast, babies creeping, toppling, screaming, overflowing into the gutters. Such was the unbroken scene from the big barracks to Tompkins Square, Aye, to Harlem and to the East River, and almost to Broadway. In the park, as if the street scenes had been merely preliminary, the paths were alive, wriggling with babies of every age, from the newborn to the children in pigtails and knickerbockers. And lo, these are already paired and practicing at courtship. The walk that Cordelia was taking was amid a fever, a delirium of maternity, a rhapsody, a baby's opera, if one considered its noise. In that vast region, no one inquired whether marriage was a failure. Nothing that is old and long beloved and human is a failure there. In Tompkins Park, while they dodged babies and stepped around babies and over them, they saw many happy couples on the settees, and they noticed that often the men held their arms around the waists of their sweethearts. Girls, too, in other instances, leaned loving heads against the young men's breasts, blissfully, regardless of publicity. They passed a young man and a woman kissing passionately, as kissing is described by unmarried girl novelists. Cordelia thought it no harm to nudge Mr. Fletcher and whisper, "Sakes alive, they're right in it, ain't they? It's funny when you feel that way, ain't it?" As many another man who does not know the frankness and simplicity of the plain people might have done, Mr. Fletcher misjudged the girl. He thought her the sort of girl he was far from seeking. He grew instantly cold and reserved, and she knew vaguely that she had displeased him. "I think people who make love in public should be locked up," he said. "Some folks want everybody put away that enjoys themselves," said Cordelia. Then, lest she had spoken too strongly, she added, "Present company not intended, Mr. Fletcher. But you said that like them mission folks that come around praising themselves and telling us all we're wicked." "And do you think a girl can be good who behaves so in public?" "I know plenty that's done it," said she, "and I don't know any girls but what's good. They ain't got wings, maybe, but you don't want to monkey with them, neither." He recollected her words for many a year afterward and pondered them, and perhaps they enlarged his understanding. She also often thought of his condemnation of love-making out of doors. Kissing in public, especially promiscuous kissing, she knew to be a debatable pastime, but she also knew that there was not a flat in the big barracks in which a girl could carry on a courtship. Fancy her attempting it in her front room, with the room choked with people, with the baby squalling, and her little brothers and sisters quarreling, with her mother entertaining half a dozen women visitors with tea or beer, and with a man or two dropping in to smoke with her father. Parlor courtship was to her, like precise English, a thing only known in novels. The thought of novels floated her soul back into the dream state. "I think Cordelia's a pretty name," said Fletcher, cold at heart, but struggling to be companionable. "I don't," said Cordelia. "I'm not at all crushed on it. Your name's terribly pretty. I think my 3 names look like a map of Ireland when they're written down. I know a killing name for a girl. It's Clarice. Maybe some day I'll give you a dare. I'll double dare you, maybe to call me Clarice." Oh, if he only would, she thought, if he would only call her so now. But she forgot how unelastic his strange routine of life must have left him, and she did not dream how her behavior in the park had displeased him. "Cordelia is a pretty name," he repeated. "At any rate, I think we should try to make the most and best of whatever name has come to us. I wouldn't sail under false colors for a minute." "Oh," said she, with a giggle to hide her disappointment, "you're so terrible wise. When you talk them big words, you can pass me in a walk." Anxious to display her great conquest to the other girls of the barracks neighborhood, Cordelia persuaded Mr. Fletcher to go to what she called the dock, to enjoy the cool breath of the river. All the piers and wharves were called docks by the people. Those which are semi-public and are rented to miscellaneous excursion and river steamers are crowded nightly. The wharf to which our couple strolled was a mere flooring above the water, edged with a stout string piece, which formed a bench for the mothers. They were there in groups, some seated on the string piece, with babes in arms or with perambulators before them, and others, facing these, standing and joining in the gossip and swaying to and fro to soothe their little ones. Those who gave their offspring to the breast did so publicly, unembarrassed by a modesty they would have considered false. A few youthful couples, boy by girl, girl by boy, sat on the string piece and whispered or bandied fun with those other lovers who patrolled the flooring of the wharf. A gang of rude young men, toughs, walked up and down, teasing the girls, wrestling, scuffling, and roaring out bad language. Troops of children played at leapfrog, high-spy, jackstones, beanbag, hopscotch, and tag. At the far end of the pier, some young men and women waltzed, while a lad on the string piece played for them on his mouth organ. A steady, cool, vivifying breeze from the bay swept across the wharf and fanned all the idlers, and blew out of their heads almost all recollections of the furnace-like heat of the town. Cordelia forgot her desire to display her conquest. She forgot her true self. She likened the wharf to that lordly veranda overlooking the sea, where the future mayor begged Clarice to be his bride. She knew just what she would say when her prince spoke his lines. She and Mr. Fletcher were just about to seat themselves on the great rim of the wharf when an uproar of the harsh, frog-like voices of half-grown men caused them to turn around. They saw Jerry Donahue striding toward them, but with difficulty because of half a dozen lads and youths were endeavoring to hold him back. "That's Mr. Fletcher," they said. "It ain't his fault, Jerry. He's dead square. He's a gent, Jerry." The politician's gilly tore himself away from his friends. The gang of toughs gathered behind the others. Jerry planted himself in front of Cordelia. Evidently he did not know the submissive part he should have played in Cordelia's romance. James, the butler, made no outbreak, but here was Jerry, angry through and through. "You didn't keep the date with me," he began. "Oh, Jerry, I did. I tried, but you—" Cordelia was red with shame. "The hell you didn't. Wasn't I—" "Here," said Mr. Fletcher, "you can't swear at this lady." "Why wouldn't I?" Jerry asked. "What would you do?" "He's right, Jerry. Leave him be, see?" said the chorus of Jerry's friends. "Ah," snarled Jerry, "let him leave me be then. Cordelia, I heard you was a dead fraud, and now I know it. And I'm telling you so, straight, you see. I was a-waiting across the street, and I seen you come out and meet this mug, and you never turned your head to see was I on me post. I seen that, and I'm a-telling your friend just the kind of a racket you gave me, the same's you've given 100 other fellers. Then if he likes it, he knows what he's getting." Jerry was so angry he all but pushed his distorted face against that of the humiliated girl as he denounced her. Mr. Fletcher gently moved her backward a step or two, and advanced to where she had stood. "That will do," he said to Jerry. "I want no trouble, but you've said enough. If there's more, say it to me." "Ah!" exclaimed the gilly, expectorating theatrically over his shoulder. "Me friends is on your side, and I ain't picking no muss with you. But she's got the front of the city hall to do me like she done. And say, fellers, then she was going to give me a song and dance about looking for me. Bah! She knows my opinion of her, see?" The crowd parted to let Mr. Fletcher finish his first evening's gallantry to a lady by escorting Cordelia to her home. It was a chilly and mainly a silent journey. Cordelia falteringly apologized for Jerry's misbehavior, but she inferred from what Mr. Fletcher said that he did not fully join her in blaming the angry youth. Mr. Fletcher touched her fingertips in bidding her good night, and nothing was said of a meeting in the future. Clarice was forgotten, and Cordelia was not only herself again, but quite a miserable self, for her sobs awoke the little brother and sister who shared her bed. End of Cordelia's Night of Romance. A Dog's Tale by Mark Twain, recorded for Love Stories Volume 4 by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Dog's Tale by Mark Twain. Chapter 1. My father was a St. Bernard, my mother was a collie, but I am a Presbyterian. Oh, this is what my mother told me. I do not know these nice distinctions myself. To me, they are only fine large words meaning nothing. My mother had a fondness for such. She liked to say them and see other dogs look surprised and envious, as wondering how she got so much education. But indeed it was not real education. It was only show. She got the words by listening in the dining room and drawing room when there was company, and by going with the children to Sunday school and listening there. And whenever she heard a large word, she said it over to herself many times, and so was able to keep it until there was a dogmatic gathering in the neighborhood, when she would get it off and surprise and distress them all, from pocket pup to mastiff, which rewarded her for all her trouble. If there was a stranger, he was nearly sure to be suspicious, and when he got his breath again, he would ask her what it meant. And she always told him. He was never expecting this, but thought he would catch her. So when she told him, he was the one that looked ashamed, whereas he had thought it was going to be she. The others were always waiting for this, and glad of it, and proud of her, for they knew what was going to happen, because they had experience. When she told the meaning of a big word, they were all so taken up with admiration that it never occurred to any dog to doubt if it was the right one. And that was natural, because for one thing, she answered up so promptly that it seemed like a dictionary speaking. And for another thing, where could they find out whether it was right or not? For she was the only cultivated dog there was. By and by, when I was older, she brought home the word unintellectual one time, and worked it pretty hard all week at different gatherings, making much unhappiness and despondency. And it was at this time that I noticed that during the week she was asked for the meaning at 8 different assemblages, and flashed out a fresh definition every time, which showed me that she had more presence of mind than culture, though I said nothing, of course. She had one word which she always kept on hand and ready, like a life-preserver, a kind of emergency word to strap on when she was likely to get washed overboard in a sudden way. That was the word synonymous. When she happened to fetch out a long word which had had its day weeks before, and its prepared meanings gone into her dump pile, if there was a stranger there, of course, it knocked him groggy for a couple of minutes. Then he would come to, and by that time she would be away downwind on another tack, and not expecting anything. So when he'd hail and ask her to cash in, I, the only dog on the inside of her game, could see her canvas flicker a moment, but only just a moment. Then it would belly out taut and full, and she would say, as calm as a summer's day, "It's synonymous with supererogation," or some godless long reptile of a word like that, and go placidly about and skim away on the next tack, perfectly comfortable, you know, and leave that stranger looking profane and embarrassed, and the initiated slatting the floor with their tails in unison and their faces transfigured with a holy joy. And it was the same with phrases. She would drag home a whole phrase if it had a grand sound, and play it 6 nights and 2 matinees, and explain it a new way every time, which she had to, for all she cared for was the phrase. She wasn't interested in what it meant, and knew those dogs hadn't wit enough to catch her anyway. Yes, she was a daisy. She got so she wasn't afraid of anything. She had such confidence in the ignorance of these creatures. She even brought anecdotes that she had heard the family and the dinner guests laugh and shout over. And as a rule, she got the nub of one chestnut hitched to another chestnut where, of course, it didn't fit and hadn't any point. And when she delivered the nub, she fell over and rolled on the floor and laughed and barked in the most insane way, while I could see that she was wondering to herself why it didn't seem as funny as it did when she first heard it. But no harm was done. The others rolled and barked too, privately ashamed of themselves for not seeing the point, and never suspecting that the fault was not with them, and there wasn't any to see. You can see by these things that she was a rather vain and frivolous character. Still, she had virtues, and enough to make up, I think. She had a kind heart and gentle ways, and never harbored resentments for injuries done her, but put them easily out of her mind and forgot them. And she taught her children her kindly ways, and from her we learned also to be brave and prompt in time of danger, and not to run away, but face the peril that threatened friend or stranger, and help him the best we could, without stopping to think what the cost might be to us. And she taught us not by words only, but by example, and that is the best way, and the surest, and the most lasting. Why, the brave things she did, the splendid things! She was just a soldier, and so modest about it. Well, you couldn't help admiring her, and you couldn't help imitating her. Not even a King Charles spaniel could remain entirely despicable in her society. So, as you see, there was more to her than her education. Chapter 2. When I was well grown at last, I was sold and taken away, and I never saw her again. She was broken-hearted, and so was I, and we cried. But she comforted me as well as she could, and said we were sent into this world for a wise and good purpose, and must do our duties without repining, take our life as we might find it, live it for the best good of others, and never mind about the results. They were not our affair. She said men who did like this would have a noble and beautiful reward by and by in another world. And although we animals would not go there, to do well and right without reward would give to our brief lives a worthiness and dignity which in itself would be a reward. She had gathered these things from time to time when she had gone to the Sunday school with the children, and had laid them up in her memory more carefully than she had done with those other words and phrases, and she had studied them deeply for her good and ours. One may see by this that she had a wise and thoughtful head, for all there was so much lightness and vanity in it. So we said our farewells, and looked our last upon each other through our tears. And the last thing she said, keeping it for the last, to make me remember it the better, I think, was, in memory of me, when there is a time of danger to another, do not think of yourself. Think of your mother, and do as she would do. Do you think I could forget that? No. Chapter 3. It was such a charming home, my new one, a fine great house with pictures and delicate decorations and rich furniture, and no gloom anywhere, but all the wilderness of dainty colors lit up with flooding sunshine. And the spacious grounds around it, and the great garden, oh, greensward and noble trees and flowers no end. And I was the same as a member of the family. and they loved me and petted me and did not give me a new name, but called me by my old one that was dear to me because my mother had given it to me, Eileen Mavourine. She got it out of a song, and the Grays knew that song and said it was a beautiful name. Mrs. Gray was 30, and so sweet and so lovely you cannot imagine it. And Sadie was 10, and just like her mother, just a darling, slender little copy of her, with auburn tails down her back and short frocks, and the baby was a year old and plump and dimpled and fond of me, and never could get enough of hauling on my tail and hugging me and laughing out its innocent happiness. And Mr. Gray was 38, and tall and slender and handsome, a little bald in front, alert, quick in his movements, businesslike, prompt, decided, unsentimental, and with that kind of trim, chiseled face that seems to glint and sparkle with frosty intellectuality. He was a renowned scientist. I do not know what that word means, but my mother would know how to use it and get effects. She would know how to depress a rat terrier with it and make a lapdog look sorry he came. But that is not the best one. The best one was laboratory. My mother could organize a trust on that one and would skin the tax collectors off the whole herd. The laboratory was not a book or a picture or a place to wash your hands in, as the college president's dog said. No, that is the lavatory. The laboratory is quite different and is filled with jars and bottles and electrics and wires and strange machines. And every week other scientists came there and sat in the place and used the machines and discussed and made what they called experiments and discoveries. And often I came to and stood around and listened and tried to learn for the sake of my mother and in loving memory of her, although it was a pain to me, as realizing what she was losing out of her life and I gaining nothing at all. For try as I might, I was never able to make anything out of it at all. Other times I lay on the floor in the mistress's workroom and slept. She gently used me for a footstool, knowing it pleased me, for it was a caress. Other times I spent an hour in the nursery and got well tousled and made happy. Other times I watched by the crib there when the baby was asleep and the nurse out for a few minutes on the baby's affairs. Other times I romped and raced through the grounds and the garden with Sadie till we were tired out, then slumbered on the grass in the shade of a tree while she read her book. Other times I went visiting among the neighbor dogs, for there were some most pleasant ones not far away, and one very handsome and courteous and graceful one, a curly-haired Irish setter by the name of Robin Adair, who was a Presbyterian like me, and belonged to the Scotch minister. The servants in our house were all kind to me, and were fond of me, and so, as you see, mine was a pleasant life. There could not be a happier dog than I was, nor a gratefuller one. I will say this for myself, for it is only the truth. I tried in all ways to do well and right and honor my mother's memory and her teachings, and earn the happiness that had come to me as best I could. By and by came my little puppy, and then my cup was full. My happiness was perfect. It was the dearest little waddling thing, and so smooth and soft and velvety, and had such cunning little awkward paws, and such affectionate eyes, and such a sweet and innocent face, and it made me so proud to see how the children and their mother adored it, and fondled it, and exclaimed over every little wonderful thing it did. It did seem to me that life was just too lovely to... Then came the winter. One day I was standing a watch in the nursery. That is to say, I was asleep on the bed. The baby was asleep in the crib, which was alongside the bed, on the side next to the fireplace. It was the kind of crib that has a lofty tent over it made of gauzy stuff that you can see through. The nurse was out, and we two sleepers were alone. A spark from the wood fire was shot out, and it lit on the slope of the tent. I suppose a quiet interval followed. Then a scream from the baby awoke me, and there was that tent flaming up toward the ceiling. Before I could think, I sprang to the floor in my fright, and in a second was halfway to the door. But in the next half-second, my mother's farewell was sounding in my ears, and I was back on the bed again. I reached my head through the flames and dragged the baby out by the waistband and tugged it along, and we fell to the floor together in a cloud of smoke. I snatched a new hold and dragged the screaming little creature along and out at the door and around the bend of the hall, and was still tugging away, all excited and happy and proud, when the master's voice shouted, "Begone, you cursed beast!" And I jumped to save myself, but he was furiously quick and chased me up, striking furiously at me with his cane. I dodging this way and that in terror, and at last a strong blow fell upon my left foreleg, which made me shriek and fall, for the moment helpless. The cane went up for another blow, but never descended, for the nurse's voice rang wildly out, "The nursery's on fire!" And the master rushed away in that direction, and my other bones were saved. The pain was cruel, but no matter, I must not lose any time. He might come back at any moment. So I limped on 3 legs to the other end of the hall, where there was a dark little stairway leading up into a garret where old boxes and such things were kept, as I had heard say, and where people seldom went. I managed to climb up there. Then I searched my way through the dark among the piles of things and hid in the secretest place I could find. It was foolish to be afraid there, yet still I was, so afraid that I held in and hardly even whimpered, though it would have been such a comfort to whimper, because that eases the pain, you know. But I could lick my leg, and that did some good. For half an hour there was a commotion downstairs, and shoutings and rushing footsteps, and then there was quiet again. Quiet for some minutes, and that was grateful to my spirit, for then my fears began to go down. And fears are worse than pains, oh, much worse. Then came a sound that froze me. They were calling me by name, hunting for me. It was muffled by distance, but that could not take the terror out of it, and it was the most dreadful sound to me I had ever heard. It went all about, everywhere, down there along the halls, through all the rooms, in both stories, and in the basement and the cellar. Then outside, and further away, then back, and all about the house again, and I thought it would never stop. But at last it did. Hours and hours after the vague twilight of the garret had long ago been blotted out by black darkness. Then, in that blessed stillness, my terrors fell little by little away, and I was at peace and slept. It was a good rest I had, but I woke before the twilight had come again. I was feeling fairly comfortable, and I could think out a plan now. I made a very good one, which was to creep down all the way down the back stairs and hide behind the cellar door and slip out and escape when the iceman came at dawn while he was inside filling the refrigerator. Then I would hide all day and start on my journey when night came, my journey to, well, anywhere where they would not know me and betray me to the master. I was feeling almost cheerful now. Then suddenly I thought, why, what would life be without my puppy? That was despair. There was no plan for me. I saw that. I must stay where I was, stay and wait, and take what might come. It was not my affair. That was what life is. My mother had said it. Then the calling began again. All my sorrows came back. I said to myself, the master will never forgive. I did not know what I had done to make him so bitter and so unforgiving. Yet I judged it was something a dog would not understand, but which was clear to a man and dreadful. They called and called, days and nights, it seemed to me, so long that the hunger and thirst near drove me mad, and I recognized that I was getting very weak. When you are this way, you sleep a great deal, and I did. Once I woke in an awful fright. It seemed to me that the calling was right there in the garret. And so it was. It was Sadie's voice, and she was crying. My name was falling from her lips, all broken, poor thing, and I could not believe my ears for the joy of it, when I heard her say, "Come back to us. Oh, come back to us and forgive. It is all so sad without our—" I broke in with such a grateful little yelp, and the next moment Sadie was plunging and stumbling through the darkness and the lumber and the shouting for the family to hear, "She's found! She's found!" The days that followed, well, they were wonderful. The mother and Sadie and the servants, why, they just seemed to worship me. They couldn't seem to make me a bed that was fine enough. And as for food, they couldn't be satisfied with anything but game and delicacies that were out of season. And every day the friends and neighbors flocked in to hear about my heroism. That was the name they called it by, and it means agriculture. I remember my mother pulling it on a kennel once and explaining it in that way, but didn't say what agriculture was, except that it was synonymous with the intramural incandescence. And a dozen times a day, Mrs. Gray and Sadie would tell the tale to newcomers and say I risked my life to save the babies, and both of us had burns to prove it. And then the company would pass me around and pet me and exclaim about me. And you could see the pride in the eyes of Sadie and her mother, and when the people wanted to know what made me limp, they looked ashamed and changed the subject. And sometimes when people hunted them this way and that way with questions about it, it looked to me as if they were going to cry. And this was not all the glory. No, the master's friends came, a whole 20 of the most distinguished people, and had me in the laboratory and discussed me as if I was a kind of discovery. And some of them said it was wonderful in a dumb beast, the finest exhibition of instinct they could call to mind. But the master said, with vehemence, it's far above instinct. It's reason, and many a man privileged to be saved and to go with you and me to a better world by right of its possession has less of it than this poor silly quadruped that's foreordained to perish. And then he laughed, and said, "Why, look at me. I'm a sarcasm. Bless you, with all my grand intelligence, the only thing I inferred was that the dog had gone mad and was destroying the child, whereas, but for the beast's intelligence, its reason, I tell you, the child would have perished." They disputed and disputed, and I was the very center of subject of it all. And I wish my mother could know that this grand honor had come to me. It would have made her proud. Then they discussed optics, as they called it, and whether a certain injury to the brain would produce blindness or not. But they could not agree about it, and said they must test it by experiment by and by. And next they discussed plants, and that interested me, because in the summer Sadie and I had planted seeds. I helped her dig the holes, and after days and days, a little shrub or a flower would come up there, and it was a wonder how that could happen. But it did, and I wished I could talk. I would have told those people about it and shown them how much I knew and been all alive with the subject. But I didn't care for the optics. It was dull, and when they came back to it again, it bored me, and I went to sleep. Pretty soon it was spring, and sunny and pleasant and lovely, and the sweet mother and the children patted me and the puppy good-bye and went away on a journey and a visit to their kin. And the master wasn't any company for us, but we played together and had good times, and the servants were kind and friendly. So we got along quite happily and counted the days and waited for the family. And one day those men came again and said, "Now for the test." And they took the puppy to the laboratory, and I limped three-leggedly along too, feeling proud, for any attention shown to the puppy was a pleasure to me, of course. They discussed and experimented, and then suddenly the puppy shrieked. And they set him on the floor, and he went staggering around with his head all bloody, and the master clapped his hands and shouted, "There, I've won! Confess it! He's as blind as a bat." And they all said, "Oh, it's so. You've proved your theory, and suffering humanity owes you a great debt from henceforth." And they crowded around him and wrung his hand cordially and thankfully and praised him. But I hardly saw or heard these things, for I ran at once to my little darling and snuggled close to it where it lay and licked the blood and put its head against mine, whimpering softly, and I knew in my heart it was a comfort to it in its pain and trouble to feel its mother's touch, though it could not see me. Then it dropped down presently, and its sweet velvet nose rested upon the floor, and it was still, and did not move any more. Soon the master stopped discussing a moment and rang in the footman and said, "Bury it in the far corner of the garden," and then went on with the discussion. And I trotted after the footman, very happy and grateful, for I knew the puppy was out of its pain now because it was asleep. We went far down the garden to the furthest end, where the children and the nurse and the puppy and I used to play in the summer in the shade of a great elm. And there the footman dug a hole, and I saw he was going to plant the puppy, and I was glad, because it would grow and come up a fine handsome dog like Robin Adair, and be a beautiful surprise for the family when they came home. So I tried to help him dig, but my lame leg was no good, being stiff, you know, and you have to have two or it is no use. When the footman had finished and covered the little Robin up, he patted my head, and there were tears in his eyes, and he said, "Poor little doggie, you saved his child." I have watched 2 full weeks, and he doesn't come up. This last week, a fright has been stealing upon me. I think there is something terrible about this. I do not know what it is, but the fear makes me sick, and I cannot eat, though the servants bring me the best of food, and they pet me so, and even come in the night and cry and say, "Poor doggie, do give it up and come home. Don't break our hearts." And all this terrifies me the more, and makes me sure something has happened. And I am so weak. Since yesterday I cannot stand on my feet any more, and within this hour the servants, looking toward the sun where it was sinking out of sight, and the night chill coming on, said things I could not understand, but they carried something cold to my heart. These poor creatures, they do not suspect. They will come home in the morning and eagerly ask for the little doggie that did the brave deed, and who of us will be strong enough to say the truth to them? The humble little friend is gone where go the beasts that perish. End of A Dog's Tale by Mark Twain. The Dream Documents by Richard Le Gallienne, recorded for Love Stories Volume 4 by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dream Documents by Richard Le Gallienne. The dream has come to an end, and I have just received a letter asking for a return of the dream document. In other words, Miranda has written asking me to send back her letters. She is going to be married soon. Incidentally, so am I. Our dream came to an end quite a while ago, but it was a very long and beautiful dream. Dreams seldom last so long, and I did hope that Miranda would allow me to keep its beautiful records. But no, I have to send all that brilliant writing back again, all the fancy and wit and tenderness which makes such a living history of a fairy tale. Perhaps Miranda wants to read the fairy tale over again, and is not satisfied with my poor record of it. That may be the reason why she wants those letters back. It can hardly be any common reason, such as actuates common lovers when they make a like demand. She knows how I reverence the memory of our dream, and I think she is almost as proud to have dreamed it as I am. We are not bitter or jealous toward each other, but on the contrary, each of us is glad that the other is so happy with someone else. Such sorrow as remains to us is the abstract, wistful sorrow which nature such as ours, and oh, Miranda, how alike we were, feel at the passing of any beautiful thing. The pathos of the grass withereth, the flower fadeth. Ah, Miranda, how can we confidently complete that solemn sentence when so seemingly everlasting a thing as our love has passed away? If that is gone, can there really be anything in the universe that endureth forever? I suppose that it is the humiliated sense of this transitoriness of what had seemed an immortal feeling that makes men and women who have loved and lost each other, as Miranda and I, return those letters, which have thus come to seem the ludicrously earnest records of an illusion. The people who feel that they have been tricked into these solemn utterances of the heart, as if life had been playing a game with them, which they, unsuspecting, had taken seriously. They feel a little silly, as one does when some jocular friend, as we say, takes us in with some mock-serious story. We sit attentive and eager while he talks, and believe every word, and then suddenly the stealing smile upon his face tells us that we have been fooled. So we sit and listen to Love, telling his old tale as if he had never told it before, with such lit young eyes and such irresistible persuasion, and then suddenly there comes the smile stealing over his face, and we look at each other and know that we have been fooled. This is not my view of the matter, but I conceive that it is the view of those who, like Miranda, wish to obliterate the records of an old dream. For my part, the fact of a feeling passing away is nothing against the reality of that feeling. All feelings must sooner or later pass away. The sunrise blooms and withers on the hill, like any hill flower, and the noblest troth dies here to dust. That the rose must shed its petals and turn to a lovely autumn berry is surely nothing against the reality of the rose. It was real enough in June. Yes, it is because I feel so deeply the reality of this dream that has passed away that I wish Miranda would let me keep her beautiful record of it. If it had been real no other way, it would be real in her words, for beautiful words make all things real, and are perhaps the longest lived of all realities. So long as Miranda's letters survive, our dream is not dead. It has only ascended into the finer life of words. But once her letters are gone, the dream is dead indeed, for even though my poor letters should survive, well, I never could write a love letter. The writing of love letters is a woman's art, and Miranda, in these precious pages which she demands of me, has proven herself a great artist. As I think of this, of the art, I mean, with which she has embodied our dream, I wonder if I have any right to return her letters. Whether, in fact, it is not my duty, in defiance of misapprehension, to retain and guard them in the interest of art and even humanity. For, you see, there is but one fate for Miranda's letters the moment they leave my hands to return to hers: the crematorium. She will probably burn them with charming, fanciful rites after her whimsical, picturesque nature, load the bier on which they are consumed with cassia and myrrh and all the chief spices. But however sweet-smelling the savor with which they return to the elemental spaces from which they drew down their radiant energy, there will, none the less, remain of them upon the earth but a little fluttering pile of perfumed ashes, the ashes of a dream. Now, have I the right to allow such destruction of a beautiful thing, such a holocaust of heavenly words? My mind misgives me no little as to this. Meanwhile, I shall temporize with Miranda, making some plausible excuse for delay, if only that I may read through the fairy tale once more, from beginning to end, before, if needs must, I send it back to her. Another problem. I am wondering, as I turn over page after page of our brilliantly written past, whether Miranda will expect me to return also the many flowers that every now and then fall out from between the fragrant sheets, even supposing that she can remember every letter she has written to me, and is capable of detecting me should I filch a single one. She can hardly remember the flowers of 8 summers. Yes, 8 summers. I said that our dream was a very long and beautiful one, and indeed it is hard to understand why, when a dream has lasted so long, it should not last forever. But such is the way of dreams, and surely Miranda and I were fortunate in that ours lasted so long. Here is a flower I certainly shall keep, whatever happens, this arrowhead with its keen, beautiful leaf beside it. Do you remember the day we gathered this, Miranda? How I climbed down from the little bridge and picked my way over the stones of the brook that went singing out of the sun into the cool darkness? It grew right in the shadow of the rough stone arch, and when I came out with it in my hand, there were you standing on a stepping stone just behind me, and some treacherous gold pin had loosened the wheat sheaf of your hair, and as we stood together on those quaking stones in the middle of the little stream, we looked into each other's eyes. And just then a catbird began singing in a meadow nearby. Do you remember? And may I keep this arrowhead, Miranda? And this flower, too, this strange waxen flower that made us a little afraid because we said it looked beautiful as death, not knowing then how near we had come to its name. We found it growing in the depth of the woods, a haunted, lonely thing, and we plucked it as one might pluck mandragora, almost expecting weird cries and lamentations arising from the ground. The innocent children call it Indian's pipe. Some call it corpse flower. What shall we call it, Miranda? And here again is a flower no one shall rob me of, a simple, childish flower indeed, only a spray of crimson rambler. At least you will let me keep that, Miranda. You will not deprive me of that. I have just found something else pressed between the pages of a letter, another kind of flower, a butterfly, a great yellow butterfly with tails to its wings. I caught it for fun, not meaning to hurt it, and then suddenly an impulse came over me, and I crushed it between the pages of a book we were reading, as though one should capture a sunbeam of some summer day on which we were very happy. When I opened the book again, do you remember the book? The flower wings were quiet as any other petals, and we both looked at each other with a feeling of fear, of omen. We who hated cruelty and abhorred death had killed a little, beautiful, innocent creature, and we felt afraid and said little as we went homeward. But our eyes said, suppose it were love we killed today, that Psyche, that frail butterfly thing, Animula vagula blondella. I wonder again as the little wings fall from the folded sheet. At all events, that was our last day together in the fields. Since then, the arrowhead has flowered in the brook, but not for us. That was our last summer day. Our last summer day. I let your letters fall from my hands, Miranda, as I say over to myself, our last summer day. For it is again summer, a summer day in June. How strange it seems after all. Summer again. And no Miranda. I could almost say with the sad Irish poet, has summer come without the rose and left the bird behind? For you, Miranda, seemed very summer herself. The sun goddess you seemed, the blonde young mother of the green boughs and the knee-deep grass. When you looked upon the meadows, they filled like the sky at evening with blue flowers, and when you spoke, the woods rang with 1,000 birds. The very fish leaped up out of the talking stream to catch a glimpse of your shining hair. Wherever you passed, life sprang up, abundant, blossoming, filled with the laughter of immortal summer. Ah, to what enchanted youth this summer day in June! In what brocilianda of green boughs, or nymph-haunted secrecy of rocky pools, are you teaching the lesson of summer? A summer day in June! As I say those words over to myself, do you wonder, Miranda, that I should sorrow to part with the beautiful history of 8 summers? I suppose that I must send that history back, whatever my feelings as an art custodian may be. Miranda loves someone else and feels it only right to him. And I love someone else and should, I suppose, feel it only right to her. Actually, I have neither feeling. On the contrary, I hold that new love should be grateful to the old love for the lesson in loving which it has taught. One might adapt the old song and say, I could not love thee so, dear love, had I not loved before. So, I confidently believe that Miranda could not have loved her new love so adequately had she not loved me inadequately before. And on the other hand, I am well aware that I could never have loved my true love as I do, had it not been for my 8 years' apprenticeship to Miranda. Love is a mysterious spiritual training, and we are apt to learn its lessons too late to apply them. Surely it is not too late for Miranda. I can only hope that it is not too late for me. Having finally decided, both against my heart and my artistic judgment, that Miranda's request for her letters must be acceded to, I am not yet out of the wood. One more problem, and that not the least, remains to be solved. By what method of transportation shall I transmit so precious and so distinguished a consignment? I am well aware that there are men alive today who, in all the simplest philistinism of their natures, would commit Miranda's letters to the care of a stoutly stringed brown paper parcel under the insured promise of a responsible express company. We all have our ways of doing things. That would, of course, be an absolutely secure way. Miranda would surely get her letters back that way, or claim the insurance. No doubt this method of transportation would be as satisfactory to Miranda as any other, for the letters we write mean so little to us when they come back. However, I cannot reconcile myself to returning Miranda's letters in any such commonplace way. I simply couldn't return Miranda's letter in a brown paper parcel. Well, how then shall I return them? I have thought of 3 ways. Remember that these letters are to me more precious, more important than the secret messages of kings. They must be delivered with appropriate ceremony. 3 ways have I thought of. First, I thought that I would place them in an urn of bronze, wreathed around with laurel, and that 6 white horses should bring them to Miranda's door. Then I wondered if this way would not be best, that 1,000 carrier pigeons should fly to Miranda's window in the dawn, each with a letter in his beak. But the way I should like best, and I think it might appeal to Miranda too, would be for me to deliver them myself at the address of a certain oak tree in a certain unforgotten woodland, east of the sun and west of the moon. I have already found for them a beautiful coffin, a little carved chest, in which a long-dead queen of Arabia kept the sweet-smelling essences and unguents of her beauty. The box is fragrant yet with the memories of her rose-petal face. In this box I will place Miranda's letters, and there will still be room enough left for mine. Then, if Miranda will consent, I will meet her in that woodland at the rising of the moon, and if she will bring with her my letters, we will place them in the same box with hers, and then I will dig a grave beneath the oak tree, and in it we will place the box together and cover it with the fragrant summer mold and leaves and blossoms and tears, and we will go our way, she through one green gate of the wood, and I through another. And great Nature, who gave us our dream, will thus take it back into her bosom, and Miranda's lovely thoughts will blossom again in anemone and violet, and out of that grave of beautiful words, as spring follows spring, 2 young oak trees will grow, inextricably entwined in root and branch, and there the birds will sing more sweetly than in any other part of the wood. And there the silence will be like the silence of a temple, and to those who sit and listen there will come soothing messages of the spirit out of the stillness. End of the Dream Documents by Richard Le Gallienne. The Donkey That Loved a Star by Richard Le Gallienne, recorded for Love Stories, Volume 4, by William Jones. The Donkey That Loved a Star. That is how the donkey tells his love, I said one day, with intent to be funny, as the prolonged love whoop of a distant donkey was heard in the land. Hey, don't be too ready to laugh at donkeys, said my friend, for, he continued, even donkeys have their dreams. Perhaps, indeed, the most beautiful dreams are dreamed by donkeys. Indeed, I said, and now that I think of it, I remember to have said that most dreamers are donkeys, although I never expected so scientific a corroboration of a fleeting jest. Now, my friend is an eminent scientist and poet in one, a serious combination, and he took my remarks with seriousness at once scientific and poetic. Yes, he went on, that is where you clever people make a mistake. You think that because a donkey has only 2 vowel sounds wherewith to express his emotions, he has no emotions to express. But let me tell you, sir. But here we both burst out laughing. You golden ass, I said, take a bunch of these roses. Perhaps they will restore you. No, he resumed, I am quite serious. I have for many years past made a study of donkeys. High-stepping critics call it the study of human nature. However, it is the same thing, and I must say that the more I study them, the more I love them. There is nothing so well worth studying as the misunderstood, for the very reason that everybody thinks he understands it. Now, to take another instance, most people think they have said the last word on a goose when they have called it a goose. But let me tell you, sir. But here again we burst out laughing. Dear goose of the golden egg, I said, pray leave to discourse on geese tonight. Though lovely and pleasant would the discourse be, tonight I am all agog for donkeys. So be it, said my friend, and if that be so, I cannot do better than to tell you the story of the donkey that loved a star. keeping for another day the no less fascinating story of the goose that loved an angel. By this time I was, appropriately, all ears. "Well," he once more began, "there was once a donkey, quite an intimate friend of mine, and I have no friend of whom I am prouder, who was unpractically fond of looking up at the stars. He could go a whole day without thistles, if night would only bring him stars. Of course, he suffered no little from his fellow donkeys for this curious passion of his. They said well that it did not become him, for indeed it was no little laughable to see him gazing so sentimentally at the remote and pitiless heavens. Donkeys who belonged to Shakespeare's societies recalled the fate of Bottom, the donkey who had loved a fairy, but our donkey paid little heed. There is perhaps only one advantage to being a donkey, namely, a hide impervious to criticism. In our donkey's case, it was rather a dream that made him forget his hide, a dream that drew up all the sensitiveness from every part, from hoof and hide and ears, so that all the feeling in his whole body was centered in his eyes and brain. And those, as we have said, were centered on a star. He took it for granted that his fellows should sneer and kick out at him. It was ever so with a genius among the donkeys, and he had very soon grown used to these attentions of his brethren, which were powerless to withdraw his gaze from the star he loved. For though he loved all the stars, as every individual man loves all women, there was one star he loved more than any other, and standing one night among his thistles, he prayed a prayer that some day it might be granted him to carry that star upon his back, which he recalled had been sanctified by the holy sign, were it but for ever so short a journey, just to carry it a little way, and then to die. This to him was a dream beyond the dreams of donkeys. Now one night, continued my friend, taking breath for himself and me, our poor donkey looked up at the sky, and lo, the star was nowhere to be seen. He had heard it said that stars sometimes fall. Evidently his star had fallen. Fallen! But what if it had fallen upon the earth? Being a donkey, the wildest dreams seemed possible to him, and, strange as it may seem, there came a day when a poet came to his master and bought our donkey to carry his little child. Now the very first day he had her upon his back, the donkey knew that his prayer had been answered, and that the little swaddled babe he carried was the star he had prayed for. And indeed it was. For so long as donkeys ask no more than to fetch and carry for their beloved, they may be sure of beauty upon their backs. Now, so long as this little girl that was a star remained a little girl, our donkey was happy. For many years she would kiss his ugly muzzle and feed his mouth with sugar, and thus our donkey's thoughts sweetened day by day, till from a natural pessimist he blossomed into a perfectly absurd optimist, and dreamed the donkiest of dreams. But one day, as he carried the girl, who was really a star, through the spring lanes, a young man walked beside her, and though our donkey thought very little of his talk, in fact felt his plain hee-haw to be worth all its smart chirping and twittering, yet it evidently pleased the maiden. It included quite a number of vowel sounds, though if the maid had only known, it didn't mean half so much as the donkey's plain, monotonous declaration. Well, our donkey soon began to realize that his dream was nearing its end. And indeed, one day his little mistress came bringing him the sweetest of kisses, the very best sugar in the very best shops. But for all that, our donkey knew that it meant goodbye. It is the charming manner of English girls to be at their sweetest when they say goodbye. Our dreamer donkey went into exile as servant to a woodcutter, and his life was lenient if dull, for the woodcutter had no sticks to waste upon his back. And next day his young mistress, who was once a star, took a pony for her love, whom some time after she discarded for a talented hunter. And one fine day, like many of her sex, she pitched her affections upon a man, he too being a talented hunter. To their wedding came all the countryside, and with the countryside came the donkey. He carried a great bundle of firewood for the servants' hall, and as he waited outside, gazing up at his old loves, the stars, while his master drank deeper and deeper within, he revolved many thoughts. But he is only known to have made one remark, in the nature, one may think, of a grim jest. After all, he was heard to say, she has married a donkey, after all. No doubt it was feeble, but then our donkey was growing old and bitter, and hope deferred had made him a cynic. End of The Donkey That Loved a Star by Richard Le Gallienne.
Her Lover by Maxim Gorky, recorded for the Love Stories Volume 4 by Caveat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Her Lover by Maxim Gorky. An acquaintance of mine once told me the following story. When I was a student at Moscow, I happened to live alongside one of those ladies whose repute is questionable. She was a Pole, and they called her Teresa. She was a tallish, powerfully built brunette, with black bushy eyebrows and a large coarse face, as if carved out by a hatchet. The bestial gleam of her dark eyes, her thick bass voice, her cabman-like gait, and her immense muscular vigour, worthy of a fishwife, inspired me with horror. I lived on the top flight, and her garret was opposite to mine. I never left my door open when I knew her to be at home, but this was, after all, a very rare occurrence. Sometimes I chanced to meet her on the staircase or in the yard, and she would smile upon me with a smile which seemed to me to be sly and cynical. Occasionally I saw her drunk, with bleary eyes, tousled hair, and a particularly hideous grin. On such occasions she would speak to me. "How you do, Mr. Student?" and her stupid laugh would still further intensify my loathing of her. I should have liked to have changed my quarters in order to have avoided such encounters and greetings. But my little chamber was a nice one, and there was such a wide view from the window, and it was always so quiet in the street below. So I endured. And one morning I was sprawling on my couch, trying to find some sort of excuse for not attending my class, when the door opened, and the bass voice of Teresa the Loathsome resounded from my threshold. "Good health to you, Mr. Student." "What do you want?" I said. I saw that her face was confused and supplicatory. It was a very unusual sort of face for her. "Sir, I want to beg a favour of you. Will you grant it to me?" I lay there silent and thought to myself, "Gracious, courage, my boy." "I want to send a letter home. That's what it is," she said. Her voice was beseeching, soft, timid. "Deuce take you," I thought, but up I jumped and sat down at my table, and took a sheet of paper and said, "Come here, sit down, and dictate." She came, sat down very gingerly on a chair, and looked at me with a guilty look. "Well, to whom do you want me to write?" "To Bolslav Kutchput, at the town of Sespetsiana, on the Warsaw Road." "Well, fire away." "My dear Bols, my darling, My faithful lover, may the Mother of God protect thee. Thou heart of gold, why thou hast not written for such a long time to thy sorrowing little dove, Teresa. I very nearly burst out laughing. A sorrowing little dove, more than 5 feet high, with fists of stone, and more in weight and as black as a face, as if the little dove had lived all of its life in a chimney, and had never once washed itself. Restraining myself somehow, I asked, "Who is this Bolest?" "Bowles, Mr. Student," she said, as if offended with me blundering over the name. "He is Bowles, my young man." "Young man? Why are you so surprised, sir? Cannot I, a girl, have a young man? She, a girl? Well—" "Oh, why not?" I said. "All things are possible. And has he been your young man long?" 6 years. Ho, ho, I thought. Well, let us write your letter. And I tell you plainly that I would have willingly have changed places with this Bowles if his fair correspondent had not been Teresa, but something less than she. "I thank you most heartily, sir, for your kind services," said Teresa to me with a curtsy. "Perhaps I can show you some service, eh?" "No, I most humbly thank you all the same. Perhaps, sir, your shirts or your trousers may want a little mending." I felt this mastodon in petticoats had made me grow quite red with shame, and I told her pretty sharply that I had no need whatever of her services. She departed. A week or two passed away. It was evening. I was sitting at my window whistling and thinking of some expedient for enabling me to get away from myself. I was bored. The weather was dirty. I didn't want to go out, and out of sheer ennui I began a course of self-analysis and reflection. This also was dull enough work, but I didn't care about doing anything else. Then the door opened. Heaven be praised, someone came in. "Oh, Mr. Student, you have no pressing business, I hope?" It was Teresa. "No, what is it?" "I was going to ask you, sir, to write me another letter." "Very well. To Bowles, eh?" "No. This time it is from him." "What?" "Stupid that I am, it is not for me, Mr. Student. I beg your pardon. It is for a friend of mine. That is to say, not a friend, but an acquaintance. A man acquaintance. He has a sweetheart, just like me here, Teresa. That's how it is. Would you, sir, write a letter to this Teresa?" I looked at her. Her face was troubled. Her fingers were trembling. I was a bit fogged at first. Then I guessed how it was. "Look here, my lady," I said. "There are no Bowleses or Teresas at all, and you've been telling me a pack of lies. Don't you come sneaking about me any longer. I have no wish whatever to cultivate your acquaintance. Do you understand?" And suddenly she grew strangely terrified and distraught. She began to shift from foot to foot without moving from the place, and spluttered comically, as if she wanted to say something and couldn't. I waited to see what would come of all of this, and I saw and felt that, apparently, I had made a great mistake in suspecting her of wishing to draw me from the path of righteousness. It was evidently something very different. "Mr. Student," she began, and suddenly, waving her hand, she turned abruptly towards the door and went out. I remained with a very unpleasant feeling in my mind. I listened. Her door was flung violently to. Plainly the poor wretch was very angry. I thought it over and resolved to go to her, and inviting her to come in here, write everything she wanted. I entered her apartment. I looked round. She was sitting at the table, leaning on her elbows with her head in her hands. "Listen to me," I said. "Now, whenever I come to this point in my story, I always feel horribly awkward and idiotic. Well. Listen to me," I said. She leapt from her seat, came towards me with flashing eyes, and laying her hands on my shoulders, began to whisper, or rather hum in her peculiar bass voice. "Look you now, it's like this. There's no Bowles at all, and there's no Teresa either, but what's that to you? Is it a hard thing for you to draw your pen over paper, eh? And you too, still such a little fair-haired boy. There's nobody at all, neither Bowles nor Teresa, only me. There you have it, and much good may it do you." "Pardon me," said I, altogether flabbergasted by such a reception. "What is it all about? There's no Bowles, you say?" "No, so it is." "And no Teresa either?" "And no Teresa. I'm Teresa." I didn't understand it at all. I fixed my eyes upon her and tried to make out which of us was taking leave of his or her senses. But she went again to the table, searched about for something, came back to me, and said in an offended way, "If it is so hard for you to write to Bowles, Look, there's your letter. Take it. Others will write for me. I looked. In her hand was my letter to Bowles. Phew. Listen, Teresa, what is the meaning of all this? Why must you get others to write for you when I have already written it, and you haven't sent it? Sent it where? Why, to this Bowles. There is no such person. I absolutely did not understand it. There was nothing for me but to spit and go. Then she explained. What is it? She said, still offended. There's no such person, I tell you. And she extended her arms as if she herself did not understand why there should be no such person. But I wanted him to be. Am I then not a human creature like the rest of them? Yes. Yes, I know, of course, but yet no harm was done to anyone by my writing to him that I can see. Pardon me, to whom? To Bowles, of course. But he doesn't exist. Alas, alas, but what if he doesn't? He doesn't exist, but he might. I write to him, and it looks as if he did exist, and Teresa, that's me, he replies to me, and then I write to him again. I understood at last, and I felt so sick, so miserable, so ashamed. Somehow, alongside of me, not 3 yards away, lived a human creature who had nobody in the world to treat her kindly, affectionately, and this human being had invented a friend for herself. Look now, you wrote me a letter to Bowles, and I gave it to someone else to read it to me, and when they read it to me, I listened and fancied that Bowles was there, and I asked you to write me a letter from Bowles to Teresa, that is to me. When they write such a letter for me and read it to me, I feel quite sure that Bowles is there, and life grows easier for me in consequence. Deuce take you for a blockhead, said I to myself when I heard this. And from thenceforth, regularly, twice a week, I wrote a letter to Bowles, and an answer from Bowles to Teresa. I wrote those answers well. She, of course, listened to them and wept like anything, roared, I should say, with her bass voice, and in return for my thus moving her to tears by real letters from the imaginary Bowles, she began to mend the holes I had in my socks, shirts, and other articles of clothing. Subsequently, about 3 months after this history began, they put her in prison for something or other. No doubt by this time she is dead. My acquaintance shook the ash from his cigarette, looked pensively up at the sky, and thus concluded. Well, well, the more a human creature has tasted of better things, the more it hungers after the sweet things of life. And we, wrapped round in the rags of our virtues, and regarding others through the mist of our self-sufficiency, and persuaded of our universal impeccability, do not understand this. And the whole thing turns out pretty stupidly, and very cruelly. The fallen classes, we say. And who are the fallen classes? I should like to know. They are, first of all, people with the same bones, flesh, and blood, and nerves as ourselves. We have been told this day after day for ages, and we actually listen, and the devil only knows how hideous the whole thing is. Or are we completely depraved by the loud sermonizing of humanism? In reality, we also are fallen folks, and, so far as I can see, very deeply fallen into the abyss of self-sufficiency and the conviction of our own superiority. But enough of this. It is all as old as the hills, so old that it is a shame to speak of it. Very old indeed. Yes, that's what it is. End of Her Lover by Maxim Gorky.
A Humble Romance by Mary E. Wilkins. Read for Love Stories, Volume 4 by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Humble Romance. She was stooping over the great kitchen sink, washing the breakfast dishes. Under fostering circumstances, her slenderness of build might have resulted in delicacy or daintiness. Now the harmony between strength and task had been repeatedly broken, and the result was ugliness. Her finger joints and wrist bones were knotty and out of proportion. Her elbows, which her rolled-up sleeves displayed, were pointed and knobby. Her shoulders bent, her feet spread beyond their natural bounds. From head to foot she was a little discordant note. She had a pale, peaked face. Her scanty fair hair was strained tightly back and twisted into a tiny knot, and her expression was at once passive and eager. There came a ringing knock at the kitchen door, and a face of another description, large, strong-featured, and assured, peered out of the pantry, which was over against the sink. "Who is it, Sally?" "I dunno, Miss King." "Well, go to the door, can't you, and not stand there gaping? I can't. My hands are in the butter." Sally shook the dishwater off her red sodden fingers and shuffled to the door. A tall man with a scraggy, sandy mustache stood there. He had some scales in his hand. "Good morning, marm," he said. "Have you got any rags?" "I'll see," said the girl. Then she went over to the pantry and whispered to her mistress that it was the tin peddler. "Botheration!" cried Mrs. King impatiently. "Why couldn't he have come another day? Here I am right in the midst of butter, and I've got lots of rags, and I've got to have some new milk pails right away." All of this reached the ears of the tin peddler, but he merely stood waiting, the corners of his large mouth curving up good-naturedly, and scrutinized with pleasant blue eyes the belongings of the kitchen, and especially the slight slouching figure at the sink, to which Sally had returned. "I suppose," said Mrs. King, approaching the peddler at length, with decision thinly veiled by doubt, "that I shall have to trade with you, though I don't know how to stop this morning, for I'm right in the midst of butter making. I wish it had happened along some other day." "Well," replied the peddler, laughing, "and so I would, marm, if I'd only known. But I don't just see how I could have, unless you'd have pasted it up on the fences, or had it put in the newspaper, or maybe in the almanac." He lounged smilingly against the door casing, jingling his scales and waiting for the woman to make up her mind. She smiled unwillingly, with knitted brows. "Well," said she, "of course you ain't to blame. I guess I'll go and pick up my rags up in the garret. There's quite a lot of 'em, and it'll take some time. I don't know as you'll want to wait." "Lor, I don't care," answered the peddler. "I just as soon rest a little as not. It's a powerful hot morning for this time of year, and I've got all day afore me." He came in and seated himself with a loose-jointed sprawl on a chair near the door. After Mrs. King had gone out, he sat a few minutes, eyeing the girl at the sink intently. She kept steadily on with her work, though there was a little embarrassment and uncertainty in her face. "Would it be too much trouble if I should ask you to give me a tumbler of water, miss?" She filled one of her hot, newly washed glasses with water from a pail standing on a shelf at one end of the sink, and brought it over to him. "It's cold," she said. "I drawed it myself just a few minutes ago, or I'd get some right out of the well for you." "This is all right, and thank you kindly, miss. It's proper good water." He drained the glass and carried it back to her at the sink where she had returned. She did not seem to dare absent herself from her dishwashing task an instant. He set the empty glass down beside the pail. Then he caught hold of the girl by her slender shoulders and faced her around towards him. She turned pale and gave a smothered scream. There, don't you go to being afeard of me," said the peddler. "I wouldn't hurt you for the whole world. I just want to take a square look at you. You're the worst off looking little creature I ever set my eyes on." She looked up at him pitifully, still only half reassured. There were inflamed circles around her dilated blue eyes. "You been crying, ain't you?" The girl nodded meekly. "Please let me go," she said. "Yes, I'll let you go, but I'm going to ask you a few questions first, and I want you to answer 'em, for I'll be hanged if I ever see. Ain't she good to you?" indicating Mrs. King with a wave of the hand towards the door through which she had departed. "Yes, she's good enough, I guess." "Don't ever scold you, hey?" "I don't know. I guess so, sometimes." "Did this morning, didn't she?" "A little. I was kind of behind with the work." "Keeps you working pretty steady, don't she?" "Yes, there's considerable to do this time of year." "Cooking for hired men, I suppose, and butter and milk?" "Yes." How long have you been living here?" "She took me in when I was little." "Do you do anything besides work? Go around like other gals? Have any good times?"
"Sometimes." She said it doubtfully, as if casting about in her mind for reminiscences to prove the truth of it.
"Get good wages?"
$1 a week since I was 18. I worked for my board and clothes afore."
"Got any folks?"
"I guess I've got some brothers and sisters somewhere. I don't know just where. 2 of 'em went west, and one is married somewhere in York State. We was scattered when Father died. There was 10 of us, and we was awful poor. Miss King took me. I was the youngest, about 4, they said I was. I ain't never known any folks but Miss King." The peddler walked up and down the kitchen floor twice. Sally kept on with her dishes. Then he came back to her. "Look-a-here," he said. "Leave your dishwashing alone a minute. I want you to give me a good look in the face and tell me what you think of me." She looked up shyly in his florid, freckled face, with its high cheekbones and scraggy, sandy mustache. Then she plunged her hands into the dish-tub again. "I don't know," she said bashfully. "Well, maybe you do know, only you can't put it into words. Now just take a look out the window at my tin cart there. That's all my own, a private concern. I ain't running for no company. I owns the cart and horse and disposes of the rags and sells the tin all on my own hook. And I'm a-doing pretty well at it. I'm a-laying up a little money. I ain't got no family. Now this is what I was a-coming at. Suppose you should just leave the dishes and the scolding woman and the butter and everything and go a-riding off with me on my tin cart. I wouldn't know you, and she wouldn't know you, and you wouldn't know yourself in a week. You wouldn't have a bit of work to do, but just sit up there like a queen a-riding and seeing the country. For that's the way we'd live, you know. I wouldn't have you keeping house and slaving. We'd stop along the road for victuals and bring up at taverns nights. What do you say to it?" She stopped her dishwashing now and stood staring at him, her lips slightly parted and her cheeks flushed. "I know I ain't much in the way of looks," the peddler went on, "and I'm older than you. I'm nearly 40, and I've been married afore. I don't suppose you can take a liking to me right off, but you might after a while, and I'd take care of you, you poor little thing. And I don't believe you know anything about how nice it is to be taken care of and have the hard, rough things kept off by somebody that likes you." Still she said nothing, but stood staring at him. "You ain't got no beau, have you?" asked the peddler, as a sudden thought struck him. "No." She shook her head, and her cheeks flushed redder. "Well, what do you say to going with me? You'll have to hurry up and make up your mind, or the old lady'll be back." The girl was almost foolishly ignorant of the world, but her instincts were as brave and innocent as an angel's. Tainted with the shiftless weariness and phlegm of her parents, in one direction she was vigorous enough. Whether it was by the grace of God or an inheritance from some far-off Puritan ancestor, the fire in whose veins had not burned low, she could see, if she saw nothing else, the distinction between right and wrong with awful plainness. Nobody had ever called her anything but a good girl. It was said with a disparagement, maybe, but it was always a good girl. She looked up at the man before her, her cheeks burning painfully hot, her eyes at once drooping and searching. I don't just know how you mean," she stammered. "I wouldn't go with the king if it wasn't to go honest." The peddler's face flushed as red as hers. "Now, look here, little un," he said. "You just listen, and it's God's own truth. If I hadn't a meant all right, I wouldn't have come to you. But to some other gal, handsomer and prettier, but, oh, Lord, I ain't that kind anyway. What I want is to marry you honest and take care of you and get that look off your face. I know it's awful sudden, and it's asking a good deal of a gal to trust so much in a feller she never set eyes on afore. If you can't do it, I'll never blame you. But if you can, well, I don't believe you'll ever be sorry.
Most folks would think I was a fool, too, and maybe I am. But I wanted to take care on you the minute I set eyes on you, and afore I know it, the wanting to take care on you will be growing into loving you. Now, you hurry and make up your mind, or she will be back." Sally had a little imagination and a loving nature. In her heart, as in all girls' hearts, the shy, secret longing for a lover had strengthened with her growth, but she had never dreamed definitely of one. Now as she surveyed the homely, scrawny, good-natured visage before her, and it filled well enough the longing nature had placed in her helpless heart. His appearance dispelled no previous illusion, for previous illusion there had been none. No one had ever spoken to her in this way. Rough and precipitate though it was skillful wooing, for it made its sincerity felt, and a girl more sophisticated than this one could not have listened to it wholly untouched. The erratic nature of the whole proceeding did not dismay her. She had no conscience for conventionalities. She was too simple. Hers only provided for pure right and wrong. Strange to say, the possible injury she would do her mistress by leaving her in this way did not occur to her till afterwards. Now she looked at her lover and began to believe him, and as soon as she began to believe in him, poor, unattractive, ignorant little thing that she was, she began to love just like other girls. All over her crimson face flashed the signs of yielding. The peddler saw and understood them. "You will, won't you, little un?" he cried. Then, as her eyes drooped more before his, and her mouth quivered between a sob and a smile, he took a step forward and stretched out his arms towards her. Then he stepped back, and his arms fell. "No," cried he, "I won't. I'd like to give you a hug, but I won't. I won't so much as touch that little lean hand of yours till you're my wife. You shall see I mean honest. But come along now, little un, or she will be back. I declare, if I don't more'n half believe she's fell in a fit, or she'd have been back afore now. Come now, dear, be spry." "Now?" said Sally in turn. "Now? Why, of course now. What's the use of waiting? Maybe you want to make some wedding cake, but I reckon we'd better buy some over in Derby, for it might put the old lady out." The peddler chuckled. "Why, I'm just a-going to stow you away in that there tin cart of mine. There's plenty of room, for I've been on the road a-selling nigh a week. And then I'm going to drive out of this yard, arter I've traded with your missus, as innocent as the very innocentest lamb you ever see, and I'm going to drive along a piece till it's safe, and then you're going to get out and set up on the seat alongside of me, and we're going to keep on till we get to Derby, and then we'll get married just as soon as we can find a minister as wants to earn a $10 bill." "But the guest, Sally, she'll ask where I am." "I'll fix that. You lay there in the cart and hear what I say. Lord, I just soon tell her to her face myself what we're going to do, and set you right up on the seat aside of me afore her eyes. But she'd talk hard, most likely, and you look scared enough now, and you'd cry, and your eyes would get redder. And she might sass you so you'd be ready to back out, too. Women can say hard things to other women, and they ain't likely to understand any woman but themselves, trusting a man overmuch. I reckon this is the best way." He went towards the door and motioned her to come. "But I want my bonnet." "Never mind the bonnet. I'll buy you one in Derby." "But I don't want to ride into Derby bareheaded," said Sally, almost crying. "Well, I don't know as you do, little un, that's a fact. But hurry and get the bonnet, or she will be here. I thought I heard her a minute ago." "There's a little money I've saved, too." "Well, get that. We don't want to make the old lady valuable presents. And you can buy yourself sugar plums with it. But be spry." She gave him one more scared glance and hastened out of the room, her limp calico accommodating itself to every ungraceful hitch of her thin limbs and sharp hips. "I'll get her a gown with puckers in the back," mused the peddler, gazing after her. Then he hastened out to his tin cart and arranged a vacant space in the body of it. He had a greatcoat which he spread over the floor. "There, little un, let me put you right in," he whispered when Sally emerged, her bonnet on, a figured green Delaney shawl over her shoulders, and her little hoard in an old stocking dangling from her hand. She turned round and faced him once more, her eyes like a child's peering into a dark room. You mean honest? Before God I do, little un. Now get in quick, for she is a-comin'. He had to lift her in, for the poor little limbs were too weak to support her. They were not a moment too soon, for Mrs. King stood in the kitchen door a second later. "Here, you ain't going, are you?" she called out. "No, marm, I just stepped out to look after my hoss. He was a trifle uneasy with the flies, and there was a yaller wasp buzzing round." And the peddler stepped up to the door with an open and artless visage. "Well, I didn't know but you'd get tired waiting. You spoke so about not being in a hurry that I stopped to pick my white rags out from the colored ones. I knew they'd bring more if I did. I'd been meaning to have 'em all sorted out before a peddler come along. I thought I'd have Sally pick 'em over last week, but she was sick. Why, where is Sally?" "Who?" "Sally, the girl that was washing dishes when you come here. She went to the door." "Oh, the gal? I believe I saw her go out the door a minute afore I went out to see my hoss." "Well, I'll call her, for she'll never get the dishes done, I guess, and then we'll see about the rags." Mrs. King strode towards the door, but the peddler stopped her. "Now, marm, if you please," said he, "I'd a little rather you'd attend to business first and call Sally arterwards, if it's just the same to you, for I am getting in a little of a hurry and don't feel as if I could afford to wait much longer." "Well," said Mrs. King reluctantly, "I don't suppose I ought to ask you to, but I do have such discouraging times with help. I declare it don't seem to me as if Sally ever would get them dishes done." "Well, it don't seem to me, from what I've seen, that she ever will either," said the peddler as he gathered up Mrs. King's rag bags and started for the cart. "Anybody wouldn't need to watch her more than 2 minutes to see how slow she was," assented Mrs. King, following. "She's a girl I took when she was a baby to bring up, and I've wished more than 50 times I hadn't. She's a good girl enough, but she's awful slow. No snap to her. How much is them milk pans?" Mrs. King was reputedly a sharp woman at a bargain. To trade with her was ordinarily a long job for any peddler, but today it was shortened through skillful management. The Tin Man came down with astonishing alacrity from his first price at the merest suggestion from his customer, and in a much shorter time than usual she bustled into the house, her arms full of pans, and the radiant and triumphant conviction of a good bargain in her face. The peddler whirled rapidly into his seat and snatched up the lines, but even then he heard Mrs. King calling the girl as he rattled around the corner. A quarter of a mile from Mrs. King's there was a house. A little beyond, the road ran through a considerable stretch of woods. This was a very thinly settled neighborhood. The peddler drove rapidly until he reached the woods. Then he stopped, got down, and peered into the cart. Sally's white face and round eyes peered piteously back at him. "How are you getting along, little un?" "Oh, let me get out and go back." "Lord, no, little un, you don't want to go back now. Bless your heart, she's all primed for an awful sassin'. I tell you what 'tis, you shan't ride cooped up in there any longer. You shall get out and sit up here with me. We'll keep our ears pricked up, and if we hear anybody coming, I'll stow you in the box under the seat afore you can say Jack Robinson, and there ain't any houses for 3 miles. He helped the poor shivering little thing out and lifted her up to the high seat. When he had seated himself beside her and gathered up the lines, he looked down at her curiously. Her bonnet the severe taste of Mrs. King had regulated. It was a brown straw, trimmed with brown ribbon. He eyed it disapprovingly. "I'll get you a white bonnet, such as brides wear in Derby," said he. She blushed a little at that and glanced up at him, a little grateful light over her face. "You poor little thing," said the peddler, and put out his hands towards her, then drew it back again. Derby was a town with the prestige of a city. It was the center of trade for a large circle of little country towns. Its main street was crowded on a fair day, when the roads were good and with any quantity of nondescript and antediluvian-looking vehicles, and the owners therefore presented a wide variety of quaintness in person and attire. So this eloping pair, the tall, bony, shambling man, and the thin, cowed-looking girl, her scant skirts slipping too far below her waistline in the back and following the movements of her awkward heels, excited no particular attention. After the tin cart had been put up in the hotel stable and the two had been legally pronounced man and wife, or specifically Mr. and Mrs. Jake Russell, they proceeded on foot down the principal street in which all the shops were congregated in search of some amendments to the bride's attire. If it was comparatively unnoticed, Sally was fully alive to the unsuitableness of her costume. She turned around and followed with wistful eyes the prettily dressed girls they met. There was a great regret in her heart over her best gown, a brown Delaney, with a flounce on the bottom and a shiny back. She had so confidently believed in its grandeur so long that now, seen by her mental vision, it hardly paled before these splendors of pleating and draping. It compared advantageously in her mind with a brown velvet suit, whose wearer looked with amusement in her eyes at Sally's forlorn figure. If she only had on her brown Delaney, she felt that she could walk more confidently through this strangeness. But nervously snatching her bonnet and her money, she had in fact heard Mrs. King's tread on the attic stairs and had not dared to stop longer to secure it. She knew they were out on the search for a new dress for her now, but she felt a sorrowful conviction that nothing could be found which could fully make up for the loss of her own beloved best gown. And then Sally was not very quick with her needle. She thought with dismay of the making up. The possibility of being aided by a dressmaker or a ready-made costume never entered her simple mind. Jake shambled loosely down the street, and she followed meekly after him, a pace or two behind. At length the peddler stopped before a large establishment in whose windows some ready-made ladies' garments were displayed. "Here we are," he said triumphantly. Sally stepped weakly after him up the broad steps. One particular dress in the window had excited the peddler's warm admiration. It was a trifle florid in design, with dashes of red here and there. Sally eyed it a little doubtfully when the clerk, at Jake's request, had taken it down to show them. Untutored as her taste was, she turned as naturally to quiet plumage as a wood pigeon. The red slashes rather alarmed her. However, she said nothing against her husband's decision to purchase the dress. She turned pale at the price. It was nearly the whole of her precious store. But she took up her stocking purse determinedly when Jake began examining his pocketbook. "I pays for this," she said to the clerk, lifting up her little face to him with scared resolve. "Why, no, you don't, little un," cried Jake, catching hold of her arm. "I'm a-going to pay for it, of course. It's a pity if I can't buy my own wife a dress." Sally flushed all over her lean throat, but she resolutely held out the money. "No," she said again, shaking her head obstinately. "I pays for it." The peddler let her have her way then, though he bit his scraggy moustache with amaze and vexation as he watched her pay the bill and stare with a sort of frightened wistfulness after her beloved money as it disappeared in the clerk's grasp. When they emerged from the store, the new dress under his arm, he burst out, "What on earth made you do that, little un?" "Other folks does that way. When they gets married, they buys their own clothes, if they can." "But it took pretty nearly all you got, didn't it?" "That ain't no matter." The peddler stared at her, half in consternation, half in admiration. "Well," said he, "I guess you got a little will of your own, arter all, little un, and I'm glad on it. A woman orter have a little will to back her sweetness. It's all too soft and slushy other ways. But I'll get even with you about the dress," which he proceeded to do by ushering his startled bride into the next dry goods establishment and purchasing a dress pattern of robin eggs blue silk and a delicate white bonnet. Sally, however, insisted on buying a plain sun hat with the remainder of her own money. She was keenly alive to the absurdity and peril of that airy white structure on the top of a tin cart. The pair remained in Derby about a week. Then they started forth on their travels, the blue silk which a Derby dressmaker had made up after the prevailing mode, and the white bonnet stowed away in a little new trunk in the body of the cart. The peddler, having only himself to consult as to his motions, struck a new route now. Sally wished to keep away from her late mistress's vicinity. She had always a nervous dread of meeting her in some unlikely fashion. She wrote a curious little ill-spelled note to her at the first town where they stopped after leaving Derby. Whether or not Mrs. King was consoled and mollified by it, she never knew. Their way still lay through a thinly settled country. The tin peddler found readier customers in those farmers' wives who were far from stores. It was late spring. Often they rode for a mile or two through the lovely fresh woods without coming to a single house. The girl had never heard of Arcadia, but all unexpressed to herself, she was riding through it under gold-green boughs to the sweet broken jangle of tinware. When they stopped to trade at the farmhouses, how proudly she sat, a new erectness in her slender back, and held her husband's horse tightly while he talked with the woman of the house, with now and then a careful glance towards her to see if she were safe. They always contrived to bring up on a Sabbath day at some town where there was a place of worship. Then the blue silk and the white bonnet were taken reverently from their hiding-place, and Sally, full of happy consciousness, went to church with her husband in all her bridal bravery. These two simple pilgrims, with all the beauty and grace in either of them, turned only towards each other, and seen rightly only in each other's untutored, uncritical eyes, had journeyed together blissfully for about 3 months, when one afternoon Jake came out of a little country tavern where they had proposed stopping for the night, with a pale face. Sally had been waiting on the cart outside until he should see if they could be accommodated. He jumped up beside her and took the lines. "We'll go on to Ware," he said in a dry voice. "It's only 3 miles further. They're full here." Jake drove rapidly along, an awful look on his homely face, giving it the beauty of tragedy. Sally kept looking up at him with pathetic wonder, but he never looked at her or spoke till they reached the last stretch of woods before Ware village. Then, just before they left the leafy cover, he slackened his speed a little and threw his arm around her. "See here, little 'un," he said brokenly, "you've got considerable backbone, ain't you? If anything awful should happen, it wouldn't kill you. You'd bear up." "If you told me to." He caught at her words eagerly. "I would tell you to, little 'un. I do tell you to. If anything awful ever should happen, you'll remember that I told you to bear up?" "Yes, I'll bear up." Then she clung to him, trembling. "Oh, what is it, Jake?" "Never mind now, little 'un," he answered. "Perhaps nothing awful's going to happen. I didn't say there was. Chirk up and give us a kiss, and look at that there sky there, all pink and yaller." He tried to be cheerful and comfort her with joking endearments then, but the awful lines in his face stayed rigid and unchanged under the smiles. Sally, however, had not much discernment and little of the sensitiveness of temperament which takes impressions of coming evil. She soon recovered her spirits and was unusually merry for her the whole evening, making out of the excess of her innocence and happiness several little jokes which made Jake laugh loyally and set his stricken face harder the next minute. In the course of the evening he took out his pocketbook and displayed his money and counted it jokingly. Then he spoke in a careless, casual manner of a certain sum he had deposited in a country bank, and how, if he were taken sick and needed it, Sally could draw it out as well as he. Then he spoke of the value of his stock in trade, and horse and cart. When they went to bed that night he had told his wife, without her suspecting he was telling her, all about his affairs. She fell asleep as easily as a child. Jake lay rigid and motionless till he had listened an hour to her regular breathing. Then he rose softly, lighted a candle which he shaded from her face, and sat down at a little table with a pen and paper. He wrote painfully, with cramped muscles, his head bent on one side, following every movement of his pen, yet with a confident steadiness which seemed to show that all the subject matter had been learned by heart beforehand. Then he folded the paper carefully around a little book which he took from his pocket, and approached the bed, keeping his face turned away from his sleeping wife. He laid the little package on his vacant pillow, still keeping his face aside. Then he got into his clothes quickly, his head turned persistently from the bed, and opened the door softly and went out, never once looking back. When Sally awoke the next morning, she found her husband gone and a little package on the pillow. She opened it, more curious than frightened. There was a note folded around a bank book. Sally spelled out the note laboriously, with whitening lips and dilating eyes. It was a singular composition, its deep feeling pricking through its illiterate stiffness. Dear wife, I've got to go and leave you. It's the only way. If I can ever come back, I will. I told you about my business last night. You'd better drive the cart to Derby to that Mr. Arms I told you about, and he'll help you sell it and the hoss. Tell him your husband had to go away and left them orders. I've left you my bank book so you can get the money out of the bank the way I told you, and my watch and pocketbook is under the pillow. I left you all the money except what little I couldn't get along without. You'd better get boarded somewhere in Derby. You'll have enough money to keep you a while, and I'll send you some more when that's gone if I have to work my fingers to the bone. Don't you go worrying and working hard. And bear up. Don't forget that you promised me to bear up. When you gets to feeling awful bad, and you will, just say it over to yourself. He told me to bear up, and I said as I would bear up. 'Scuse poor writing and a bad pen. Yours till death, J. Russell. When Sally had read the letter quite through, she sat still a few minutes on the edge of the bed, her lean, round-shouldered figure showing painfully through her clinging nightdress, her eyes staring straight before her. Then she rose, dressed herself, put the bank book with the letter folded around it, and her husband's pocketbook in her bosom, and went downstairs quietly. Just before she went out of her room door, she paused with her hand on the latch and muttered to herself, "He told me to bear up, and I said I would bear up." She sought the landlady to pay her bill, and found that it was already paid, and that her recreant husband had smoothed over matters in one direction for her by telling the landlord that he was called away on urgent business, and that his wife was to take the tin cart next morning and meet him at a certain point. So she drove away on her tin cart in solitary state, without exciting any of the wondering comments which would have been agony to her. When she gathered up the lines and went rattling down the country road, if ever there was a zealous discipline of a new religion, she was one. Her prophet was her raw-boned peddler husband, and her creed and whole confession of faith his parting words to her. She did not take the road to Derby. She had made up her mind about that as she sat on the edge of the bed after reading the letter. She drove straight along the originally prescribed route, stopping at the farmhouses, taking rags and selling tin, just as she had seen her husband do. There were much astonishment and many curious questions among her customers. A woman running a tin cart was an unprecedented spectacle, but she explained matters with meek dignity to all who questioned her. Her husband had gone away, and she was to attend to his customers until he should return. She could not always quite allay the suspicion that there must needs be something wrong, but she managed the trading satisfactorily and gave good bargains, and so went on her way unmolested. But not a farmyard did she enter or leave without the words sounding in her beating little heart like a strong, encouraging chant. He told me to bear up, and I said as I would bear up. When her stock ran low, she drove to Derby to replenish it. Here she had opposition from the dealers, but her almost abnormal persistence overcame it. She showed Jake's letter to Mr. Arms, the tin dealer with whom she traded, and he urged her to take up with the advice in it, promising her a good bargain. But she was resolute. Soon she found that she was doing as well as her husband had done, if not better. Her customers, after they had grown used to the novelty of a tin woman instead of a tin man, liked her. In addition to the regular stock, she carried various little notions needed frequently by housewives, such as pins, needles, thread, etc. She often stayed at a farmhouse overnight, then a tavern, and frequently stopped over at one a few days in severe weather. After her trip to Derby, she always carried a little pistol, probably more to guard Jake's watch and property than herself. Whatever money she did not absolutely require for current expenses went to swell Jake's little hoard in the Derby bank. During the 3 years she kept up her lonely traveling, little remittances came directly to her from time to time in the care of Mr. Arms. When one came, Sally cried pitifully and put it into the bank with the rest. She never gave up expecting her husband. She never woke up one morning without the hope in her heart that he would come that day. Every golden dawn showed a fair possibility to her, and so did every red sunset. She scanned every distant approaching figure in the sweet country roads, with the half-conviction in her heart that it was he, and when nearness dispelled the illusion, her heart bounded bravely back from its momentary sinking, and she looked ahead for another traveler. Still, he did not come for 3 years from the spring he went away. Except through the money remittances, which gave no clue but the New York postmark on the envelope, she had not heard from him. One June afternoon, a poor lonely pilgrim, now without her beloved swain, driving through her old Arcadian solitudes, whose enchanted meaning was lost to her, heard a voice from behind calling to her above the jangling of the tin, "Sally, Sally, Sally!" She turned, and there he was, running after her. She turned her head quickly, and, stopping the horse, sat perfectly still, her breath almost gone with suspense. She did not dare look again for fear she had not seen aright. The hurrying steps came nearer and nearer. She looked when they came abreast the cart. It was he. It always seemed to her that she would have died if it had not been that time. "Jake! Jake!" "Oh, Sally!" He was up on the seat before she could breathe again, and his arms around her. "Jake, I did. Bear up, I did." "I know you did, little 'un. Mr. Arms told me all about it. Oh, you dear little 'un, you poor little 'un, a-driving around on this cart all alone." Jake laid his cheek against Sally's and sobbed. "Don't cry, Jake. I've earned money, I have, and it's in the bank for you." "Oh, you blessed little 'un. Sally, they said hard things about me to you in Derby, didn't they?" She started violently at that. There was one thing which had been said to her in Derby, and the memory of it had been a repressed terror ever since. "Yes, they said how you'd run off with another woman." "What did you say?" "I didn't believe it." "I did, Sally." "Well, you've come back." "Afore I married you, I'd been married afore." "By all that's good and great, little 'un, I thought my wife was dead. Her folks said she was. When I come home from peddling one time, she was gone, and they said she was off on a visit. I found out in a few weeks she'd run off with another fella. I went off peddling again without caring much what become of me. About a year afterwards I saw her death in a paper, and I wrote to her folks, and they said 'twas true. They were a bad lot, the whole of 'em. I got took in. But she had a mighty pretty face and a tongue like honey, and I suppose I was green. 3 years ago, when I went into that there tavern in Grover, there she was in the kitchen a-cooking. The fella she run off with had left her, and she'd been trying to hunt me up. She was awful poor, and had come across this place and took it. She was allers a good cook, and she suited the customers first rate. I guess they liked to see her pretty face round, too, confound her. Well, little 'un, she knew me right off, and hung on to me and cried and begged me to forgive her, and when she spied you sitting there on the cart, she tore. I had to hold her to keep her from going out and telling you the whole story. I thought you'd die if she did. I didn't know then how you could bear up, little 'un. If you ain't got backbone." "Jake, I did bear up." "I know you did, you blessed little critter. Well, she said if I didn't leave you and go with her, she'd expose me. As soon as she found she'd got the weapons in her own hands and could have me up for bigamy, she didn't cry so much and wasn't quite so humble. Well, little 'un, then I run off and left you. I couldn't stay with you if you wasn't my wife, and 'twas all the way to stop her tongue. I met her that night, and we went to New York. I got lodgings for her, and then I went to work in a box factory and supported her. I never went nigh her from one week's end to the other. I couldn't do it without having murder in my heart, but I kept her in money. Every scrap I could save I sent to you, but I used to lay awake nights worrying for fear you'd want things. Well, it's all over. She died a month ago, and I saw her buried. I knowed she was dead when you begun to tell me about her, because you'd come. Yes, she's dead this time, and I'm glad. Don't you look scared, little 'un. I hope the Lord will forgive me, but I'm glad. She was a bad 'un, you know, Sally. Was she sorry? I don't know, little 'un. Sally's head was resting peacefully on Jake's shoulder. Golden flecks of light sifted down on them through the rustling maple and locust boughs. The horse with bent head was cropping the tender young grass at the side of the road. Now we'll start up the horse and go to Derby and get married all over again, Sally. She raised her head suddenly and looked up at him with eager eyes. Jake? Well, little 'un? Oh, Jake, my blue silk dress and white bonnet is in the trunk, in the cart, just the same, and I can get 'em out and put 'em on under the trees there and wear 'em to be married in. End of A Humble Romance by Mary E. Wilkins. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in October 2020.
The Kiss by Kate Chopin, read for Love Stories Volume 4 by Isabella Garcia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Kiss by Kate Chopin. It was still quite light out of doors, but inside, with curtains drawn and smoldering fires sending out a dim, uncertain glow, the room was full of deep shadows. Brontë sat in one of these shadows. It had overtaken him, and he did not mind. The obscurity lent him courage to keep his eyes fastened as ardently as he liked upon the girl who sat in the firelight. She was very handsome, with a certain fine, rich coloring that belongs to the healthy brune type. She was quite composed as she idly stroked the stately coat of the cat that lay curled in her lap, and she occasionally sent a slow glance into the shadow where her companion sat. They were talking low of indifferent things, which plainly were not the things that occupied their thoughts. She knew that he loved her, a frank, blustering fellow without guile enough to conceal his feelings, and no desire to do so. For 2 weeks past he had sought her society eagerly and persistently. She was confidently waiting for him to declare himself, and she meant to accept him. The rather insignificant and unattractive Brontë was enormously rich, and she liked and required the entourage which wealth could give her. During one of the pauses between their talk of the last tea and the next reception, the door opened and a young man entered whom Brontë knew quite well. The girl turned her face toward him. A stride or two brought him to her side, and bending over her chair, before she could suspect his intention, for she did not realize that he had not seen her visitor, he pressed an ardent, lingering kiss upon her lips. Brontë slowly rose, so did the girl rise, but quickly, and the newcomer stood between them, a little amusement and some defiance struggling with the confusion in his face. "I believe," stammered Brontë, "I see that I have stayed too long. I had no idea that I must wish you goodbye." He was clutching his hat with both hands, and probably did not perceive that she was extending her hand to him. Her presence of mind had completely deserted her, but she could not have trusted herself to speak. "Hang me if I saw him sitting there, Natty. I know it's deuced awkward for you, but I hope you'll forgive me this once, this very first break. Why? What's the matter?" "Don't touch me, don't come near me," she returned angrily. "What do you mean by entering this house without ringing?" "I came in with your brother, as I often do," he answered coldly, in self-justification. "We came in the side way. He went upstairs, and I came in here, hoping to find you. The explanation is simple enough, and ought to satisfy you that the misadventure was unavoidable. But do say that you forgive me, Natalie," he entreated, softening. "Forgive you? You don't know what you are talking about. Let me pass. It depends upon a good deal whether I ever forgive you." At the next reception, which she and Bronte had been talking about, she approached the young man with a delicious frankness of manner when she saw him there. "Will you let me speak to you a moment or two, Mr. Bronte?" she asked with an engaging but perturbed smile. He seemed extremely unhappy, but when she took his arm and walked away with him, seeking a retired corner, a ray of hope mingled with the almost comical misery of his expression. She was apparently very outspoken. "Perhaps I should not have sought this interview, Mrs. Bronte, but oh, I have been very uncomfortable, almost miserable since the little encounter the other afternoon, when I thought how you might have misinterpreted it and believed things." Hope was plainly gaining the ascendancy over misery in Bronte's round, guileless face. "Of course, I know it is nothing to you, but for your own sake I do want you to understand that Mr. Harvey is an intimate friend of long standing. Why, we've always been like cousins, like brother and sister, I may say. He's my brother's most intimate associate, and often fancies that he is entitled to the same privileges as the family. Oh, I know it is absurd, uncalled for to tell you this, undignified even." She was almost weeping. "But it makes so much difference to me what you think of me." Her voice had grown very low and agitated. The misery had all disappeared from Bronte's face. "Then you do really care what I think, Miss Natalie? May I call you Miss Natalie?" They turned into a long, dim corridor that was lined on either side with tall, graceful plants. They walked slowly to the end of it. When they turned to retrace their steps, Bronte's face was radiant and hers was triumphant. Harvey was among the guests at the wedding, and he sought her out in a rare moment when she stood alone. "Your husband," he said, smiling, "has sent me over to kiss you." A quick blush suffused her face and round polished throat. "I suppose it's natural for a man to feel and act generously on an occasion of this kind. He tells me he doesn't want his marriage to interrupt wholly that pleasant intimacy which has existed between you and me. I don't know what you've been telling him," with an insolent smile, "but he has sent me here to kiss you." She felt like a chess player who, by the clever handling of his pieces, sees the game taking the course intended. Her eyes were bright and tender with a smile as they glanced up to his, and her lips looked hungry for the kiss which they invited. "But you know," he went on quietly, "I didn't tell him so. It would have seemed ungrateful. But I can tell you, I've stopped kissing women. It's dangerous." Well, she had Bronte and his millions left. A person can't have everything in this world, and it was a little unreasonable of her to expect it. End of The Kiss by Kate Chopin.
The Last Adventure of a Coquette by Thomas Mayne Reid. Read for Love Stories, Volume 4 by Colleen McMahon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Last Adventure of a Coquette by Thomas Mayne Reid. A more capricious coquette than the beautiful Kate Crossley never played with hapless hearts. She is now a sober matron, the wife of an elegant husband, and the mother of 2 beautiful children. We hate to rake up the ashes of bitter remembrances, for, believe us, gentle reader, this story, though short, is nevertheless true, and we know one young gentleman at least who will recognize the unhappy hero of it. But we cannot pass over in silence the last episode in the unmarried life of Kate. It may be a warning to future unfortunate lovers, and afford a striking instance of that utter heartlessness which a beautiful flirt alone can feel. Kate was an heiress, that is, a moderate fortune of 200,000 had been accumulated expressly for her use, for she was an only child. She had a much larger fortune, however, in her face, and that evening never passed that the threshold of her father's comfortable dwelling was not crossed by 60 of elegant beaux, all bloods, and some of them men of fortune. Kate amused herself by making these young gentlemen jealous. A beautiful flirt, who can command even the small sum of $200,000, is a dangerous creature in the community of Philadelphia, and already, on Kate Crossley's account, had 2 parties of the aforesaid young gentlemen crossed over to Camden with sanguinary intentions. Fortunately, however, we have the most vigilant police in the world, and a mayor whose instinct is so keen that it has been known to forewarn him of the time and place of a duel, the arrangements of which had been kept religiously secret from all but the principals and their seconds. By such efforts of genius on the part of our worthy mayor, had the chivalrous lovers of our heroine been spared the pain of bloodletting, and having purchased the pleasing reputation of courage, they were bound over, and thus procured the sweet privilege of frowning at each other hereafter, without the necessity of fighting for it. Matters were progressing thus. Lovers were alternately sighing and smiling and scowling, when the elegant Augustus Nob returned from his European tour, bringing with him, of course, a foreign mustache and a decidedly foreign accent. Nob was an only son of one of the first families. He had been left an independent fortune by his parents, deceased, most of which he had contrived to spend in Paris and London. This, however, was still a secret, and Nob was welcome everywhere. But under no mahogany did Mr. Augustus Nob stretch his limbs more frequently than under the hospitable board of Mrs. Crossley. We say Mrs. Crossley, for although her good husband still lived, he was only identified in the house as a piece of its plainest furniture. Crossley had served his purpose in this world. He had made the 200,000, had retired from business, and was no longer of any value. It was now Mrs. C.'s turn to play her part, which consisted in practically proving that 200,000 can be spent almost as fast as it can be made. Balls, soirees, and suppers followed each other in quick succession. Morning levees were held, attended by crowds of bloods. The elegant Augustus was always present, and always dressed in the most fashionable rig. A party at the house of Mrs. Crossley, and the elegant Augustus not present? Who could bear the idea? Not Mrs. C. herself, who was constantly exclaiming, "My dear Augustus, he is the very life and soul of us. How charming, how handsome, and how fashionable! Just the air that traveling always gives. How much I long to call him my dear son." And in fact, Mrs. C. was leaving no stone unturned to consummate this maternal design. She was not likely to find much opposition on the part of the elegant himself. Not only would the 200,000 have been particularly acceptable at that time, but the heart of the young gentleman, or in other words his vanity, had become greatly excited, and he felt much disposed to carry off the Coquette in triumph, in spite of the agony and disappointment of at least a score of competitors. But where is our heroine Kate all this time? Flirting, of course, with a dozen beaux, each at one moment thinking himself most favored, and the next spurned and despairing. Now she smiles upon Mr. Fitzrush, and compliments him upon the smallness of his foot. Fitz blushes, simpers, and appears not at all vain of his feet. In fact, stammers out that they are large, very large indeed, to which candid acknowledgment on his part, should the company appear to assent, he carelessly adds that they are small for a man of his size, insinuating that it is nothing out of the way to find small men with little feet, and little credit should therefore be attached. But when a man of large dimensions is found with elegant little feet like his, the credit ought to be quadrupled, or tripled at least. Kate, the talented Kate, understands it all, and after smiling quietly at the gentleman's silliness, she turns her satire upon another victim. "Ah, my dear Mr. Cressy, how your eyes sparkled last night at the opera. They looked like a basilisk's." This gentleman's eyes were of a very dull green color, and looked more like a cat's than a basilisk's, but not seeing them as others saw them, he replied that he could not help it, the music always excited him so. "Ah, the music, Mr. Cressy, but perhaps—" She was prevented from finishing her reply by the announcement of a gentleman who had just made his appearance in the doorway, and who was no less a personage than the elegant Augustus Nob. To say that Mr. Augustus Nob was a small fish in this party would be to speak what was not true. On the other hand, he was a big fish, in fact, the biggest in the kettle. Anyone who had witnessed the sensation produced by his announcement would have judged so. The Coquette broke off in the middle of her satire, and running toward the door, conducted him to the seat nearest to her own, where, after an elegant bow, he seated himself, a full-grown lion. During the continuance of this welcome reception, various pantomimic gestures were exhibited by different members of the company. There was a general uneasy shifting of chairs. Dark looks were shot toward the elegant, and conciliatory and even friendly glances were exchanged among the beaux, who, forgetting for the moment their mutual jealousies, concentrated their united envy upon their common rival. If Cressy's eyes never sparkled before, they certainly did upon this occasion, and the right leg of Fitzrush was flung violently over the left knee, where it continued to oscillate with an occasional nervous twitching of the toes, expressive of a hardly repressed desire on the part of its owner to try the force of those little feet on the favored elegant's handsome person. It was all in vain, however. Nob was evidently the successful lover, for he sat close to the graceful creature, that is, closer than any other, and chatted to her of balls and operas, and, confident of his position, he did not care a fig for the envy and jealousy which on all sides surrounded him. And Kate showered all her attentions upon Nob, and Nob triumphed over his rivals. Matters progressed thus for several weeks, Nob still paying marked attentions to the Coquette, whose chief delight seemed to be not only to torment her host of other lovers, but occasionally the elegant himself. Augustus, however, still continued first in favor, and from the attentions which he received at the hands of Mrs. Crossley, it was conjectured by the family friends that a marriage with her daughter was not far distant. The less aspiring of Kate's former lovers had long since hauled their wind, and only a few, among whom were Fitzrush and Cressy, still continued to hang on despairingly to what was evidently a forlorn hope. Nob openly boasted that he had run them all out of the field, and was heard triumphantly to assert that he was breaking the heart of the dear creature, and that he would be under the positive necessity of healing it at the hymeneal altar. He was very young to marry, quite a child, but then to keep the dear sylph in suspense, oh, it would be barbarous, positively barbarous. It is not to be supposed that the cunning, the talented Kate was ignorant of these boasts on the part of the elegant Nob. No, no, Kate knew everything, and among other things she knew Mr. Augustus Nob thoroughly, and she resolved on taking the most exquisite vengeance upon him. Spring, delightful spring, has returned, and all nature looks as sweet as the lips of a lovely woman. The trees upon our sidewalks and in our beautiful squares are once more covered with green and shady foliage, and from the windows of high houses hang handsome cages, from which those warbling prisoners, the mock-bird and the troupial, and the linnet and canary bird, send forth their dulcet notes, filling the streets with music and melody. Fashionable ladies are beginning to make their appearance in the streets, unattended by gentlemen, as it is the shopping hour, and gentlemen would be only in the way. From the door of an elegant mansion on the upper part of Chestnut Street issues a graceful and beautiful girl, who is proceeding down the street toward the busier part of the city. She does not loiter, nor look in at the shop windows, as ladies generally do at this hour, but walks nimbly along, as though she came forth upon some preconceived errand. As she nears that part of Chestnut Street which is in the neighborhood of the State House, she lessens her gait and walks more leisurely. She is heard to soliloquize. In truth, it is as much as my courage, nay, even my reputation is worth, to enter the studio of my sweet painter thus alone. But what can I do, since the dear fellow has been banished from our house by the aristocratic notions of my mother? Well, I shall risk all for him, as he would for me, I know. How happy it will make him to hear my errand, only to think that I am forced to an elopement, or marry that ninny whom my mother has chosen for me. But I shall elope, I shall. Henry has so often proposed it. How happy he shall be to hear me consent. But I shall do it in my own way. That is fixed. Henry will laugh when I tell him of my plans. Someone may be with him at this moment and deprive me of the pleasure of conversing with him, but then it is all written here, and I can see him soon again. Henry Willis, miniature painter. Yes, this is the sweet fellow's place. No one observes me enter. So saying, the graceful girl entered a huge hall, the door of which stood open, and passing up a flight of steps, she tapped gently with her small gloved fingers upon the door of a chamber, upon which was repeated in gold letters the same words that were exhibited in front of the building: Henry Willis, miniature painter. In a moment the door opened, disclosing within the studio of an artist, the artist himself, a fine-looking youth, with dark hair and slight mustache, and dressed in his painter's blouse, while in the background could be seen a prim, stiff old lady in high cap and curls, steadily and rigidly sitting for her portrait. At the sight of the newcomer, the artist's countenance became bright with love and pleasure, and the exclamation, "Dearest," that almost involuntarily escaped him, told that they were no strangers to each other. The young lady, on the other hand, perceiving the sitter through the half-open door, glided back a step or two, so as to be unperceived by the latter. And taking from her reticule a folded paper, she held it out to the painter, accompanying the act with these words, "A message for you, Henry. It would have been pleasanter, perhaps, to have delivered it verbally, but, you see, I have been prepared for any emergency." So saying, she delivered the paper, received a kiss upon her little gloved hand, smiled, said "Good morning," and gracefully glided back into the street. The artist re-entered his studio, found some excuse to dismiss the stiff old lady, and was soon buried, with beaming face and beating heart, in the contents of the paper he had just received. He rose from its perusal like a man mad, mad from excess of joy, mad from love, and hastily striding up and down his small studio, he exclaimed, "Yes, dearest heart, anything you wish shall be done. 1 week, and she shall be mine. And such a mischievous trick! But the fool deserves it, richly deserves it, for aspiring to the hand of one so immeasurably his superior. Ninny, he little knew how deeply she is loved, sweet girl. How she has deceived them, father, mother, friends, all. How sweet and how powerful is first love." Kate Crossley had often been heard to say that whenever she married there would be an elopement. She either had a presentiment that such would be her fate, or she so despised the modern, unromantic fashion of marrying and giving in marriage that she resolved that it should be. Consequently, when the elegant Augustus Nob, on the 1st day of May, 1842, knelt before her in the most fashionable manner, and made a most fashionable declaration, quite confident of being accepted, who could have refused? He was accepted, with the proviso that it should be an elopement. "All right," soliloquized Augustus, as he closed the hall door behind him. "All right, and very simple. Old lady decidedly in my favor. Reconciliation easy. Carriage at 4. Private clergy. 2 days in a hotel. Sent for, and all right again. Simple, and very romantic, too." It was a dark night, a very dark night for the month of May, and a very cold one, too, and under the shadow of some trees that grew upon the sidewalk in the upper part of Chestnut Street, making the spot still darker, might be seen an elegant carriage and horses drawn up close to the curbstone. The driver was on the box, enveloped in a great coat, and at a short distance from the carriage, and leaning against a tree, might be seen the figure of a young man fashionably and elegantly attired. He wore a cloth cloak, loosely hanging from his shoulders, and he was evidently waiting for someone to arrive and enter the carriage with him. There were no passers-by, however, to conjecture his motives and actions, as it was nearly 2 o'clock in the morning, and the streets were quiet. He repeatedly took out a splendid watch, and seemed impatiently waiting for some fixed hour. Presently the great bell upon the State House tolled 2. A light footstep was now heard in the distance, and a moment after a graceful woman came tripping along and approached the carriage. The young man who had been leaning against the tree immediately recognized the figure, and stretched out his hand to conduct her to the carriage. We will conceal the names of the lovers no longer. They were Augustus Nob and Kate Crossley. "My dear Kate," said he, "I have been waiting for you half an hour. How very cold it is." "No, not cold, on such an errand as ours. But, dear Augustus," said Kate, changing her manner, "we must be married by the Reverend Mr. C. The good old man has been like a father to me, and I could not think of anyone else. He has promised me, and is now expecting us." "Oh, very well," replied the lover. "You are sure he expects us?" "Yes, I will give directions to the driver." So saying, she whispered a word in the ear of the driver, who seemed perfectly to understand her, and entered the carriage, followed by Augustus. The driver immediately gave the whip to his horses, and turning down Chestnut, entered a cross street, and drove northward toward the district of the Northern Liberties. The carriage drew up before the door of a handsome house in the upper part of the city, and the driver, dismounting from his box, opened the door, let down the steps, and handed the lady to the pavement. Nob thought that he saw the driver kiss his bride's little white-gloved hand as she stepped upon the curbstone, but it was so dark he could not be sure of this. He was sure, however, that he was the most officious and impertinent driver he had ever seen, and from the slight glimpse that he caught of the fellow's face by the light of a street lamp, he saw that he wore a mustache and was withal a very handsome young man. It was no time, however, to study physiognomy or resent imaginary insults. The door of the house was quietly opened by someone within, and Nob and his beautiful bride entered, and were shown into the drawing-room. The servant desired Kate to follow her to a dressing-room, that she might take off her bonnet, and intimated to Mr. Nob that the Reverend Mr. C. would wait upon him in a minute. Now it was a very strange thing that the same driver who kissed Kate's little hand, for he actually had kissed it, instead of staying by his horses, as every good driver should do, gave them up to another, and walked into the house close after the bride and bridegroom. It was also strange that the bride kept the elegant Mr. Augustus Nob impatiently waiting in that front parlor for at least 20 minutes. But the strangest thing of all was that when she did make her appearance, she still had her bonnet on, as when last he saw her, and was leaning on the arm of a handsome young gentleman wearing mustaches and white kid gloves, whom the stupefied Augustus at once recognized as the impertinent driver, and whom the reader may recognize as Henry Willis, the artist. Mr. Willis politely thanked Mr. Nob for having kindly attended his wife thither, and assisted him in bringing the affair to its happy termination, and added that as he had driven the party thither, he hoped that Mr. Nob would condescend to reciprocate and take the box on their return. Nob, however, having got the sack in so cruel a fashion, felt no inclination to take the box, and in a few moments he was among the missing. He was never again seen in the city of brotherly love. The young artist and his beautiful bride entered the carriage and drove to Jones's Hotel, where they remained until sent for by Mr. and Mrs. Crossley, which happy event occurred a day or two after. Whoever should see the modest and matronly Kate now, with her 2 beautiful children, would hardly credit the story that she had ever been a coquette. This, however, was positively her last adventure. End of The Last Adventure of a Coquette by Thomas Mayne Reid.
A Little Grey Glove by George Egerton, Mary Chevalita Dunbright. Recorded for Love Stories, Volume 4, by Rita Boutros. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Little Grey Glove by George Egerton, Mary Chevalita Dunbright. Keynotes, London, Elkin Matthews and John Lane, Vigo Street, 1893. Early Spring. The Book of Life begins with a man and woman in a garden and ends with revelations. Oscar Wilde. Yes, most fellows' books of life may be said to begin at the chapter where woman comes in. Mine did. She came in years ago, when I was a raw undergraduate. With the sober thought of retrospective analysis, I may say she was not all my fancy painted her. Indeed, now that I come to think of it, there was no fancy about the vermeil of her cheeks, rather an artificial reality. She had her bower in the bar of the Golden Boar, and I was madly in love with her, seriously intent on lawful wedlock. Luckily for me, she threw me over for a neighboring pork butcher, but at the time I took it hardly, and it made me sex shy. I was a very poor man in those days. One feels one's griefs more keenly then. One hasn't the wherewithal to buy distraction. Besides, ladies snubbed me rather on the rare occasions I met them. Later, I fell in for a legacy, the forerunner of several. Indeed, I may say I am beastly rich. My tastes are simple, too, and I haven't any poor relations. I believe they are of great assistance in getting rid of superfluous capital. Wish I had some. It was after the legacy that women discovered my attractions. They found that there was something superb in my plainness, before they said ugliness, something after the style of the late Victor Emmanuel, something infinitely more striking than mere ordinary beauty. At least so Harding told me his sisters said, and she had the reputation of being a clever girl. Being an only child, I never had the opportunity other fellows had of studying the undress side of women through familiar intercourse, say, with sisters. Their most ordinary belongings were sacred to me. I used to be told, ridiculous high-flown notions about them. By the way, I modified those considerably on closer acquaintance. I ought to study them, nothing like a woman for developing a fellow. So I laid in a stock of books in different languages, mostly novels in which women played title roles, in order to get up some definite data before venturing amongst them. I can't say I derived much benefit from this course. There seemed to be as great a diversity of opinion about the female species as, let us say, about the Salmonidae. My friend Ponsonby Smith, who is one of the oldest fly fishers in the three kingdoms, said to me once, "Take my word for it, there are only 4 true Salmo, the Salar, the Truta, the Fario, the Ferox. All the rest are just varieties, subgenuses of the above. Stick to that." Some writing fellow divided all the women into good 'uns and bad 'uns. But as a conscientious stickler for truth, I must say that both in trout as in women I have found myself faced with most puzzling varieties, that were a tantalizing blending of several qualities. I then resolved to study them on my own account. I pursued the eternal feminine in a spirit of purely scientific investigation. I knew you'd laugh skeptically at that, but it's a fact. I was impartial in my selection of subjects for observation: French, German, Spanish, as well as the home product. Nothing in petticoats escaped me. I devoted myself to the freshest ingenue, as well as the experienced widow of 3 departed, and I may as well confess that the more I saw of her, the less I understood her. But I think they understood me. They refused to take me au sérieux. When they weren't fleecing me, they were interested in the state of my soul. I preferred the former, but all humbugged me equally, so I gave them up. I took to rod and gun instead, pro salute anime. It's decidedly safer. I have scoured every country in the globe. Indeed, I can say that I have shot and fished in woods and waters where no other white man, perhaps, ever dropped a beast or played a fish before. There is no life like the life of a free wanderer, and no lore like the lore one gleans in the great book of nature. But one must have freed one's spirit from the taint of the town before one can even read the alphabet of its mystic meaning. What has this to do with the glove? True, not much, and yet it has a connection. It accounts for me. Well, for 12 years I have followed the impulses of the wandering spirit that dwells in me. I have seen the sun rise in Finland and gild the devil's knuckles as he sank behind the Drakensberg. I have caught the barba and the gamer yellow fish in the Vaal River, taken muskellunge and black bass in Canada, thrown a fly over guapote and cavallo in Central American lakes, and choked the monster eels of the Mauritius with a cunningly faked-up duckling. But I have been shy as a chub at the shadow of a woman. Well, it happened last year I came back on business, another confounded legacy. End of June, too, just as I was off to Finland. but Messrs. Thimble and Rigg, the highly respectable firm who look after my affairs, represented that I owed it to others, whom I kept out of their share of the legacy, to stay near town till affairs were wound up. They told me, with a view to reconcile me perhaps, of a trout stream with a decent inn near it, an unknown stream in Kent. It seems a junior member of the firm is an angler. At least he sometimes catches pike or perch in the Medway some way from the stream, where the trout rise in audacious security from artificial lures. I stipulated for a clerk to come down with any papers to be signed, and started at once for Victoria. I declined to tell the name of my find, firstly because the trout are the gamest little fish that ever rose to fly and run to a good 2 pounds. Secondly, I have paid for all the rooms in the inn for the next year, and I want it to myself. The glove is lying on the table next me as I write. If it isn't in my breast pocket or under my pillow, it is in some place where I can see it. It has a delicate gray body, suede I think they call it, with a whipping of silver round the top, and a darker gray silk tag to fasten it. It is marked 5 3/4 inside, and has a delicious scent about it, to keep off moths, I suppose. Naphthalene is better. It reminds me of a silver sedge tied on a tenhook. I startled the good landlady of the little inn (there is no village, fortunately) when I arrived with the only porter of the tiny station laden with traps. She hesitated about a private sitting room, but eventually we compromised matters, as I was willing to share it with the other visitor. I got into knickerbockers at once, collared a boy to get me worms and minnow for the morrow, and as I felt too lazy to unpack tackle, just sat in the shiny armchair, made comfortable by the successive sitting of former occupants, at the open window and looked out. The river, not the trout stream, winds to the right, and the trees cast trembling shadows into its clear depths. The red tiles of a farm roof show between the beeches, and break the monotony of blue sky background. A dusty wagoner is slaking his thirst with a tankard of ale. I am conscious of the strange lonely feeling that a visit to England always gives me. Away in strange lands, even in solitary places, one doesn't feel it somehow. One is filled with the hunter's lust, bent on a kill. But at home in the quiet country, with the smoke curling up from some fireside, the mowers busy laying the hay in swathes, the children tumbling under the trees in the orchards, and a girl singing as she spreads the clothes on the sweetbrier hedge, amidst a scene quick with home sights and sounds, a strange lack creeps in and makes itself felt in a dull, aching way. Oddly enough, too, I had a sense of uneasiness, something's going to happen. I had often experienced it when out alone in a great forest or on an unknown lake, and it always meant danger of some kind. But why should I feel it here? Yet I did, and I couldn't shake it off. I took to examining the room. It was a commonplace one of the usual type. But there was a work basket on the table, a dainty thing, lined with blue satin. There was a bit of lace stretched over shiny blue linen, with the needle sticking in it. Such fairy work, like cobwebs seen from below, spun from a branch against a background of sky. A gold thimble, too, with initials, not the landlady's, I know. What pretty things, too, in the basket! A scissors, a capital shape for fly making, a little file, and some floss silk and tinsel, the identical color I want for a new fly I have in my head, one that will be a demon to kill, the northern devil I mean to call him. Someone looks in behind me, and a light step passes upstairs. I drop the basket, I don't know why. There are some reviews near it. I take up one, and am soon buried in an article on Tasmanian fauna. It is strange, but whenever I do know anything about a subject, I always find these writing fellows either entirely ignorant or damned wrong. After supper, I took a stroll to see the river. It was a silver gray evening, with just the last lemon and pink streaks of the sunset staining the sky. There had been a shower, and somehow the smell of the dust after rain, mingled with the mignonette in the garden, brought back vanished scenes of small boyhood, when I caught minnows in a bottle and dreamt of a shilling rod as happiness unattainable. I turned aside from the road in accordance with directions and walked towards the stream. Hallo! Someone before me. What a bore! The angler is hidden by an elder bush, but I can see the fly drop delicately, artistically on the water. Fishing upstream, too. There is a bit of broken water there, and the midges dance in myriads. A silver gleam, and the line spins out, and the fly falls just in the right place. It is growing dusk, but the fellow is an adept at quick, fine casting. I wonder what fly he has on. Why, he's going to try downstream now? I hurry forward, and as I near him, I swerve to the left out of the way. Sss! A sudden sting in the lobe of my ear. Hey! I cry as I find I am caught. The tail fly is fast in it. A slight, gray-clad woman, holding the rod, lays it carefully down, and comes towards me through the gathering dusk. My first impulse is to snap the gut and take to my heels, but I am held by something less tangible, but far more powerful than the grip of the limerick hook in my ear. "I am very sorry," she says in a voice that matched the evening, it was so quiet and soft. "But it was exceedingly stupid of you to come behind like that." I didn't think you threw such a long line. I thought I was safe," I stammered. "Hold this," she says, giving me a diminutive fly book, out of which she has taken a scissors. I obey meekly. She snips the gut. "Have you a sharp knife? If I strip the hook, you can push it through. It is lucky it isn't in the cartilage." I suppose I am an awful idiot, but I only handed her the knife, and she proceeded as calmly as if stripping a hook in a man's ear were an everyday occurrence. Her gown is of some soft gray stuff, and her gray leather belt is silver clasped. Her hands are soft and cool and steady, but there is a rarely disturbing thrill in their gentle touch. The thought flashed through my mind that I had just missed that, a woman's voluntary tender touch, not a paid caress, all my life. "Now you can push it through yourself. I hope it won't hurt much." Taking the hook, I push it through, and a drop of blood follows it. "Oh!" she cries, but I assure her it is nothing, and stick the hook surreptitiously in my coat sleeve. Then we both laugh, and I look at her for the first time. She has a very white forehead, with little tendrils of hair blowing round it under her gray cap. Her eyes are gray. I didn't see that then. I only saw they were steady, smiling eyes that matched her mouth. Such a mouth, the most maddening mouth a man ever longed to kiss. Above, a two-pointed chin, soft as a child's. Indeed, the whole face looks soft in the misty light. "I am sorry I spoiled your sport," I say. "Oh, that don't matter. It's time to stop. I got 2 brace, one a beauty." She is winding in her line, and I look in her basket. They are beauties. 1 2-pounder, the rest running from a half to a pound. "What fly?" "Yellow dun took that one, but your assailant was a partridge spider." I sling her basket over my shoulder. She takes it as a matter of course, and we retrace our steps. I feel curiously happy as we walk towards the road. There is a novel delight in her nearness. The feel of woman works subtly and strangely in me. The rustle of her skirt as it brushes the black heads in the meadow grass, and the delicate perfume, partly violets, partly herself, that comes to me with each of her movements, is a rare pleasure. I am hardly surprised when she turns into the garden of the inn. I think I knew from the first that she would. Better bathe that ear of yours and put a few drops of carbolic in the water. She takes the basket as she says it and goes into the kitchen. I hurry over this and go into the little sitting room. There is a tray with a glass of milk and some oaten cakes upon the table. I am too disturbed to sit down. I stand at the window and watch the bats flitter in the gathering moonlight, and listen with quivering nerves for her step. Perhaps she will send for the tray, and not come after all. What a fool I am to be disturbed by a gray-clad witch with a tantalizing mouth! That comes of loafing about doing nothing. I mentally darn the old fool who saved her money instead of spending it. Why the devil should I be bothered? I don't want it, anyhow. She comes in as I fume, and I forget everything at her entrance. I push the armchair towards the table, and she sinks quietly into it, pulling the tray nearer. She has a wedding ring on, but somehow it never strikes me to wonder if she is married or a widow, or who she may be. I am content to watch her break her biscuits. She has the prettiest hands, and a trick of separating her last fingers when she takes hold of anything. They remind me of white orchids I saw somewhere. She led me to talk about Africa, I think. I liked to watch her eyes glow deeply in the shadow, and then catch light as she bent forward to say something in her quick, responsive way. "Long ago, when I was a girl," she said once. "Long ago?" I echo incredulously. "Surely not." "Ah, but yes, you haven't seen me in the daylight," with a soft little laugh. "Do you know what the gypsies say? Never judge a woman or a ribbon by candlelight." They might have said moonlight equally well. She rises as she speaks, and I feel an overpowering wish to have her put out her hand. But she does not. She only takes the work-basket and a book, and says good night with an inclination of her little head. I go over and stand next to her chair. I don't like to sit in it, but I like to put my hand where her head leant, and fancy, if she were there, how she would look up. I woke next morning with a curious sense of pleasurable excitement. I whistled from very lightness of heart as I dressed. When I got down, I found the landlady clearing away her breakfast things. I felt disappointed and resolved to be down earlier in future. I didn't feel inclined to try the minnow. I put them in a tub in the yard and tried to read and listen for her step. I dined alone. The day dragged terribly. I did not like to ask about her. I had a notion she might not like it. I spent the evening on the river. I might have filled a good basket, but I let the beggars rest. After all, I had caught fish enough to stock all the rivers in Great Britain. There are other things than trout in the world. I sit and smoke a pipe where she caught me last night. If I half close my eyes, I can see hers, and her mouth in the smoke. That is one of the curious charms of baccy. It helps to reproduce brain pictures. After a bit, I think, perhaps she has left. I get quite feverish at the thought, and hasten back. I must ask. I look up at the window as I pass. There is surely a gleam of white. I throw down my traps and hasten up. She is leaning with her arms on the window ledge, staring out into the gloom. I could swear I caught a suppressed sob as I entered. I cough, and she turns quickly and bows slightly. A bonnet and gloves and lace affair, and a lot of papers are lying on the table. I am awfully afraid she is going. I say, "Please don't let me drive you away. It is so early yet. I half expected to see you on the river." "Nothing so pleasant. I have been up in town." The tears have certainly got into her voice. "All day. It was so hot and dusty. I am tired out." The little servant brings in the lamp and a tray with a bottle of lemonade. "Mistress hasn't any lemons, ma'am. Will this do?" "Yes," she says wearily. She is shading her eyes with her hand. "Anything. I am fearfully thirsty." "Let me concoct you a drink instead. I have lemons and ice and things. My man sent me down supplies today. I leave him in town. I am rather a dab at drinks. I learnt it from the Yankees. About the only thing I did learn from them I care to remember. Susan! The little maid helps me to get the materials, and she watches me quietly. When I give it to her, she takes it with a smile. She has been crying. That is an ample thank you. She looks quite old. Something more than tiredness called up those lines in her face. Well, 10 days passed. Sometimes we met at breakfast, sometimes at supper. Sometimes we fished together, or sat in the straggling orchard and talked. She neither avoided me nor sought me. She is the most charming mixture of child and woman I ever met. She is a dual creature. Now, I never met that in a man. When she is here, without getting a letter in the morning or going to town, she seems like a girl. She runs about in her gray gown and little cap and laughs, and seems to throw off all thought like an irresponsible child. She is eager to fish, or pick gooseberries and eat them daintily, or sit under the trees and talk. But when she goes to town, I notice she always goes when she gets a lawyer's letter. There is no mistaking the envelope. She comes home tired and haggard-looking, an old woman of 35. I wonder why. It takes her, even with her elasticity of temperament, nearly a day to get young again. I hate her to go to town. It is extraordinary how I miss her. I can't recall, when she is absent, her saying anything very wonderful, but she converses all the time. She has a gracious way of filling the place with herself. There is an entertaining quality in her very presence. We had one rainy afternoon. She tied me some flies. I shan't use any of them. I watched the lights in her hair as she moved. It is quite golden in some places, and she has a tiny mole near her left ear, and another on her left wrist. On the 11th day she got a letter, but she didn't go to town. She stayed up in her room all day. 20 times I felt inclined to send her a line, but I had no excuse. I heard the landlady say as I passed the kitchen window, "Poor dear, I'm sorry to lose her." Lose her? I should think not. It has come to this with me that I don't care to face any future without her. And yet I know nothing about her, not even if she is a free woman. I shall find that out the next time I see her. In the evening I catch a glimpse of her gown in the orchard, and I follow her. We sit down near the river. Her left hand is lying gloveless next to me in the grass. Do you think, from what you have seen of me, that I would ask a question out of any mere impertinent curiosity? She starts. No, I do not. I take up her hand and touch the ring. Tell me, does this bind you to anyone? I am conscious of a buzzing in my ears and a dancing blur of water and sky and trees as I wait. It seems to me an hour for her reply. I felt the same sensation once before, when I got drawn into some rapids and had an awfully narrow shave, but of that another time. The voice is shaking. I am not legally bound to anyone, at least. But why do you ask? She looks me square in the face as she speaks, with a touch of haughtiness I never saw in her before. Perhaps the great relief I feel, the sense of joy at knowing she is free, speaks out of my face, for hers flushes and she drops her eyes. Her lips tremble. I don't look at her again, but I can see her all the same. After a while she says, "I half intended to tell you something about myself this evening. Now I must. Let us go in. I shall come down to the sitting room after your supper." She takes a long look at the river and the inn, as if fixing the place in her memory. It strikes me with a chill that there is a good-bye in her gaze. Her eyes rest on me a moment as they come back. There is a sad look in their gray clearness. She swings her little gray gloves in her hand as we walk back. I can hear her walking up and down overhead. How tired she will be, and how slowly the time goes. I am standing at one side of the window when she enters. She stands at the other, leaning her head against the shutter, with her hands clasped before her. I can hear my own heart beating, and I fancy hers through the stillness. The suspense is fearful. At length she says, "You have been a long time out of England. You don't read the papers?" "No." A pause. I believe my heart is beating inside my head. "You asked me if I was a free woman. I don't pretend to misunderstand why you asked me. I am not a beautiful woman. I never was. But there must be something about me, there is in some women, essential femininity perhaps, that appeals to all men. What I read in your eyes I have seen in many men's before, but before God I never tried to rouse it. Today," with a sob, "I can say I am free. Yesterday morning I could not. Yesterday my husband gained his case and divorced me." She closes her eyes and draws in her under lip to stop its quivering. I want to take her in my arms, but I am afraid to. "I did not ask you any more than if you were free." "No, but I am afraid you don't quite take in the meaning. I did not divorce my husband, he divorced me. He got a decree nisi. Do you understand now?" She is speaking with difficulty. "Do you know what that implies?" I can't stand her face any longer. I take her hands, they are icy cold, and hold them tightly. "Yes, I know what it implies. That is, I know the legal and social conclusion to be drawn from it, if that is what you mean. But I never asked you for that information. I have nothing to do with your past. You did not exist for me before the day we met on the river. I take you from that day, and I ask you to marry me." I feel her tremble and her hands get suddenly warm. She turns her head and looks at me long and searchingly. Then she says, "Sit down, I want to say something." I obey, and she comes and stands next the chair. I can't help it. I reach up my arm, but she puts it gently down. "No, you must listen without touching me." I shall go back to the window. I don't want to influence you a bit by any personal magnetism I possess. I want you to listen. I have told you he divorced me. The correspondent was an old friend, a friend of my childhood, of my girlhood. He died just after the first application was made, luckily for me. He would have considered my honor before my happiness. I did not defend the case. It wasn't likely. Ah, if you knew all! He proved his case, given clever counsel, willing witnesses to whom you make it worth while. And no defense. Divorce is always attainable, even in England. But remember, I figure as an adulteress in every English-speaking paper. If you buy last week's evening papers, do you remember the day I was in town? I nod. You will see a sketch of me in that days. Someone, perhaps he, must have given it. It was from an old photograph. I bought one at Victoria as I came out. It is funny, with a hysterical laugh, to buy a caricature of one's own poor face at a new stall. Yet, in spite of that, I have felt glad. The point for you is that I made no defense to the world, and, with a lifting of her head, I will make no apology, no explanation, no denial to you, now nor ever. I am very desolate, and your attention came very warm to me, but I don't love you. Perhaps I could learn to, with a rush of color, for what you have said tonight, and it is because of that I tell you to weigh what this means. Later, when your care for me will grow into habit, you may chafe at my past. It is from that I would save you. I hold out my hands, and she comes and puts them aside, and takes me by the beard, and turns up my face and scans it earnestly. She must have been deceived a good deal. I let her do as she pleases. It is the wisest way with women. And it is good to have her touch me in that way. She seems satisfied. She stands leaning against the arm of the chair and says, "I must learn first to think of myself as a free woman again. It almost seems wrong today to talk like this. Can you understand that feeling? I nod assent. Next time I must be sure, and you must be sure. She lays her fingers on my mouth as I am about to protest. Shh! You shall have a year to think. If you repeat then what you have said today, I shall give you your answer. You must not try to find me. I have money. If I am living, I will come here to you. If I am dead, you will be told of it. In the year between, I shall look upon myself as belonging to you, and render an account, if you wish, of every hour. You will not be influenced by me in any way, and you will be able to reason it out calmly. If you think better of it, don't come. I feel there would be no use trying to move her. I simply kiss her hands and say, "As you will, dear woman, I shall be here." We don't say any more. She sits down on a footstool with her head against my knee, and I just smooth it. When the clock strikes 10 through the house, she rises and I stand up. I see that she has been crying quietly. Poor lonely little soul. I lift her off her feet and kiss her, and stammer out my sorrow at losing her, and she is gone. Next morning the little maid brought me an envelope from the lady, who left by the first train. It held a little gray glove. That is why I carry it always, and why I haunt the inn and never leave it for longer than a week, why I sit and dream in the old chair that has a ghost of her presence always, dream of the spring to come with the mayfly on the wing, and the young summer when midges dance and the trout are growing fastidious, when she will come to me across the meadow grass through the silver haze as she did before, come with her gray eyes shining to exchange herself for her little gray glove. End of A Little Gray Glove by George Edgerton, from Victorian Short Stories.
The Love Charm by William Charles Scully. Read for Love Stories, Volume 4 by Rachel May Ferryman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Love Charm by William Charles Scully. Fetch me that flower, the herb I showed thee once. The juice of it on sleeping eyelids laid will make or man or woman madly dote upon the next live creature that it sees. A Midsummer Night's Dream. Cham tanam. No, my child. I am too old, as you can see for yourself. My memory is no longer good, and all these things happened so very long ago. Besides, you have not yet told me why you want me to talk about these old days. You white people are so wise, you cannot require to learn from an old woman such as I. Hear him now. What can the great people who live beyond the sea in those big houses you show me the shadows, pictures, of, and of which I never can tell the top from the bottom, want to know about the dead and gone bachas? Yes, I have heard all this before from you, and you know I only promised to talk on condition that you told me the true reason why you wanted to write down my words. You white people are very sly. You know most things, yet one thing you are always trying to learn, all of you, the magic of the native. And what is our magic compared with yours? With us, the Isanuse, witch doctor, calls to all in a loud voice, boasting of what he knows. Yet you Abalungu, white people, are forever trying to persuade the natives that you are not wizards. Don't tell me, does not one of you speak with your mouth close to the end of an iron string at Umzimkulu, while another listens at Matatiele, where the string passes over the big poles, and hear the words spoken? And this over a distance which it takes a man 6 days to walk. I know myself that such is the case, because when my granddaughter's baby was born at Umzimkulu last spring, did I not learn it from the pink paper which the constable read to me on the same day? I asked Rachel particularly about the date afterwards, and she swore to me that the child was born 2 days before the new moon, and that was the day on which the constable came. Did you not yourself open the eye of a box at me with a click, and show me the next day the water shadow of myself upon paper? And was not the very torn place in my blanket, which I had not yet mended, there too? Magic, I know magic when I see it. Yes, I am very old. I remember, like it were yesterday, the time when Chape was killed by the Pondos, when he and his impi were driven over the cliff on the Umzumvubu, and I have seen our chief, Makaula, herding calves when he was a boy. My first husband was old Palelo. He died when I was away at Umzimkulu. And my second was Momlotiolo, who got his head broken with a club in a fight with the Pondomisi. He came home with his head tied up and laid himself down on a mat. Next day he could not speak. He lay snoring for 5 days and then died in a fit. I had only been married to him 3 years, and we had 3 children. The first was a girl. She died when still a child. And the second a boy, whom we called Tutani. He was drowned trying to cross the Umzimvubu after a beer drink. The first time I was married, that is long ago, and I have almost forgotten all about it. We were then living in what is now Chwera land. I was quite a young girl when old Palelo took me as his wife. Yes, he had 6 other wives then living, and several others had died. Palelo was a very old man, but he was rich, and my father was poor. 18 head of cattle were given as my dowry, and a new hut was built for me. In this hut old Palelo nearly lived for 2 years, and I was quite glad when I heard that he was paying lobola for another girl, as I knew that when he married her he'd leave me alone for a time. Who told you that I went to Umzimkulu? So I had forgotten mentioning it. Well, I suppose I may as well tell you everything about it now, because you might hear it spoken of by others who do not know all that happened, and thus come to think evil of me, not knowing that it was Lamla's fault, and that I was blameless. You have heard of the charm which a man places upon a woman to make her follow him. Perhaps you do not believe in such things, eh? I thought not. It is strange what a lot of true things you wise people disbelieve in. Well, if you do not believe in such things, why do you want to hear about them? I think I know the reason, but it runs on a different spur to that of your words. Whether you believe in them or not, these things exist. I have lived much longer than you, in spite of the drought on top of your head, and I have not only seen, but experienced the effect of such a charm. No, although you are old enough to know better, you are also old enough to have seen that the eyes of a young woman do not shine on you as on younger men, and this knowledge might lead you into mischief. Well, I will tell you of some, but not the strongest. There are many things which can be used as charms, and some work quite differently from others. Some are of use only to a young man, and some to one who is old. There is the duba, wild garlic, Tulbachia alliacia, which is pounded up with fat and clay and kept in the tip of a goat's horn. If a young man touch a young woman with this, it will make her think of him night and day, until the umdlimnyana, a kind of hysteria, seizes her. This will never leave her unless he releases her, or she can steal the charm from where he has to keep it, wrapped in a skin, in the roof of his dwelling. Then there is the nsonga mazwe, literally turner or wrapper up of words, Commelina speciosa, a little blue furry flower with bright yellow anthers. If a young man bathes and then rubs himself all over with this, his words become so wise and sweet to the ear that no woman can deny him anything. Besides, there is that stuff which can be bought at the big stores, samlandela, camphor, literally that which leads or induces. If a young man rub his hands with this, and he touch a girl on the cheeks, she will dream of him whether she be asleep or awake. There are other things, roots and flowers, which, if placed by a man in the water pool at which the girls drink, or in which they bathe in hot weather, will have such an effect that their fathers and brothers will want to shed blood. Then there is another flower which, if broken up and scattered on a path along which a woman walks, will make her follow the man who scattered it wheresoever he leads her. It was in this way I was charmed and led away to Umzimkulu, where I dwelt for a year. Lamla came to dwell in our neighbourhood nearly 2 years after I had married old Palelo. He was a young man of Umzimkhulu. He had been obliged to flee for a time from there on account of having broken the law. He was related to some people of a kraal near ours, and with them he stayed. He was a very big man and a strong dancer, and was nearly always laughing. Old Palelo had many sons and daughters, and as he was rich, there was plenty of feasting at our kraal. Lamla often visited my hut, and seemed to be very fond of talking to Palelo about old times, and about the deeds my husband had done in his youth. The two would often sit over the fire far into the night, and I used to lie on my mat, my head covered with a kaross, listening. There was a little hole in the kaross, and through this I used to watch Lamla, who always sat with his face towards me. I do not know how it was, but somehow that part of the kaross with the hole in it was always just in front of my eyes. It was strange to see how fond old Palelo was of Lamla. I think it was because Lamla listened to him so quietly and just let him talk. Lamla said very little to me on these occasions, but we used often to meet when I went down to the pool to fetch water or to the millet field to hoe. I did not altogether like meeting him alone, because the way in which he talked and went on annoyed me. It was not so much his words as his ways that made me angry. Whenever we were alone he mimicked old Palelo, his walk, his voice, his way of taking snuff, everything. Although I could not keep from laughing, I did not like Lamla to go on like this. He said he meant to make himself so like Palelo that none would be able to tell one from the other, and that he came to practice before me so that I could tell him how he was getting on. Sometimes he would tell me about what a lot of girls were in love with him at Umzimkhulu, and when I told him to go back to them and not trouble me any more, he said he had got so fond of Palelo that he could not bear to think of departing. Occasionally he would come down to the field where I was hoeing, and if it were a hot day, would make me sit with him under a tree, chewing imphe, sweet reed, and listening while he blew music on the ugwalo, a musical instrument formed of a single string attached to a quill and stretched along a stick. Or talking nonsense. One day, as I was returning from the pool carrying a pot of water, I met Lamla coming out of the bush with a lot of yellow flowers in his hands. I inquired as to what he was going to do with these, and he said he was going to do some doctoring. Who then is sick? I asked. I am, he replied. I laughed at this, because at the dance the day before he had tired all the others out. Do you know what sickness these are to cure? He asked, looking at me very hard. No, said I, unless it be the sickness that makes people think they are not themselves. That is the only sickness you have got. Why, you are almost as good as a doctor yourself, he replied. Then he laughed and went away. Next morning I saw some little bits of yellow stuff on the ground just outside my hut, and also strewn along the pathway leading to the millet field. I picked a piece up and found it to be very like a portion of a flower such as Lamla had been carrying when I met him coming out of the bush. I soon picked up a whole flower. This, without considering what I was doing, I stuck into the carrying hole of my left ear. Then it suddenly seemed as if something began to sing inside me, and I felt very happy, but rather frightened. On that day I could not work. I felt as if quite changed in every way. I could not forget the yellow flowers or Lamla. I just stuck my hoe into the ground and went to the spot under the big tree where he and I used to sit. It was very hot, so I lay down, and soon fell fast asleep. I had a strange dream. I thought that Lamla came to me with a lot of yellow flowers tied around his head, in the way the pondos tie the imvani, wild asparagus, when they want rain to fall. I thought he kept changing into old Palelo, and then back into himself again, and that I was running away from him, and at the same time feeling sorry that he could not catch me. Just as I thought he had caught me, I woke up suddenly, and there he stood. I got such a fright that I screamed out and then began to weep. Lamla sat down next to me. I told him to leave me alone, but he would not, so I jumped up and ran away home. That night I could eat nothing, and the Umdlemnyana sickness seized me so badly that old Palelo became quite frightened and said he would fetch the witch doctor next day to see who had bewitched me. When I felt better, I lay down to try and sleep, but it was of no use. I dreamed of Lamla's coming, but when it got late and he had not come, I felt like a long-tailed finch trying to fly against the wind on a wet day. I kept wondering as to where he was, and the thought that he might be at a feast at another kraal where there was a girl who I knew liked him troubled me so much that I got another Umdlemnyana fit, and when old Polelo came to me with a pot of water, I threw the water all over him and broke the pot. This made me feel a little better, so I lay quiet, pretending to be asleep. Old Polelo went to sleep on his mat, but I lay long awake, until at length I felt I could not stay in the hut any longer. Something seemed to draw me outside. I took my kaross and left the hut. The moon was large and yellow. The stream of water in the kloof just below was making a noise exactly like someone speaking, and at length I found out what it was saying. It was lum 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 la la la, lum la la lum la lum la lum la, that the water was calling out over and over again as it ran over the stones. Lumla seemed to be all about me, and I kept looking behind me to see if he was not there. A jackal up on the hill was calling out, yonk, 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 meow, meow, like a man singing through his nose. The bats and nightjars were flitting about, and 2 owls were crying out to each other among the tops of the yellowwood trees. I first sat down near the hut, but old Polelo was snoring like a big frog, so I walked away beyond the cattle kraal and laid myself down on the short green grass, which was cool and wet with dew. All this time I could think of nothing but Lumla, and I kept wondering why this should be so. Why did I feel so strange and so changed? My thoughts went back to the first time I had seen him. It was at the wedding feast of one of Pelelo's daughters. I remember thinking I had never seen anyone dance so well. Then I went over, one by one, all the occasions upon which we had since met. Although there were many, I think I remembered every one of them. I began to laugh when I thought of the way he used to mimic my husband. Then I thought of the long talks in the hut at night, so I lay back and covered myself up with the kaross, looking through the same little hole at a post standing near me, and trying to imagine it was Lumla, giving his ears to Polelo and his eyes to me. Next I remembered his coming out of the bush with the yellow flowers, and this set me thinking of what had been strewn on the path. Then I suddenly understood the whole thing. I was bewitched. Lumla had said the flowers were for medicine, and this was what he had meant, the rogue. When the thought first struck me, I felt very much frightened, and I jumped up, meaning to run into the hut at once. However, I remained where I was for a little time, and then my fright seemed to pass away. Then I walked on a few yards and sat down on the grass. I listened to the water calling out Lumla's name, and thought seriously over the whole matter of Lumla and his doings. After considering for a while, I concluded that in spite of the Umdlemnyana sickness, being bewitched was, after all, not so very terrible. I had often heard of girls being charmed in this way, and I knew that one cure for it was to follow the man about and make him take off the charm. Aha, my friend Lumla, thought I am up to your ways and tricks, and will let you know it the next time we meet. You have not got a silly girl to deal with this time, but a woman who has been married nearly 2 years, and who can take care of herself very well, in spite of the Umdlemnyana. The dogs suddenly began to bark all together, and then they rushed around to the back of the cattle kraal, where they all ceased barking. Just afterwards a man walked out into the moonlight from behind the kraal fence, and came slowly towards me. It was Lumla. The dogs knew him, and were running after him and fawning. He came up to where I was sitting, and without saying a word, took my hands in his and drew me gently towards him. I stood up, and then he walked on, and I followed. I could not have resisted then, even if I had wanted to, but I do not think I wanted to at all. You see, the charm had influenced me more strongly than I had thought. I was no longer myself, but just Lumla and nothing else. I followed Lumla down the hill along the path to the millet field, and then we sat down under the tree. The dogs came too, and Lumla got very angry because he could not at first manage to drive them back. Lumla, said I, you have bewitched me with those yellow flowers, and we will both be killed by Pelelo's sons. No, said he, it is you that have bewitched me, and I only used those flowers to cure myself. After a while we went on together, Lumla leading me by the hand. When we reached a little bush near the kraal he was living at, he left me for a short time, and then he returned with 2 bundles, one of which he gave me to carry. We walked on all night. Just before daybreak we turned to the left and entered a thick forest. Here we spent the day. We did not light a fire. Lumla had brought some millet already boiled in a skin bag. We ate this, and also some roots which he dug up with the blade of his spear. From a hollow tree he brought some of the sweetest honey I have ever tasted. He did not seem to mind the bees stinging him at all. All this time we hardly spoke a word. In the afternoon we were sitting together hidden in some thick green brushwood. I heard a rustle, and, looking up, saw a long green snake gliding through the branches just over Lumla's head. I called out, "Look, there is a snake!" He just smiled, and without standing up, killed the snake with one blow of his stick. It nearly fell on him, so I screamed out, but he laughed and comforted me and said that he had been doctored by a great wizard against all dangerous things, except me. Then he asked me how I liked being bewitched. I replied, "I like it very well now, because the charm is on me, but I know that by and by I will be very angry." He laughed very loud at this. Afterwards he asked me if I knew what had really happened. I answered, "Yes, Lumla, you wicked man. You have bewitched me and made me follow you away from my home." "No, you are mistaken," said he. "I am not Lumla at all, but your husband Pelelo, in Lumla's body. Lumla is still at the kraal in the body of Pelelo." I could not understand how this could be, and I now know that he was talking nonsense. But at the time the charm was so strong on me that I would have believed anything he told me. That night we crossed the Umzimvubu and reached the big forest below the Tabankulu. Here we laid down and slept. The sun was high when we awoke. We travelled on through the forest and again rested and spent the night on the other side. Next day we went on without concealment through the open country. We were now in Pondo land, so had nothing to fear. We just wandered on quietly from kraal to kraal, getting food in plenty. For Lumla had such pleasant ways, especially with the women, that we were always made welcome. Lumla said I was his wife, whom he had fetched from Pondomisi country, and no one seemed to doubt his words. When we reached the Batcha country in Umzimkulu, we went straight to the kraal of Lumla's father, and when he told his relations that I was his wife, and that he had paid lobola for me, they all laughed at him and asked whether horns or feathers grew on the lobola cattle. I did not see at the time why they should have doubted his words, but I found out the reason afterwards. At first we lived very happily, for the charm was still strong upon me. But after some months Lumla began to go away from home very often, and then I heard that he was courting another girl. Well, he married her, and she and I quarrelled, and he took her part and beat me, so I became very miserable. It was nearly a year after we came to Umzimkulu that my baby, a boy, was born. One day, when my baby was over a month old, who should walk up to the kraal but the Machoba, old Pelelo's great son. I picked up the child and ran away into the bush, but next day I got hungry and had to return. Machoba was not very angry. It turned out that Pelelo was dead. Machoba said that I must return with him. I was not sorry to do so, because the charm had now quite passed away from me. Machoba brought a law case before the chief against Lumla for taking me away. I told all about the charm which he had used, and Lumla did not deny having used it. He was ordered by the chief to pay 10 head of cattle as a fine. These his father had to pay, because Lumla had no cattle of his own. The chief said that if Lumla's father had got him a wife, Lumla would not have gone about bewitching the wives of other people. When the cattle were paid, the chief took 5 head, and Machoba and I drove the other 5 to my old home. Soon afterwards I was married to Momlo Tiolo. My baby grew up and became just like his father, both in appearance and ways. When quite a young man he was smelt out for bewitching one of the wives of the chief, and had to flee for his life. I have never heard of him since. No, I'm not going to tell you anything more about the flower. It was not a yellow flower at all, but one of quite another colour. Besides, it is a young man's charm, and therefore would be of no use to you. End of The Love Charm by William Charles Scully.
The Miracle from Hungry Hearts by Anzia Jezierska. Recorded for Love Stories Volume 4 by Rita Boutros. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Miracle by Anzia Jezierska. Like all people who have nothing, I lived on dreams. With nothing but my longing for love, I burned my way through stone walls till I got to America. and what happened to me when I became an American is more than I can picture before my eyes, even in a dream. I was a poor Melamid's daughter in Savel, Poland. In my village, a girl without a dowry was a dead one. The only kind of a man that would give a look on a girl without money was a widower with a dozen children, or someone with a hump or on crutches. There was the village water carrier with red, teary eyes and warts on his cracked lip. There was the janitor of the bathhouse with a squash nose and long black nails with all the dirt of the world under them. Maybe one of these uglinesses might yet take pity on me and do me the favor to marry me. I shivered and grew cold through all my bones at the thought of them. Like the hunger for bread was my hunger for love. My life was nothing to me. My heart was empty. Nothing I did was real without love. I used to spend nights crying on my pillow, praying to God, I want love, I want love. I can't live, I can't breathe without love. And all day long I'd ask myself, why was I born? What's the use of dragging on day after day, wasting myself eating, sleeping, dressing? What is the meaning of anything without love? And my heart was so hungry I couldn't help feeling and dreaming that somehow, somewhere, there must be a lover waiting for me. But how and where could I find my lover was the one longing that burned in my heart by day and by night. Then came the letter from Hanahaya, Zlata's daughter, that fired me up to go to America for my lover. America is a lover's land, said Hanahaya's letter. In America, millionaires fall in love with poorest girls. Matchmakers are out of style, and a girl can get herself married to a man without the worries for a dowry. God from the world began knocking my heart. How grand to live where the kind of man you get don't depend on how much money your father can put down. If I could only go to America, there waits my lover for me. That letter made a holiday all over Savel. The butcher, the grocer, the shoemaker, everybody stopped his work and rushed to our house to hear my father read the news from the golden country. Stand out your ears to hear my great happiness, began Hanahaya's letter. I, Hanahaya, will marry myself to Solomon Cohen, the boss from the shirtwaist factory, where all day I was working sewing on buttons. If you could only see how the man is melting away his heart for me. He kisses me after each step I walk. The only wish from his heart is to make me for a lady. Think only, he is buying me a piano. I should learn piano lessons as if I were from millionaires. Fire and lightning burst through the crowd. Hanahaya, a lady! They nudged and winked one to the other as they looked on the loose fatness of Zlata, her mother, and saw before their eyes Hanahaya, with her thick red lips, and her shape so fat like a puffed-out barrel of yeast. In America is a law called ladies first, the letter went on. In the cars, the men must get up to give their seats to the women. The men hold the babies on their hands and carry the bundles for the women, and even help with the dishes. There are not enough women to go around in America, and the men run after the women, and not like in Poland, the women running after the men. Gewalt! What an excitement began to burn through the whole village when they heard of Hanahaya's luck. The ticket agents from the ship companies, seeing how Hanahaya's letter was working like yeast in the air for America, posted up big signs by all the market fairs, "Go to America, the New World, 50 rubles a ticket." 50 rubles, only 50 rubles, and there waits your lover, cried my heart. Oy vey, how I was hungering to go to America after that. By day and by night I was tearing and turning over the earth, how to get to my lover on the other side of the world. "Nu, Zalman," said my mother, twisting my father around to what I wanted. "It's not so far from sense what Sarah Roussel is saying. In Savel, without a dowry, she had no chance to get a man, and if we got to wait much longer, she will be too old to get one anywhere." But from where can we get together the 50 roubles? Asked my father. Why don't it will itself in you to give your daughter the moon? I could no more think on how to get the money than they, but I was so dying to go, I felt I could draw the money out from the sky. One night I could not fall asleep. I lay in the darkness and stillness, my wild beating heart on fire with dreams of my lover. I put out my hungry hands and prayed to my lover through the darkness. Oh, love, love, how can I get the 50 roubles to come to you? In the morning I got up like one choking for air. We were sitting down to eat breakfast, but I couldn't taste nothing. I felt my head drop into my hands from weakness. Why don't you try to eat something? Begged my mother, going over to me. Eat! I cried, jumping up like one mad. How can I eat? How can I sleep? How can I breathe in this deadness? I want to go to America. I must go, and I will go. My mother began wringing her hands. Oy vey, mine heart! The knife is on our neck. The landlord is hollering for the unpaid rent, and it wills itself in you America. Are you out of your head? Cried my father. What are you dreaming of golden hills on the sky? How can we get together the 50 roubles for a ticket? I stole a look at Yosef, my younger brother. Nothing that was sensible ever laid in his head to do. But if there was anything wild up in the air that willed itself in him, he could break through stone walls to get it. Yosef gave a look around the house. Everything was old and poor, and not a thing to get money on. Nothing except father's Sefer Torah, the holy scrolls, and mother's silver candlesticks, her wedding present from our grandmother. Why not sell the Sefer Torah and the candlesticks? Said Yosef. Nobody but my brother would have dared to breathe such a thing. What? A Jew sell the Sefer Torah or the Sabbath candlesticks? My father fixed on us his burning eyes like flaming wells. His hands tightened over his heart. He couldn't speak. He just looked on the Sefer Torah, and then on us with a look that burned like live coals on our naked bodies. What? He gasped. Should I sell my life, my soul from generation and generation, sell my Sefer Torah? Not if the world goes under. There was a stillness of thunder about to break. Everybody heard everybody's heart beating. Did I live to see this black day? Moaned my father, choking from quick breathing. Mine own son, mine Kaddish tells me to sell the holy book that our forefathers shed rivers of blood to hand down to us. What are you taking it so terrible? Said my brother. Doesn't it stand in the Talmud that to help marry his daughter, a man may sell the holiest thing, even the holy book? Are there miracles in America? Can she yet get there a man at her age and without a dowry? If Hannah Haye, who is older than Sarah Roussel and not half as good looking, said my brother, could get a boss from a factory, then whom cannot Sarah Roussel pick out? And with her luck, all of us will be lifted over to America. My father did not answer. I waited, but still he did not answer. At last I burst out with all the tears choking in me for years. Is your old Sefer Torah that hangs on the wall dearer to you than that I should marry? The Talmud tells you to sell the holiest thing to help marry your daughter, but you love yourself more than your own child. Then I turned to my mother. I hit my hands on the table and cried in a voice that made her tremble and grow frightened. Maybe you love your silver candlesticks more than your daughter's happiness. To whom can I marry myself here, I ask you only? To the bath janitor? To the water carrier? I tell you I'll kill myself if you don't help me get away. I can't stand no more this deadness here. I must get away. And you must give up everything to help me get away. All I need is a chance. I can do 1,000,000 times better than Hannah Haye. I got a head. I got brains. I feel I can marry myself to the greatest man in America. My mother stopped crying, took up the candlesticks from the mantelpiece, and passed her hands over them. It's like a piece from my flesh, she said. We grew up with this, you children and I, and my mother's mother. This and the Sefer Torah are the only things that shine up the house for the Sabbath." She couldn't go on, her words choked in her so. I am seeing yet how she looked, holding the candlesticks in her hands, and her eyes that she turned on us. But then I didn't see anything but to go to America. She walked over to my father, who sat with his head in his hands, stoned with sadness. "Zalman," she sobbed, "the blood from under my nails I'll give away, only my child should have a chance to marry herself well. I'll give away my candlesticks." Even my brother Yosef's eyes filled with tears, so he quick jumped up and began to whistle and move around. "You don't have to sell them," he cried, trying to make it light in the air. "You can pawn them down by Moshe Itzek, the usurer, and as soon as Sarah Roussel will get herself married, she'll send us the money to get them out again, and we'll yet live to take them over with us to America." I never saw my father look so sad. He looked like a man from whom the life is bleeding away. "I'll not stand myself against your happiness," he said in a still voice. "I only hope this will be to your luck, and that you'll get married quick, so we could take out the Sefer Torah from the pawn." In less than a week the Sefer Torah and the candlesticks were pawned and the ticket bought. The whole village was ringing with the news that I am going to America. When I walked in the street, people pointed on me with their fingers as if I were no more the same Sarah Roussel. Everybody asked me different questions. "Tell me how it feels to go to America. Can you yet sleep nights like other people? When you'll marry yourself in America, will you yet remember us?" God from the world! That last Friday night before I went to America, maybe it is the last time we are together, was in everybody's eyes. Everything that happened seemed so different from all other times. I felt I was getting ready to tear my life out from my body. Without the Sefer Torah, the house was dark and empty. The sun, the sky, the whole heaven shined from that holy book on the wall. And when it was taken out, it left an aching emptiness on the heart, as if something beautiful passed out of our lives. I yet see before me my father in the rabbi's cap, with eyes that look far away into things, the way he sang the prayer over the wine when he passed around the glass for everyone to give a sip. The tears rolled out from my little sister's eyes down her cheeks and fell into the wine. On that, my mother, who was all the time wiping her tears, burst out crying, "Shah, Shah!" commanded my father, rising up from his chair and beginning to walk around the room. "It's Sabbath night, when every Jew should be happy. Is this the way you give honor to God on His one day that He set aside for you?" On the next day, that was Sabbath, father as if held us up in his hands, and everybody behaved himself. A stranger coming in couldn't see anything that was going on, except that we walked so still, and each one by himself, as if somebody dying was in the air over us. On the going away morning, everybody was around our house, waiting to take me to the station. Everybody wanted to give a help with the bundles. The moving along to the station was like a funeral. Nobody could hold in their feelings any longer. Everybody fell on my neck to kiss me, as if it was my last day on earth. "Remember, you come from Jews. Remember to pray every day," said my father, putting his hands over my head, like in blessing on the Day of Atonement. "Only try that we should be together soon again," were the last words from my mother, as she wiped her eyes with the corner of her shawl. "Only don't forget that I want to study, and send for me as quick as you marry yourself," said Yosef, smiling goodbye with tears in his eyes. As I saw the train coming, what wouldn't I have given to stay back with the people in Savel forever? I wanted to cry out, "Take only away my ticket! I don't want any more America! I don't want any more my lover!" But as soon as I got into the train, although my eyes were still looking back to the left behind faces, and my ears were yet hearing the goodbyes and the partings, the thoughts of America began stealing into my heart. I was thinking how soon I'd have my lover and be rich like Hannah Haye. and with my luck everybody was going to be happy in Seville. The dead people will stop dying, and all the sorrows and troubles of the world will be wiped away with my happiness. I didn't see the day, I didn't see the night, I didn't see the ocean, I didn't see the sky. I only saw my lover in America, coming nearer and nearer to me, till I could feel his eyes bending on me so near that I got frightened and began to tremble. My heart ached so with the joy of his nearness that I quick drew back and turned away, and began to talk to the people that were pushing and crowding themselves on the deck. Knew I got to America. 10 hours I pushed a machine in a shirtwaist factory when I was yet lucky to get work, and always my head was drying up with saving and pinching and worrying to send home a little from the little I earned. All that my face saw all day long was girls and machines and nothing else. And even when I came already home from work, I could only talk to the girls in the working girls' boarding house, or shut myself up in my dark, lonesome bedroom. No family, no friends, nobody to get me acquainted with nobody. The only men I saw were what passed me by in the street and in cars. Is this lover's land? Was calling in my heart. Where are my dreams that were so real to me in the old country? Often in the middle of the work I felt like stopping all the machines and crying out to the world the heaviness that pressed on my heart. Sometimes when I walked in the street I felt like going over to the first man I met and cry out to him, "Oh, I'm so lonely, I'm so lonely." One day I read in the Jewish Tagblatt the advertisement from Zaretsky, the matchmaker. What harm is it if I try my luck, I said to myself. I can't die away an old maid. Too much love burns in my heart to stand back like a stone and only see how other people are happy. I want to tear myself out from my deadness. I'm in a living grave. I've got to lift myself up. I have nobody to try for me, and maybe the matchmaker will help. As I walked up Delancey Street to Mr. Zaretsky, the street was turning with me. I didn't see the crowds. I didn't see the pushcart peddlers with their bargains. I didn't hear the noises or anything. My eyes were on the sky, praying, "Gottuniu, send me only the little bit of luck." "Nu, what need you?" asked Mr. Zaretsky when I entered. I got red with shame in the face the way he looked at me. I turned up my head. I was too proud to tell him for what I came. Before I walked in I thought to tell him everything, but when I looked on his face and saw his hard eyes, I couldn't say a word. I stood like a yock, unable to move my tongue. I went to the matchmaker with my heart, and I saw before me a stone. The stone was talking to me, but he was a stone. "Are you looking for a shidduch?" he asked. "Yes," I said, proud but crushed. "You know I charge $5 for the stepping in," he bargained. It got cold by my heart. It wasn't only to give him the $5, nearly a whole week's wages, but his thick-skinnedness for being only after the money. But I couldn't help myself. I was like in his fists, hypnotized, and I gave him the $5. I let myself go to the door, but he called me back. Wait. Come in and sit down. I didn't question you yet." "About what?" "I got to know how much money you got saved before I can introduce you to anybody." "Oh, is it only depending on the money?" "Certainly. No move in this world without money," he said, taking a pinch of snuff in his black hairy fingers and sniffing it up in his nose. I glanced on his thick neck and greasy red face. "And to him people come looking for love," I said to myself, shuddering. Oh, how it burned in my heart! But still I went on. "Can't I get a man in America without money?" He gave a look on me with his sharp eyes. Gottuniu, what a look! I thought I was sinking into the floor. "There are plenty of young girls with money that are begging themselves the men to take them. So what can you expect? Not young, not lively, and without money too. But anyhow, I'll see what I can do for you." He took out a little book from his vest pocket and looked through the names. "What trade do you go on your hands?" he asked, turning to me. "Sometimes a dressmaker or a hairdresser that can help make a living for a man, maybe." I couldn't hear any more. It got black before my eyes. My voice stopped inside of me. "If you want to listen to sense from a friend, so I have a good match for you," he said, following me to the door. "I have on my list a widower with not more than 5 or 6 children. He has a grand business, a herring stand on Hester Street. He don't ask for no money, and he don't make an objection if the girl is in years, so long as she knows how to cook well for him." How I got myself back to my room I don't know, but for 2 days and 2 nights I lay still on my bed, unable to move. I looked around on my empty walls, thinking. Where am I? Is this the world? Is this America? Suddenly I sprang up from bed. "What can come from pitying yourself?" I cried. "If the world kicks you down and makes nothing of you, you bounce yourself up and make something of yourself." A fire blazed up in me to rise over the world because I was downed by the world. "Make a person of yourself," I said. "Begin to learn English. Make yourself for an American if you want to live in America. American girls don't go to matchmakers. American girls don't run after a man. If they don't get a husband, they don't think the world is over. They turn their mind to something else." "Wake up," I said to myself. "You want love to come to you? Why don't you give it out to other people? Love the women and children, everybody in the street and the shop. Love the rag picker and the drunkard, the bad and the ugly. All those whom the world kicks down, you pick up and press to your heart with love." As I said this, I felt wells of love that choked in me all my life flowing out of me and over me. A strange, wonderful light, like a lover's smile, melted over me, and the sweetness of lovers' arms stole around me. The first night I went to school, I felt like falling on everybody's neck and kissing them. I felt like kissing the books and the benches. It was such great happiness to learn to read and write the English words. Because I started a few weeks after the beginning of the term, my teacher said I might stay after the class to help me catch up with my back lessons. The minute I looked on him, I felt that grand feeling. Here is a person. Here is America. His face just shined with high thoughts. There was such a beautiful light in his eyes that it warmed my heart to steal a look on him. At first, when it came my turn to say something in the class, I got so excited the words stuck and twisted in my mouth, and I couldn't give out my thoughts. But the teacher didn't see my nervousness. He only saw that I had something to say, and he helped me say it. How or what he did, I don't know. I only felt his look of understanding flowing into me like draughts of air to one who is choking. Long after I already felt free and easy to talk with him alone after the class, I looked at all the books on his desk. "Oy vey," I said to him, "if I only knew half of what is in your books, I couldn't any more sit still in the chair like you. I'd fly in the air with the joy of so much knowledge." "Why are you so eager for learning?" he asked me. "Because I want to make a person of myself," I answered. "Since I got to work for low wages, and I can't be young any more, I'm burning to get among people where it's not against a girl if she is in years and without money." His hand went out to me. "I'll help you," he said, "but you must first learn to get hold of yourself." Such a beautiful kindness went out of his heart to me with his words. His voice and the goodness that shone from his eyes made me want to burst out crying, but I choked back my tears till I got home, and all night long I wept on my pillow. "Fool, what is the matter with you? Why are you crying?" But I said, "I can't help it. He is so beautiful." My teacher was so much above me that he wasn't a man to me at all. He was a god. His face lighted up the shop for me, and his voice sang itself in me everywhere I went. It was like healing medicine to the flaming fever within me to listen to his voice. And then I'd repeat to myself his words and live in them as if they were religion. Often, as I sat at the machine sewing the waists, I'd forget what I was doing. I'd find myself dreaming in the air. Ah, I asked myself, what was that beautifulness in his eyes that made the lowest nobody feel like a somebody? What was that about him that, when his smile fell on me, I felt lifted up to the sky, away from all the coldness and the ugliness of the world? God knew, I prayed, if I could only always hold on to the light of high thoughts that shined from him, if I could only always hear in my heart the sound of his voice, I would need nothing more in life. I would be happier than a bird in the air. Friend, I said to him once, if you could but teach me how to get cold in the heart and clear in the head like you are. He only smiled at me and looked far away. His calmness was like the sureness of money in the bank. Then he turned and looked on me and said, I am not so cold in the heart and clear in the head as I make believe. I am bound. I am a prisoner of convention. You make believe? You bound? I burst out. You who do not have foreladies or bosses, you who do not have to sell yourself for wages, you who only work for love and truth, you a prisoner? True, I do not have bosses just as you do, he said, but still I am not free. I am bound by formal education and conventional traditions. Though you work in a shop, you are really freer than I. You are not repressed as I am by the fear and shame of feeling. You could teach me more than I could teach you. You could teach me how to be natural. I'm not so natural like you think, I said. I'm afraid. He smiled at me out of his eyes. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid of my heart, I said, trying to hold back the blood rushing to my face. I'm burning to get calm and sensible like the born Americans. But how can I help it? My heart flies away from me like a wild bird. How can I learn to keep myself down on earth like the born Americans? But I don't want you to get down on earth like the Americans. That is just the beauty and the wonder of you. We Americans are too much on earth. We need more of your power to fly. If you would only know how much you can teach us Americans. You are the promise of the centuries to come. You are the heart, the creative pulse of America to be. I walked home on wings. My teacher said that I could help him, that I had something to give to Americans. But how could I teach him, I wondered, I who had never had a chance to learn anything except what he taught me? And what had I to give to the Americans, I who am nothing but dreams and longings and hunger for love? When school closed down for vacation, it seemed to me all life stopped in the world. I had no more class to look forward to, no more chance of seeing my teacher. As I faced the emptiness of my long vacation, all the light went out of my eyes, and all the strength out of my arms and fingers. For nearly a week I was like without air. There was no school. One night I came home from the shop and threw myself down on the bed. I wanted to cry, to let out the heavy weight that pressed on my heart, but I couldn't cry. My tears felt like hot burning sand in my eyes. "Oi, I can't stand it no more, this emptiness," I groaned. "Why don't I kill myself? Why don't something happen to me? No consumption, no fever, no plague or death ever comes to save me from this terrible world. I have to go on suffering and choking inside myself till I grow mad." I jumped up from the bed, threw open the window, and began fighting with the deaf and dumb air in the air shaft. "What is the matter with you?" I cried. "You are going out of your head. You are sinking back into the old ways from which you dragged yourself out with your studies." Studies! What did I get from all my studies? Nothing, nothing. I am still in the same shop with the same shirtwaists. A lot my teacher cares for me once the class is over. A fire burned up in me that he was already forgetting me, and I shot out a letter to him. "You call yourself a teacher, a friend? How can you go off in the country and drop me out of your heart and out of your head like a read-over book you left on the shelf of your shut-down classroom? How can you enjoy your vacation in the country while I'm in the sweatshop? You learned me nothing. You only broke my heart. What good are all the books you ever gave me? They don't tell me how to be happy in a factory. They don't tell me how to keep alive in emptiness, or how to find something beautiful in the dirt and ugliness in which I got to waste away. I want life. I want people. I can't live inside my head as you do. I sent the letter off in the madness in which I wrote it, without stopping to think. But the minute after I dropped it in the mailbox, my reason came again to my head. I went back, tearing my hair. What have I done? Meshuggah! Walking up the stairs, I saw my door open. I went in. The sky is falling to the earth. Am I dreaming? There was my teacher sitting on my trunk. My teacher come to see me in my dingy room. For a minute it got blind before my eyes, and I didn't know where I was any more. I had to come, he said, the light of heaven shining on me out of his eyes. I was so desolate without you. I tried to say something to you before I left for my vacation, but the words wouldn't come. Since I have been away, I have written you many letters, but I did not mail them, for they were like my old self, from which I want to break away. He put his cool, strong hand into mine. You can save me, he said. You can free me from the bondage of age-long repressions. You can lift me out of the dead grooves of sterile intellectuality. Without you, I am the dry dust of hopes unrealized. You are fire and sunshine and desire. You make life changeable and beautiful and full of daily wonder. I couldn't speak. I was so on fire with his words. Then, like whirlwinds in my brain, rushed out the burning words of the matchmaker. Not young, not lively, and without money, too. You are younger than youth, he said, kissing my hands. Every day of your unlived youth shall be relived with love, but such a love as youth could never know. And then, how it happened, I don't know, but his arms were around me. Sarah Roussel, tell me, do you love me? He said, kissing me on my hair and on my eyes and on my lips. I could only weep and tremble with joy at his touch. The miracle, cried my heart, the miracle of America come true. End of The Miracle, from Hungry Hearts, by Anzia Jezierska.
Miracles by Gouverneur Morris. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Miracles by Gouverneur Morris. The first thing that happened wasn't exactly a miracle. Just the same, it was a wonderful happening. Suppose that you were 21 years old and that all your life long you had desired an automobile, any kind that would go, and a fruit ranch. Suppose then that upon the morning of your 21st birthday, a man of law came to the house in which you resided with your parents and informed you that your mother's brother, a crotchety old fellow whom nobody had seen or heard of for years, had died and made you his heir and left you nearly $1,000 in lawful currency and a little fruit ranch in that loveliest of valleys which suns itself the year round between the city of Salinas and the city of Monterey. It was to Rudy Copeland that the amazing thing happened, and his 22nd year was no more than 5 days old before he had bought a very second-hand special roadster painted a delicate baby blue and set forth to view the more productive part of his inheritance. The way led through the old mission city of San Juan, and here he ran plump into his first miracles. But I am afraid he scoffed at them at the time and was very skeptical as to the true miraculousness of them. Upon the top of a hill just outside the city, a miracle man and his disciples had pitched a tent. The miracle man wore a long white robe and a long white beard, and from morning till late at night he talked in a sing-song voice about his ability to cure sick people by the simple act of laying his hands upon them and wishing them well. His disciples, a stout man and stout women with gold-rimmed spectacles, went about saying that everything the miracle man said was true and selling photographs at 25 cents apiece. The hill upon which the miracle tent had been pitched was covered with people. They had flocked to see the miracle man from points more than 100 miles distant. Some of them were very sick people who had to be carried by their friends. Every kind of crutch, cripple, and ear trumpet was to be seen. There were hunchbacks in the crowd, legs that had shriveled to the size of broomsticks, and spines so twisted that they resembled pretzels. But most of the people who had come to see the miracle man, or, like Rudy Copeland, had stopped off on their way to see something else, were only suffering from curiosity. Once a panic broke out halfway up the hill, and several people were knocked down and trampled on. It all came about because of a Mexican with a big white scar on his face. The scar gleamed like silver, and suddenly somebody said to somebody else that the man was a leper. Then everybody tried to get away from the vicinity of the leper as quickly as possible. Around the miracle tent itself and the space in front of it, the crowd was large for 10 days. Rudy never got near enough to the miracle man to see him, but he got near enough to hear him, and word of what the miracle man was doing was passed by the fortunate spectators in the front row to those behind them. Except for the endless singing boasting of the miracle man, there would be silences. At the end of these silences there would be a clapping of hands. These applause might mean that the power of locomotion had been returned to a hopeless cripple, or sight to a blind man. Whenever the applause sounded, the sick people on their way up the hill, who had been waiting for hours and hours to get a chance at the miracle man, would become half-frenzied with excitement. The sick believed that they would be cured. Their friends and relatives hoped against reason and knowledge. But people who had never been sick themselves or taken a vital interest in sick people had no faith at all. They thought that the miracle man was a fake. That was what Rudy Copeland thought. The show sickened him. He believed in doctors and surgeons. He tried for a while to find someone or other who had personally been cured by the miracle man or something or other, but failed. Only the front rows on the top of the hill saw the cures made, and thereafter the cured persons never seemed to come out of the charmed circle where common persons could get at them and talk with them. Rudy Copeland gave up in disgust. Whatever doubts he had about cures, he had none about disease. There were biblical diseases on view, running sores, and the things that troubled Job. And there were undoubtedly diseases more serious and less evident that one might breathe in and develop inside oneself. Also there were little children, so lame and sick and miserable that they could never possibly grow up, and Rudy, whose heart was unsophisticated and tender, could not bear to look at them. So he climbed into his baby blue flivver and proceeded over the mountain pass to Salinas. Here he made inquiries as to the exact location of the little ranch which he had inherited and how to find it. Now, the word ranch is an elastic word. It means anything from a half-acre of cabbages to 1,000,000 acres of sagebrush. The ranch to which Rudy's directions led him, and of whose ranch house he had the keys in his pocket, was easily found. The little white house stood on the top of a very little hill. The hill, perhaps 40 feet high, had been neatly terraced for the accommodation of blackberry vines and their orderly trellises, and was entirely surrounded by 20 acres of well-grown pear trees. Gentle hills dotted with live oaks in turn surrounded the orchard, and a half-mile of winding dirt road separated it from the highway over which people travelled between Salinas and Monterey. The dwelling house contained a living room, a bedroom, a bathroom, and a kitchen. Outside it looked like an old house, the kind that a child draws on a slate, but inside it looked new. Rudy's late uncle may have been crotchety, but he had loved simplicity and white paint. Rudy's new home may have been as simple and unpretentious as a monk's cell, but it was as clean and sweet as a rosebud. At the moment, however, considering the house together with Rudy's youth and good health, the house had one grave drawback. It contained nothing to eat. It was Rudy's intention to eat in Monterey, to buy groceries and return to his ranch. But when he saw the mission church perched aloft with the lagoon at its feet and the tiled roofs of the little city beyond and the surrounding hills softened with pines and oaks and the blue sparkling bay, something queer happened to his eyes, and first time in his young life he perceived that the world is not only to be considered in terms of utilitarian progress, but in terms of beauty as well. And that was Rudy's first real miracle. When he had eaten and bought groceries, he did not at once return to his ranch. In the restaurant they spoke to him of a certain 17-mile drive of strange trees, which grow nowhere else in the world, of an ocean-bound city called Pacific Grove, where sin is unknown, of Carmel, where artists and authors live in amity and speak well of one another, and of the old Carmel mission and the wonderful highlands beyond. And he determined to see all these wonders before returning to his ranch and taking up his life's work at the beginning. A first acquaintance with the Monterey Peninsula has made persons, even less sensitive and accustomed to beauty than Rudy Copeland, absolutely groggy. Neither the Bay of Naples, nor the Riviera, nor the Isles of Greece, where Sappho sang and ought to have been arrested, can hold a candle to it. After a day and a half of sightseeing, Rudy drove slowly down the long hill which is the approach to Monterey from Carmel, a very different person from the 21-year-old boy who so recently had inherited a fruit ranch and nearly $1,000 in cash. His heroes had always been those persons who appeared to make the world go round and who, through personal initiative, energy, and inventiveness, have acquired large fortunes. And now he felt that a false rating of those persons had hurt his life instead of helping it. He wished that at the university, instead of studying business and mechanics, he had taken all the courses in art and literature. He felt very tender-hearted and a little sad. A girl sat at the open window of a house which had only 2 windows and a door between them. There was a hearse in front of the house and a dilapidated touring car. Some men were carrying a coffin through the gate in the house fence. This gate was made of a whale's jawbone, and presently they heaved up one end of it and slid it into the hearse. 2 of them climbed into the front seat of the hearse, and the others, with 2 fat women with black veils who had been looking on, piled into the touring car. Then one of the men jumped out of the touring car and ran back to the girl at the window, took her hand and patted it, and said something or other to her. She gave 2 or 3 quick little nods and compressed her lips. Rudy just managed to avoid running into a car that was on its way up the hill. The tragic beauty of that sweet grave face at the window had upset him dreadfully. He could not get it out of his mind. After a while he turned about and drove back up the hill. The hearse and the touring car had gone, but the girl was still sitting at the window looking out, and, as it seemed to Rudy, seeing nothing. He had the feeling that something terrible had happened to her. He drove clear to the top of the hill, 1.5 miles away, turned, and drove slowly down. A few blocks above the House of Mourning, he parked his car and continued the descent on foot. He did not know what he was going to do, he had no plan, and he could not have helped doing what he did. He passed under the whale jaw and went straight to the window at which the girl sat. He asked for a drink of water, and that made her blush. She had to confess that she couldn't get it for him. "I am very lame," she said. "I've nearly always been lame. It's really worse than that. I can't walk at all." This statement affected Rudy just as a piece of bad news about somebody he had always known and liked would have done. "But," he said, "suppose you wanted a drink of water or something for yourself? Are you all alone in the house?" "I would have to wait," she said, "until somebody I knew came by. But you can come in and get yourself a drink of water." The house seemed to be divided into 2 halves. In one of them the girl sat with a blanket around her knees. The other was probably a bedroom. A ladder led to a loft. At the back was a lean-to kitchen. Rudy found a tumbler and a faucet, and though he was not thirsty, he drank. The house was very bare and unlovely. They must be very poor people, he thought. He wanted to stay and talk with the girl. Her beauty and her helplessness had touched his heart. He had always heard that there was much good Castilian blood in Monterey and that some of the girls were very beautiful. This girl had a Spanish look, and her beauty could not have been denied. He paused with his hand on the door latch. Her eyes were lifted squarely to his. "Could you tell me the time?" she asked. He looked at his watch and told her. "Oh dear," she said, "is that all?" "Every minute of it," said Rudy. "My watch keeps splendid time. But why? Is there anything I can do? Please ask me. I haven't a thing to do. I'm a stranger in Monterey, and I've just been seeing the sights. It's so beautiful here. I'd no idea. I wish you'd tell me if there's anything I can do." "My uncle," said the girl, "who took care of me, died day before yesterday. They've taken him to Castroville to bury him. When they come back, we're going to decide what is to become of me. I can't work, and there isn't any money. I don't even own this house." Rudy pulled a chair close to hers and sat down. "Are they the people I saw here a while ago relatives?" She shook her head. "Just neighbors. We didn't even know them well. We hadn't lived here very long. They are kind-hearted people, but they are poor people, and they don't want to be bothered with me." "Haven't you any idea what you'll do?" Rudy asked, and he wished that he was at once a magician and a millionaire. "I suppose," she said, and it took a lot of courage to say it calmly and sweetly, "that I'll have to go to some institution." Rudy groaned inwardly. "Why can't you walk?" he asked. "What's wrong?" "Nobody seems to know exactly," she said. "I just can't. I had scarlet fever and then I couldn't walk. We had some money then, but my uncle gave it all to doctors. He was a good man. He did his very best." Rudy was rapidly finding himself face to face with his first really strong temptation. It was the kind of temptation which older and wiser men than Rudy sometimes yield to. There had been brought to his notice a fellow creature, young, charming, beautiful, helpless, and penniless, and the temptation was upon him to play Providence. "Don't worry," he wanted to say. "Everything will be all right. You shan't go to an institution. I'll take care of you." If he had felt perfect confidence in his ability to take care of her and to keep her from being sent to an institution, he could have made the promise, but he had neither the means nor the experience which promotes confidence. At the same time, he had to say something, do something. He couldn't go out of her life with a, "Well, it's too bad, but don't worry, probably everything will come out all right. Goodbye." He couldn't. He felt that he had to make her some offer of personal service and sacrifice, even if it wasn't very much. It was at this moment that he first began to wonder if the miracle man at San Juan was only a faker, or if once in a while he actually did effect a cure, as all the applause and excitement had indicated. Now the wish to believe is the father and mother of belief, and Rudy began to wish that the girl could see the miracle man and be touched by him and commanded to walk. Then he told her about the miracle man. "I couldn't get very close," he said, "but the people in the front rows who actually saw the cures, they believed, and all the sick people who were trying to get to the miracle man believed. I don't know what you think about such things, but they sure did happen in Bible times, and I suppose there is no reason why they shouldn't happen now." In one place there was a big pile of crutches. People who'd been lame all their lives had thrown them away. No more use for them. He did not wish to arouse false hopes in her breast. He gave a sincere and honest account of his own impressions and his own skepticism, but the girl's eyes began to gleam with excitement. In the telling American of it, Rudy had sold her the miracle man. He perceived this and said, "Don't count too much on him. Maybe he can't cure everybody, but it's only an hour and a half run in my car. There is no harm in trying. It's too late today, but if you say so, I'll come round first thing tomorrow morning, and I bet I'll get you to him, no matter how thick the crowd is. I played halfback on my college team, and somehow or other we'll get through. Will you go?" She did not say, "Yes, I will go." She looked at him in an adoring, worshipful kind of way and said, Oh, please take me, please, please take me. If the young people had taken the trouble to read a copy of the Monterey Herald or the Cypress, they would have saved themselves the long run to San Juan and return. They would have learned that the miracle man and the apostles with the gold-rimmed spectacles had been arrested and locked up on a number of charges, such as vagrancy and conspiracy to defraud. They would have learned that the miracle man himself was suffering from a frightful cold in the head and a loosening of the vocal cords, accompanied by an almost total loss of his singing voice, and that of this condition he found it quite impossible to cure himself. But the young people would not willingly have spared that long run in the bright, fresh weather. Rudy had lifted the girl bodily out of her chair and carried her out to the car. All the way to San Juan and return he looked forward to lifting her once more and have her thus for a little while in his arms. All night she had been either in his conscious or in his subconscious mind. The feeling grew and grew in him that he had discovered quite an exquisite jewel, which, because nobody claimed it, belonged to him and was his to cherish and take care of. When they reached San Juan and learned about the miracle man, the girl was bitterly disappointed. 2 very big tears came slowly out of her eyes and ran down her cheeks. But Rudy bought sandwiches and hot coffee and brought them to her in the car and comforted her. Suppose, he said, that there was always going to be a car to ride in and somebody to lift you in and out of it, you should worry. The temptation to play Providence overcame him. Caution and common sense fled. He wiped away her tears with his own handkerchief, and when he had finished, his hand was trembling. I'm going to take care of you, he said, always. And he went on, I knew it was up to me the minute I saw you and learned you had nobody. But I was scared to say so. I was scared that you'd never get to like me enough, and that you'd rather go to some institution. But you wouldn't, would you? I've got a little ranch, lots of tip-top pear trees, and the cutest little house. But that's not enough for one man to take care of. You're just sorry for me, the girl broke in, and you're stuck with me, and you feel that you've got to do something. She shook her head and loosened 2 more tears, and she said, I won't do it. Well, said Rudy, just let me return those dishes and we'll talk it over. In a few moments he came back, cranked the car and climbed in, and as they pulled out of San Juan, he said, Now we'll talk it over. And as the girl made no response, he added, I'll talk it over, and he did. You, he said, have nothing to say about the matter. I'm sorry you can't jump and run and all that, but you can't, and that's why you can't even argue. I never liked any girl but you. I never thought any other girl was cute and pretty. I never wanted to be with any other girl. And now I've got you. You're in my power. If I choose to take you to my ranch and leave you there while I get a license, you can't help yourself. I suppose you could refuse to get married, as far as that goes, but I could keep you prisoner until you change your mind. And you'd change your mind, because I'd be so good to you, you couldn't help it. The only trouble that I can see is that I like you and you don't like me. I do, she said suddenly. Yes, a lot. You like me so much that sooner than do exactly what I say, you'd let them send you to an institution. The more I like a man, said the girl, the more I'd want to be fair to him, even if it hurts me. The grade between San Juan and Salinas is very heavy, and the pace of the baby blue flivver invited calm and reflection. For nearly half a mile of solid wild flowers, Rudy nursed his machinery, reflected, and did not speak. Then, the top of the pass being reached, he turned his car over to the one mechanism which never misses fire and whose clutch never slips, gravity, tested his brakes to see that all was well with them, leaned a little toward the girl, and said, Suppose I take you at your word. Suppose I take you back to your house and carry you in and put you back in your chair and say goodbye and go away. And you know that I've gone away for good and all. What are you going to feel? With no one to take care of you and no place to go? She started at once to answer him, but he cut her off short. You can't answer a question like that offhand, he said. You've got to do some thinking and imagining. You've got to picture yourself back in that chair with the one person in the world who wanted to take care of you and work for you gone, and gone for good. You think hard. Whether she thought hard or not is unknown. Probably she didn't, because usually people don't when they are told to. But she kept silent and looked straight ahead of her for such a long time that Rudy became worried. He was afraid that he had offended her, but he hadn't, for she said finally, "This is honest truth. I've always dreamed that somebody like you would come along and like me a lot and take me away and be good to me. And in the dream I got well and was a wonderful help to him, and we were always happier than other people. If you take me back to my house and go away and leave me, I'll just die. But it isn't right for you to do anything else, and I won't let you." He could not shake her determination. Her life was bound to be a mess anyway, and she wasn't going to let him make a mess of his. She was stubborn, Rudy thought, and unreasonable. By the time they had passed through Salinas and crossed the river and were well along the winding valley road to Monterey, he believed that nothing would ever change her, and he was very unhappy. He had begun the day with certain misgivings. He had not been sure of his own motives or sentiments. He had wondered if it was any feeling stronger than pity which had drawn him toward her. He was sure enough now. Pity was the least of his emotions. He had found the one girl in the world for him. She was young, she was beautiful, she was good. He loved her immeasurably. He would always love her, and now that he had found her, he was going to lose her. He slowed the car and turned into a narrow dirt road. "Mind if I take a squint at the ranch?" he asked. "It won't take long." The first stretch of the dirt road was visible from the highway. Then it passed between two rocky hills and became lost behind them. They passed through the shade of some buckeyes, and in the sunshine beyond, blocking their progress, was coiled a large and probably a very amiable gopher snake. Rudy, who hated the idea of hurting anything, stopped the car, dismounted, and chased the snake into the bushes. Then he climbed back into the car, but instead of putting it in gear, he shut off the motor. The snake had given him a happy thought. Nevertheless, though the thought was happy, his young face looked rather white and stern. He took the girl suddenly in his arms and held her tight and kissed her lovely face all over. At first she struggled quite desperately and almost frightened him into behaving himself, but just when fright was getting the better of him, she stopped struggling and all her muscles relaxed. If the struggling had frightened Rudy rather badly, the next thing that happened frightened him much more. He felt her lips flutter against his. She had shut her eyes and kissed him back. His arm loosened then, and he stopped kissing her. His voice, when he spoke, sounded quite rough and masterful, even in his own ears. "You will be bad to me, will you?" he said, "and send me away, when I love you for keeps and always will?" His breath failed him. He held her thereafter very snugly in his left arm, and with his right hand he pressed her head against his breast and caressed it. Another miracle had been accomplished, and nothing more was said about institutions. When Rudy's mother and father heard that Rudy had married a beggar maiden who couldn't walk, they were terribly upset and angry. But when they had seen her drifting about Rudy's little house in a wheelchair and keeping house better than thousands of women who have nothing the matter with them except laziness, selfishness, and stupidity, and when they had eaten the dinner she cooked for them, and heard her singing while she was cooking it, they changed their minds and their hearts toward her, and when they went back to their hometown, they boasted about her to all their friends. The pear trees did splendidly that year, and there wasn't going to be any trouble about money. There is just one more miracle to relate, and that miracle isn't the baby. The baby wasn't a miracle. He was just a natural, normal, rambunctious, powerful, and somewhat self-willed and self-certain baby who reached this world of tears in a perfectly normal and natural way. But the chances are that he worked the miracle. He was so young at the time that his happy little mother had not yet left her bed for the wheelchair, and he was in the next room being attended to by his father. Either Rudy was clumsy, or the baby believed the moment to be well chosen for self-assertion. Whatever the reason may have been, it is a fact that the baby suddenly began filling his healthy lungs with blasts of air and letting the same out in ear-splitting screeches. Rudy was badly rattled and badly in need of help. He gave one despairing look toward the door of the girl's room, and the look of despair changed to a look of wonder, for the door had opened, and the girl had opened it, and was standing in the doorway. Standing! She took 2 more steps, wobbly, drunken steps, and then Rudy caught her in his arms and carried her back to her bed. They were both wildly excited, and the baby, left to his own devices, had stopped screeching. "The moment he began to cry like that," she said, "I knew that I could get to him." She was all out of breath, and so was Rudy. "Isn't love too wonderful?" she said, and Rudy agreed that it was, and he added something equally trite of his own. "It's the only real miracle there is," he said. End of Miracles by Gouverneur Morris.
The Quest of the Queen's Tears by Lord Dunsany, recorded for Love Stories Volume 4 by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in April 2021. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Quest of the Queen's Tears by Lord Dunsany. Sylvia, Queen of the Woods, in her woodland palace, held court, and made a mockery of her suitors. She would sing to them, she said. She would give them banquets. She would tell them tales of legendary days. Her jugglers should caper before them, her armies salute them, her fools crack jests with them, and make whimsical whips, only she could not love them. This was not the way, they said, to treat princes in their splendor, and mysterious troubadours concealing kingly names. It was not in accordance with fable. Myth had no precedent for it. She should have thrown her glove, they said, into some lion's den. She should have asked for a score of venomous heads of the serpents of Lycantara, or demanded the death of any notable dragon, or sent them all upon some deadly quest. But that she could not love them, it was unheard of. It had no parallel in the annals of romance. And then she said that if they must needs have a quest, she would offer her hand to him who first should move her to tears. And the quest should be called, for reference in histories or song, the Quest of the Queen's Tears. And he that achieved them she would wed, be he only a petty duke of lands unknown to romance. And many were moved to anger, for they hoped for some bloody quest. But the old lord's chamberlain said, as they muttered among themselves in a far dark end of the chamber, that the quest was hard and wise, for that if she could ever weep, she might also love. They had known her all her childhood. She had never sighed. Many men had she seen, suitors and courtiers, and had never turned her head after one went by. Her beauty was as still sunsets of bitter evenings, when all the world is froze, a wonder and a chill. She was as a sun-stricken mountain, uplifted alone, all beautiful with ice, a desolate and lonely radiance late at evening, far up beyond the comfortable world, not quite to be companioned by the stars, the doom of the mountaineer. If she could weep, they said, she could love, they said. And she smiled pleasantly on those ardent princes and troubadours concealing kingly names. Then one by one they told, each suitor prince, the story of his love, with outstretched hands and kneeling on one knee, and very sorry and pitiful were their tales, so that often up in the gallery some maid of the palace wept, and very graciously she nodded her head like a listless magnolia in the deeps of the night, moving idly to all the breezes its glorious bloom. And when the princes had told their desperate loves and had departed away with no other spoil than of their own tears only, even then there came the unknown troubadours and told their tales in song, concealing their gracious names. And there was one, a cronian, clothed in rags, on which was the dust of the road, and underneath the rags was war-scarred armor, whereon were the dints of blows. And when he stroked his harp and sang his song, in the gallery above maidens wept, and even old lords chamberlain whimpered among themselves, and thereafter laughed through their tears, and said, "It is easy to make old people weep, and to bring idle tears from lazy girls, but he will not set a-weeping the Queen of the Woods." And graciously she nodded, and he was the last. And disconsolate went away those dukes and princes and troubadours in disguise. Yet Acronion pondered as he went away. King he was of Apharma, Lul, and Hef, overlord of Zarura and hilly Chang, and duke of the dukedoms of Molong and Malash, none of them unfamiliar with romance, or unknown, or overlooked in the making of myth. He pondered as he went in his thin disguise. Now, by those that do not remember their childhood, having other things to do, be it understood that underneath fairyland, which is, as all men know, at the edge of the world, there dwelleth the gladsome beast, a synonym he for joy. It is known how the lark in its zenith, children at play out of doors, good witches, and jolly old parents have all been compared, how aptly, with this very same gladsome beast. Only one crab he has, if I may use slang for a moment to make myself perfectly clear, only one drawback, and that is that in the gladness of his heart he spoils the cabbages of the old man who looks after fairyland. And of course he eats men. It must further be understood that whoever may obtain the tears of the gladsome beast in a bowl and become drunken upon them may move all persons to shed tears of joy, so long as he remains inspired by the potion to sing or to make music. Now Acronion pondered in this wise, that if he could obtain the tears of the gladsome beast by means of his art, withholding him from violence by the spell of music, and if a friend should slay the gladsome beast before his weeping ceased, for an end must come to weeping even with men, that so he might get safe away with the tears, and drink them before the Queen of the Woods, and move her to tears of joy. He sought out, therefore, a humble, knightly man who cared not for the beauty of Sylvia, Queen of the Woods, but had found a woodland maiden of his own long ago in summer. And the man's name was Arath, a subject of Acronion, a knight at arms of the Spear Guard, and together they set out through the fields of fable until they came to Fairyland, a kingdom sunning itself, as all men know, for leagues along the edges of the world. And by a strange old pathway they came to the land they sought, through a wind blowing up the pathway sheer from space with a kind of metallic taste from the roving stars. Even so they came to the windy house of thatch where dwells the old man who looks after Fairyland, sitting by parlor windows that look away from the world. He made them welcome in his starward parlor, telling them tales of space, and when they named to him their perilous quest, he said it would be a charity to kill the gladsome beast, for he was clearly one of those that liked not its happy ways. And then he took them out through his back door, for the front door had no pathway, nor even a step. From it the old man used to empty his slops sheer on to the Southern Cross. And so they came to the garden wherein his cabbages were, and those flowers that only blow in Fairyland, turning their faces always towards the comet, and he pointed them out the way to the place he called underneath, where the gladsome beast had his lair. Then they maneuvered. Acronion was to go by the way of the steps with his harp and an agate bowl, while Arath went round by a crag on the other side. Then the old man who looks after Fairyland went back to his windy house, muttering angrily as he passed his cabbages, for he did not love the ways of the gladsome beast, and the two friends parted on their separate ways. Nothing perceived them but that ominous crow glutted overlong already on the flesh of man. The wind blew bleak from the stars. At first there was dangerous climbing, and then Acronion gained the smooth, broad steps that led from the edge to the lair, and at that moment heard at the top of the steps the continuous chuckles of the gladsome beast. He feared then that its mirth might be insuperable, not to be saddened by the most grievous song. Nevertheless, he did not turn back then, but softly climbed the stairs, and placing the agate bowl upon a step, struck up the chant called Dolorous. It told of desolate, regretted things, befallen happy cities long since in the prime of the world. It told of how the gods and beasts and men had long ago loved beautiful companions, and long ago in vain. It told of the golden host of happy hopes, but not of their achieving. It told how love scorned death, but told of death's laughter. The contented chuckles of the gladsome beast suddenly ceased in his lair. He rose and shook himself. He was still unhappy. Acronion still sang on the chant called Dolorous. The gladsome beast came mournfully up to him. Acronion ceased not for the sake of his panic, but still sang on. He sang of the malignity of time. 2 tears welled large in the eyes of the gladsome beast. Acronion moved the agate bowl to a suitable spot with his foot. He sang of autumn and of passing away. Then the beast wept, as the froze hills weep in the thaw, and the tears splashed big into the agate bowl. Acronion desperately chanted on. He told of the glad unnoticed things men see and do not see again, of sunlight beheld unheeded on faces now withered away. The bowl was full. Acronion was desperate, the beast was so close. Once he thought that its mouth was watering, but it was only the tears that had run on the lips of the beast. He felt as a morsel. The beast was ceasing to weep. He sang of worlds that had disappointed the gods, and all of a sudden, crash, and the staunch spear of Arath went home behind the shoulder, and the tears and joyful ways of the gladsome beast were ended and over forever. And carefully they carried the bowl of tears away, leaving the body of the gladsome beast as a change of diet for the ominous crow. And going by the windy house of thatch, they said farewell to the old man who looks after fairyland, who, when he heard of the deed, rubbed his hands together and mumbled again and again, "And a very good thing, too. My cabbages, my cabbages." And not long after, Acronion sang again in the sylvan palace of the Queen of the Woods, having first drunk all the tears in his agate bowl. And it was a gala night, and all the court were there, and ambassadors from the lands of legend and myth, and even some from terra cognita. And Acronion sang as he never sang before, and will not sing again. Oh, but dolorous, dolorous are the ways of men. Few and fierce are his days, and the end trouble, and vain, vain his endeavor. And woman, what shall tell of it? Her doom is written with man's by listless, careless gods, with their faces to other spheres. Somewhat thus he began, and then inspiration seized him, and all the troubles and the beauty of his song may not be set down by me. There was much of gladness in it, and all mingled with grief. It was like the way of man. It was like our destiny. Sobs arose at his song. Sighs came back along echoes. Seneschals, soldiers sobbed, and a clear cry made the maidens. Like rain, the tears came down from gallery to gallery. All around the Queen of the Woods was a storm of sobbing and sorrow. But no, she would not weep. End of The Quest of the Queen's Tears by Lord Dunsany.
Regret by Guy de Maupassant. Recorded for Love Stories Volume 4 by Emily Maynard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Regret by Guy de Maupassant. Monsieur Savelle, who was called in Mantes Father Savel, had just risen from bed. He wept. It was a dull autumn day. The leaves were falling. They fell slowly in the rain, resembling another rain, but heavier and slower. Monsieur Savel was not in good spirit. He walked from the fireplace to the window, and from the window to the fireplace. Life has its somber days. It will no longer have any but somber days of 62. He is alone, an old bachelor, with nobody about him. How sad it is to die alone, all alone, without the disinterested affection of anyone. He pondered over his life, so barren, so void. He recalled the days gone by, the days of his infancy, the house of his parents, his college days, his follies, the time of his probation in Paris, the illness of his father, his death. He then returned to live with his mother. They lived together, the young man and the old woman, very quietly, and desired nothing more. At last the mother died. How sad a thing is life! He has lived always alone, and now, in his turn, he too will soon be dead. He will disappear, and that will be the finish. There will be no more of Savel upon the earth. What a frightful thing! Other people will live, they will laugh. Yes, people will go on amusing themselves, and he will no longer exist. Is it not strange that people can laugh, amuse themselves, be joyful under that eternal certainty of death? If this death were only probable, one could then have hope. But no, it is inevitable as that night follows the day. If, however, his life had been complete, if he had done something, if he had had adventures, grand pleasures, successes, satisfaction of some kind or another. But now, nothing. He had done nothing, never anything but rise from bed, eat at the same hours, and go to bed again. And he has gone on like that to the age of 62. He had not even taken unto himself a wife, as other men do. Why? Yes, why was it that he was not married? He might have been, for he possessed considerable means. Was it an opportunity which had failed him? Perhaps, but one can create opportunities. He was indifferent, that was all. Indifference had been his greatest drawback, his defect, his vice. How some men miss their lives through indifference! To certain natures it is so difficult to get out of bed, to move about, to take long walks, to speak, to study any question. He had not even been in love. No woman had reposed on his bosom in a complete abandon of love. He knew nothing of this delicious anguish of expectation, of the divine quivering of the pressed hand, of the ecstasy of triumphant passion. What superhuman happiness must inundate your heart when lips encounter lips for the first time, when the grasp of 4 arms makes one being of you, a being unutterably happy, 2 beings infatuated with each other. Monsieur Savel was sitting down, his feet on the fender, in his dressing gown. Assuredly his life had been spoiled, completely spoiled. He had, however, loved. He had loved secretly, dolorously, and indifferently, just as was characteristic of him in everything. Yes, he had loved his old friend, Madame Saudre, the wife of his old companion, Saudre. Ah, if he had known her as a young girl, but he had encountered her too late. She was already married. Unquestionably, he would have asked her hand, that he would. How he had loved her, nevertheless, without respite, since the first day he had set eyes on her. He recalled, without emotion, all the times he had seen her, his grief on leaving her, the many nights that he could not sleep because of his thinking of her. In the mornings he always got up somewhat less amorous than in the evening. Why? Seeing that she was formerly pretty and plump, blonde and joyous. Saudre was not the man she would have selected. She was now 52 years of age. She seemed happy. Ah, if she had only loved him in days gone by. Yes, if she had only loved him. And why should she not have loved him? He, Savel, seeing that he loved her so much. Yes, her, Madame Saudre. If only she could have divined something. Had she not divined anything? Had she not seen anything? Never comprehended anything? But then what would she have thought? If he had spoken, what would she have answered? And Savel asked himself 1,000 other things. He reviewed his whole life, seeking to grasp again a multitude of details. He recalled all the long evenings spent at the house of Saudre, when the latter's wife was young and so charming. He recalled many things that she had said to him, the sweet intonations of her voice, the little significant smiles that meant so much. He recalled the walks that the three of them had had along the banks of the Seine, their lunches on the grass on the Sundays, for Saudre was employed at the sub-prefecture. And all at once the distinct recollection came to him of an afternoon spent with her in a little plantation on the banks of the river. They had set out in the morning, carrying their provisions in baskets. It was a bright spring morning, one of those days which inebriate one. Everything smelled fresh, everything seemed happy. The voices of the birds sounded more joyous, and the flapping of their wings more rapid. They had lunch on the grass, under the willow trees, quite close to the water, which glittered in the sun's rays. The air was balmy, charged with odors of fresh vegetation. They had drunk the most delicious wines. How pleasant everything was on that day! After lunch, Saudre went to sleep on the broad of his back. "The best nap he had in his life," said he when he woke up. Madame Saudre had taken the arm of Savel, and they had started to walk along the river's bank. She leaned tenderly on his arm. She laughed and said to him, "I am intoxicated, my friend. I am quite intoxicated." He looked at her, his heart beating rapidly. He felt himself grow pale, hoping that he had not looked too boldly at her, and that the trembling of his hands had not revealed his passion. She had decked her head with wild flowers and water lilies, and she had asked him, "Do you not like to see me appear thus?" As he did not answer, for he could add nothing to say, he should rather have gone down on his knees, she burst out laughing, a sort of discontented laughter, which she threw straight in his face, saying, "Great goose, what ails you? You might at least speak." He felt like crying, and could not even yet find a word to say. All these things came back to him now, as vividly as on the day when they took place. Why had she said this to him? "Great goose, what ails you? You might at least speak." And he recalled how tenderly she had leaned on his arm, and in passing under a shady tree he had felt her ear leaning against his cheek, and he had tilted his head abruptly, for fear that she had not meant to bring their flesh into contact. When he had said to her, "Is it not time to return?" she darted at him a singular look. "Certainly," she said, "certainly," regarding him at the same time in a curious manner. He had not thought of anything then, and now the whole thing appeared to him quite plain. "Just as you like, my friend. If you are tired, let us go back." And he answered, "It is not that I am fatigued, but Saudre has perhaps waked up now." And she had said, "If you are afraid of my husband's being awake, that is another thing. Let us return." In returning, she remained silent, and leaned no longer on his arm. Why? At this time it had never occurred to him to ask himself, why? Now he seemed to apprehend something that he had not then understood. What was it? Monsieur Savel felt himself blush, and he got up at a bound, feeling 30 years younger, believing that he now understood Madame Saudre then to say, "I love you." Was it possible? That suspicion which had just entered into his soul tortured him. Was it possible that he could not have seen, not have dreamed? Oh, if that could be true, if he had rubbed against such good fortune without laying hold of it! He said to himself, I wish to know. I cannot remain in this state of doubt. I wish to know. He put on his clothes quickly, dressed in hot haste. He thought, I am 62 years of age. She is 58. I may ask her that now, without giving offense. He started out. The Soja house was situated on the other side of the street, almost directly opposite his own. He went up to it, knocked, and a little servant came to open the door. You there at this hour, Monsieur Savel? Has some accident happened to you? Monsieur Savel responded, No, my girl, but go and tell your mistress that I want to speak to her at once. The fact is, Madame is preparing her stock of pear jams for the winter, and she is standing in front of the fire. She is not dressed, as you may well understand. Yes, but go and tell her that I wish to see her on an important matter. The little servant went away, and Savel began to walk, with long, nervous strides, up and down the drawing-room. He did not feel himself the least embarrassed, however. Oh, he was merely going to ask her something, as he would have asked her about some cooking receipt, and that was, Do you know that I am 62 years of age? The door opened, and Madame appeared. She was now a gross woman, fat and round, with full cheeks, and a sonorous laugh. She walked with her arms away from her body, and her sleeves tucked up to the shoulders, her bare arms all smeared with sugar juice. She asked anxiously, What is the matter with you, my friend? You are not ill, are you? No, my dear friend, but I wish to ask you one thing, which to me is of the first importance, something which is torturing my heart, and I want you to promise that you will answer me candidly. She laughed. I am always candid. Say on. Well then, I have loved you from the first day I ever saw you. Can you have any doubt of this? She responded, laughing, with something of her former tone of voice. Great goose, what ails you? I knew it well from the very first day. Savel began to tremble. He stammered out, You knew it? Then? He stopped. She asked, Then what? He answered, Then what would you think? What would you have answered? She broke forth into a peal of laughter, which made the sugar juice run off the tips of her fingers onto the carpet. Aye, but you did not ask me anything. It was not for me to make a declaration. He then advanced a step toward her. Tell me, you remember the day when Soja went to sleep on the grass after lunch, when we had walked together as far as the bend of the river below? He waited expectantly. She had ceased to laugh, and looked at him straight in the eyes. Yes, certainly, I remember it. He answered, shivering all over. Well, that day, if I had been enterprising, what would you have done? She began to laugh as only a happy woman can laugh, who has nothing to regret, and responded frankly in a voice tinged with irony. I would have yielded, my friend. She then turned on her heels and went back to her jam-making. Savel rushed into the street, cast down as though he had encountered some great disaster. He walked with giant strides through the rain, straight on until he reached the river, without thinking where he was going. When he reached the bank, he turned to the right and followed it. He walked a long time, as if urged on by some instinct. His clothes were running with water. His hat was crushed in, as soft as a piece of rag, and dripping like a thatched roof. He walked on, straight in front of him. At last, he came to the place where they had lunched so long ago, the recollection of which had tortured his heart. He sat down under the leafless trees and wept. End of Regret by Guy de Maupassant.
Salvatore the Fisherman by W. Somerset Maugham. Published in Cosmopolitan Magazine, July 1924. Read for Love Stories 4 by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in September 2021. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Salvatore the Fisherman by W. Somerset Maugham. I wonder if it can be done. I knew Salvatore first when he was a boy of 15, with a pleasant, ugly face, a laughing mouth, and carefree eyes. He used to spend the morning lying about the beach with next to nothing on, and his brown body was as thin as a rail. He was full of grace. He was in and out of the sea all the time, swimming with the clumsy, effective stroke common to the fisher boys, and scrambling up the jagged rocks on his hard feet. For except on Sundays he never wore shoes. He would throw himself into the deep water with a cry of delight. His father was a fisherman who owned his own little vineyard, and Salvatore acted as a nursemaid to his 2 younger brothers. He shouted at them to come inshore when they ventured out too far, and made them dress when it was time to climb the hot vine-clad hill for the frugal midday meal. But boys in those southern parts grow apace, and in a little while he was madly in love with a pretty girl who lived on the Grand Marina. She had eyes like forest pools and held herself like a daughter of the Caesars. They were affianced, but they could not marry till Salvatore had done his military service, and when he left the island, which he never had left in his life before, to become a sailor in the navy of King Victor Emmanuel, he wept like a child. It was hard for one who had never been less free than the birds to be at the beck and call of others. It was harder still to live in a battleship with strangers instead of in a little white cottage among the vines, and when he was ashore to walk in noisy, friendless cities with streets so crowded that he was frightened to cross them, when he had been used to silent paths in the mountains and the sea. I suppose it had never struck him that Ischia, which he looked at every evening, it was like a fairy island in the sunset, to see what the weather would be like next day, or Vesuvius, pearly in the dawn, had anything to do with him at all. But when he ceased to have them before his eyes, he realized in some dim fashion that they were as much part of him as his hands and his feet. He was dreadfully homesick. But it was hardest of all to be parted from the girl he loved with all his passionate young heart. He wrote to her in his childlike handwriting long, ill-spelt letters in which he told her how constantly he thought of her and how much he longed to be back. He was sent here and there, to Spezia, to Venice, to Bann, and finally to China. Here he fell ill of some mysterious ailment that kept him in hospital for months. He bore it with the mute and uncomprehending patience of a dog. When he learned that it was a form of rheumatism that made him unfit for further service, his heart exulted, for he could go home, and he did not bother. In fact, he scarcely listened when the doctors told him that he would never again be quite well. What did he care when he was going back to the little island he loved so well, and the girl who was waiting for him? When he got into the rowing boat that met the steamer from Naples and was rowed ashore, he saw his father and mother standing on the jetty, and his 2 brothers, big boys now, and he waved at them. His eyes searched among the crowd that waited there for the girl. He could not see her. There was a great deal of kissing when he jumped up the steps, and they all, emotional creatures, cried a little when they exchanged their greetings. He asked where the girl was. His mother told him that she did not know, that they had not seen her for 2 or 3 weeks. So in the evening, when the moon was shining over the placid sea and the lights of Naples twinkled in the distance, he walked down to the Grand Marina to her house. She was sitting on the doorstep with her mother. He was a little shy because he had not seen her for so long. He asked her if she had not received the letter that he had written to her to say that he was coming home. Yes, they had received the letter, and they had been told by another of the island boys that he was ill. Yes, that was why he was back. Was it not a piece of luck? Oh, but they had heard he would never be quite well again. The doctors talked a lot of nonsense, but he knew very well that when he was at home he would recover. They were silent for a little, and then the mother nudged the girl. She did not try to soften the blow. She told him straight out, with the blunt directness of her race, that she could not marry a man who would never be strong enough to work like a man. They had made up their minds, her mother and father and she, and her father would never give consent. When Salvatore went home, he found that they all knew. The girl's father had been to tell them what they had decided, but they had lacked the courage to tell him themselves. He wept on his mother's bosom. He was terribly unhappy, but he did not blame the girl. A fisherman's life is hard, and it needs strength and endurance. He knew very well that a girl could not afford to marry a man who might not be able to support her. His smile was very sad, and his eyes had the look of a dog that has been beaten. But he did not complain, and he never said a hard word of the girl he had loved so well. Then, a few months later, when he had settled down to the common round, working in his father's vineyard and fishing, his mother told him that there was a young woman in the village who was willing to marry him. Her name was Assunta. "She's as ugly as the devil," he said. She was older than he, 24 or 25, and she had been engaged to a man who, while doing his military service, had been killed in Africa. She had a little money of her own, and if Salvatore married her, she could buy him a boat of his own, and they could take a vineyard that by happy chance happened at that moment to be without a tenant. His mother told him that Assunta had seen him at the festa and had fallen in love with him. Salvatore smiled his sweet smile and said he would think about it. On the following Sunday, dressed in the stiff black clothes in which he looked so much less well than in the ragged shirt and trousers of every day, he went up to high mass at the parish church and placed himself so that he could have a good look at the young woman. When he came down again, he told his mother that he was willing. Well, they were married, and they settled down in a tiny whitewashed house in the middle of a handsome vineyard. Salvatore was now a great, big, husky fellow, tall and broad, but still with that ingenuous smile and those trusting, kindly eyes he had as a boy. He had the most beautiful manners I have ever seen in my life. Assunta was a grim-visaged female, with decided features, and she looked old for her years. But she had a good heart, and she was no fool. I used to be amused by the little smile of devotion that she gave her husband when he was being very masculine and masterful. She never ceased to be touched by his gentle sweetness. But she could not bear the girl who had thrown him over, and notwithstanding Salvatore's smiling expostulations, she had nothing but harsh words for her. Presently children were born to them. It was a hard enough life. All through the fishing season, towards evening, he set out in his boat with one of his brothers for the fishing grounds. It was a long pull of 6 or 7 miles, and he spent the night catching the profitable cuttlefish. Then there was the long row back again in order to sell the catch in time for it to go on the early boat to Naples. At other times he was working in his vineyard till the heat drove him to rest, and then again, when it was a trifle cooler, till dusk. Often his rheumatism prevented him from doing anything at all, and then he would lie about the beach, smoking cigarettes, with a pleasant word for everyone, notwithstanding the pain that racked his limbs. The foreigners who came down to bathe and saw him there said that these Italian fishermen were lazy devils. Sometimes he used to bring his children down to give them a bath. They were both boys, and at this time the elder was 3 and the younger less than 2. They sprawled about at the water's edge, stark naked, and Salvatore, standing on a rock, would dip them in the water. The elder one bore it with stoicism, but the baby screamed lustily. Salvatore had enormous hands, like legs of mutton, coarse and hard from constant toil. But when he bathed his children, holding them so tenderly, drying them with delicate care, upon my word, they were like flowers. He would seat the naked baby on the palm of his hand and hold him up, laughing a little at his smallness, and his laugh was like the laughter of an angel. His eyes then were as candid as his child's. I started by saying that I wondered if I could do it, and now I must tell you what it is that I have tried to do. I wanted to see whether I could hold your attention for a few pages while I drew for you the portrait of a man, just an ordinary fisherman, who possessed nothing in the world except a quality which is the rarest, the most precious, and the loveliest that anyone can have. Heaven only knows why he should so strangely and unexpectedly have possessed it. All I know is that it shone in him with a radiance that, if it had not been unconscious and so humble, would have been to the common run of men hardly bearable. And in case you have not guessed what the quality is, I will tell you. Goodness. Just goodness. End of Salvatore the Fisherman by W. Somerset Maugham.
Was It a Dream by Guy de Maupassant. Recorded for Love Stories Volume 4 by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Was It a Dream by Guy de Maupassant. I had loved her madly. Why does one love? Why does one love? How queer it is to see only one being in the world, to have only one thought in one's mind, only one desire in the heart, and only one name on the lips, a name which comes up continually, rising like the water in a spring from the depths of the soul to the lips, a name which one repeats over and over again, which one whispers ceaselessly everywhere, like a prayer. I am going to tell you our story, for love only has one, which is always the same. I met her and loved her. That is all. And for a whole year I have lived on her tenderness, on her caresses, in her arms, in her dresses, on her words, so completely wrapped up, bound and absorbed in everything which came from her, that I no longer cared whether it was day or night, or whether I was dead or alive on this old earth of ours or elsewhere. And then she died. How? I do not know. I no longer know anything. But one evening she came home wet, for it was raining heavily, and the next day she coughed, and she coughed for about a week, and took to her bed. What happened I do not remember now, but doctors came, wrote, and went away. Medicines were brought, and some women made her drink them. Her hands were hot, her forehead was burning, and her eyes bright and sad. When I spoke to her, she answered me, but I do not remember what we said. I have forgotten everything. 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 She died, and I very well remember her slight, feeble sigh. The nurse said, "Ah," and I understood. I understood. I knew nothing more. Nothing. I saw a priest who said, "Your mistress?" and it seemed to me as if he were insulting her. As she was dead, nobody had the right to say that any longer, and I turned him out. Another came who was very kind and tender, and I shared tears when he spoke to me about her. They consulted me about the funeral, but I do not remember anything that they said, though I recollected the coffin and the sound of the hammer when they nailed her down in it. Oh, God, God! She was buried, she, in that hole. Some people came, female friends. I made my escape and ran away. I ran and then walked through the streets, went home, and the next day started on a journey. Yesterday, I returned to Paris, and when I saw my room again, our room, our bed, our furniture, everything that remains of the life of a human being after death, I was seized by such a violent attack of fresh grief that I felt like opening the window and throwing myself out into the street. I could not remain any longer among these things, between these walls which had enclosed and sheltered her, which retained 1,000 atoms of her skin, of her breath, in their imperceptible crevices. I took up my hat to make my escape, and just as I reached the door, I passed the large glass in the hall, which she had put there so that she might look at herself every day from head to foot as she went out, to see if her toilette looked well, and was correct and pretty, from her little boots to her bonnet. I stopped short in front of that looking-glass in which she had so often been reflected, so often that it must have retained her reflection. I was standing there, trembling, with my eyes fixed on the glass, on that flat, profound, empty glass, which had contained her entirely, and had possessed her as much as my passionate looks had. I felt as if I loved that glass. I touched it. It was cold. Oh, the recollection! Sorrowful mirror, burning mirror, horrible mirror, to make men suffer such torments. Happy is the man whose heart forgets everything that it has contained, everything that has passed before it, everything that has looked at itself in it, or has been reflected in its affection, in its love. How I suffer! I went out without knowing it, without wishing it, and toward the cemetery I found her simple grave, a white marble cross with these few words: She loved, was loved, and died. She is there, below, decayed. How horrible! I sobbed with my forehead on the ground, and I stopped there for a long time. Then I saw that it was getting dark, and a strange, mad wish, the wish of a despairing lover, seized me. I wished to pass the night, the last night, in weeping on her grave. But I should be seen and driven out. How was I to manage? I was cunning, and got up and began to roam about in that city of the dead. I walked and walked. How small this city is in comparison with the other, the city in which we live. And yet, how much more numerous the dead are than the living. We want high houses, wide streets, and much room for the 4 generations who see the daylight at the same time, drink water from the spring, and wine from the vines, and eat bread from the plains. And for all the generations of the dead, for all that ladder of humanity that has descended down to us, there's scarcely anything afield. Scarcely anything. The earth takes them back, and oblivion effaces them. Adieu. At the end of the cemetery, I suddenly perceived that I was in its oldest part, where those who had been dead a long time were mingling with the soil, where the crosses themselves are decayed, where possibly newcomers will be put tomorrow. It is full of untended roses, of strong and dark cypress trees, a sad and beautiful garden, nourished on human flesh. I was alone, perfectly alone, so I crouched in a green tree and hid myself there completely amid the thick and somber branches. I waited, clinging to the stem like a shipwrecked man does to a plank. When it was quite dark, I left my refuge and began to walk softly, slowly, inaudibly through that ground full of dead people. I wandered about for a long time, but could not find her tomb again. I went on with extended arms, knocking against the tombs with my hands, my feet, my knees, my chest, and even with my head, without being able to find her. I groped about like a blind man finding his way. I felt the stones, the crosses, the iron railings, the metal wreaths, and the wreaths of faded flowers. I read the names with my fingers by passing them over the letters. What a night! What a night! I could not find her again. There was no moon. What a night! I was frightened, horribly frightened, in these narrow paths between two rows of graves. Graves, 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 nothing but graves. On my right, on my left, in front of me, around me, everywhere there were graves. I sat down on one of them, for I could not walk any longer. My knees were so weak. I could hear my heartbeat, and I heard something else as well. What? A confused, nameless noise. Was the noise in my head, in the impenetrable night, or beneath the mysterious earth, the earth sown with human corpses? I looked all around me, but I cannot say how long I remained there. I was paralyzed with terror, cold with fright, ready to shout out, ready to die. And suddenly it seemed to me that the slab of marble on which I was sitting was moving. Certainly it was moving, as if it were being raised. With a bound I sprang onto the neighboring tomb, and I saw, yes, I distinctly saw, the stone which I had just quitted rise upright. Then the dead person appeared, a naked skeleton, pushing the stone back with its bent back. I saw it quite clearly, although the night was so dark. On the cross I could read, "Here lies Jacques Olivant, who died at the age of 51. He loved his family, was kind and honorable, and died in the grace of the Lord." The dead man also read what was inscribed on his tombstone. Then he picked up a stone a little off the path, a little pointed stone, and began to scrape the letters carefully. He slowly effaced them. With the hollows of his eyes he looked at the places where they had been engraved. Then with the tip of the bone that had been his forefinger, he wrote in luminous letters, like those lines which boys trace on walls with the tip of a lucifer match, "Here reposes Jacques Olivant, who died at the age of 51. He hastened his father's death by his unkindness, as he wished to inherit his fortune. He tortured his wife, tormented his children, deceived his neighbors, robbed everyone he could, and died wretched." When he had finished writing, the dead man stood motionless, looking at his work. On turning round, I saw that all the graves were open, that all the dead bodies had emerged from them, and that all had effaced the lies inscribed on the gravestones by their relations, substituting the truth instead. And I saw that all had been the tormentors of their neighbors, malicious, dishonest hypocrites, liars, rogues, calumniators, envious, that they had stolen, deceived, performed every disgraceful, every abominable action, these good fathers, these faithful wives, these devoted sons, these chaste daughters, these honest tradesmen, these men and women who were called irreproachable. They were all writing at the same time on the threshold of their eternal abode the truth, the terrible and holy truth of which everybody was ignorant, or pretended to be ignorant, while they were alive. I thought that she also must have written something on her tombstone, and now, running without any fear among the half-open coffins, among the corpses and skeletons, I went toward her, sure that I should find her immediately. I recognized her at once, without seeing her face, which was covered by the winding sheet, and on the marble cross, where shortly before I had read, "She loved, was loved, and died," I saw now. Having gone out in the rain one day, in order to deceive her lover, she caught cold and died. It appears that they found me at daybreak, lying on the grave, unconscious. End of Was It a Dream by Guy de Maupassant.